and you're going to have 4 minutes, and then when I blow the whistle, what are you going to do then? Stop hugging, and then you're going to find another person, right, for 4 minutes, and you're going to introduce yourself, and mostly why you're here, why Brave Angels is important to you. And then when I blow the whistle again, you stop and sit down. You got it? Are you ready? Go! Switch. 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 Find somebody new. Sugar Bear, let her go. Find somebody new.
Correct gavel, yeah. Is that the correct gavel?
I'm not the guy, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You can return to your seats. Whoa, what energy in the room. What energy in the room. Okay. Shh, thank you. Oh, it's hard to disconnect from your new friend. Shh, thank you. Thank you. So we have some people with mics, and now, shh, thank you. Thank you. So now I'd like to invite a few people who would like to introduce yourself to the whole group, not in 2 minutes though, but more like, 30 seconds or so. Again, extroverts like me or an introvert who is nominated by somebody. And then when you get up, you can say, I normally don't take the mic, but I'm happy to, okay? Anyway, so raise your hand, and we have some people with mics who would just like to greet the whole crowd here and say your name and where you're from and why you're here. So the mic folks are going to call on folks who...
Hello.
Where are you?
I'm right here. I'll stand up so you can...
Right here
so you can
means
see
what?
My name, yeah, it's very confusing. To your right, Bill.
To
your right, right
Thank
here.
you. Okay.
Hello, everybody. You got
There
me?
we go. Go for it.
In your sights?
Go for it.
My name's Clark McCain. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I'm here. I had two conversations. One was very practical, and one was more philosophical, and it was fantastic. The practical conversation was with a fellow new Alliance chair. And so we were talking about our roles and kind of understanding what we were both going through in that shared experience, inheriting a responsibility to grow the organization locally. The second conversation was the philosophical one. It was about these identities of red and other than red.
And so the main thing now is why you're here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm here to be part of these conversations. The practical conversation.
Oh, he's tricky, isn't he? Yes.
The practical conversation to learn how to grow an alliance more effectively, the skills that we need to do that, the capability that I as a leader need to do that, and also this community that we're part of, comprised of these identities that we conjure up, you know, to a degree, and how real those are and how we can bridge beyond them.
Beautiful. Thank you. A little applause. Thank you. All right. So now I can see you. Yes, go for it. Go for it.
All right, I'm Cheryl from New York City, originally from Minnesota, and I'm here because I want red friends. I live in the bluest area in a very blue profession, and I have my one-to-one partner for 5 years, and that is my red one-to-one partner, and we're really good friends, but I don't have many other red friends, so come see me.
So Cheryl needs red friends. I think, Mark, we should do a special session for Cheryl to have red friends, don't you think? Don't you think? So somebody else, we have time for one or two. Go for it.
Okay. I partnered up with my friend Craig, who I just met, and we both have been co-chairs of our alliances.
Are?
My name is Jordan from Maryland.
Great.
And we both have been co-chairs for a few years, and I think both of us found out that we feel much more at home here in Bravery Angels than in either party.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Okay, wow. All right. So let's do one. Have time for one more. Go for it. Yeah. Sorry for the other hands.
Hi, my name is Mary Jo Deering. I'm from Bethesda, Maryland, but originally from Minneapolis. Go Minneapolis. And I'm here because I want to meet other grandparents. I would like to do Grandparents for Decency and Democracy around National Grandparents' Day on September 13th. And Braver Angels is the organization and the people who can help make that real and the continuing effort in the years after.
Let's go for grandparents. Sir, you can, one more. One more, thank you.
Hi, I'm Grady Lice. I'm from Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. It's about 20 minutes by train from Philly. And I'm here to find reasons to maintain my realistic optimism about the future of democracy, and I'm getting a lot of reasons.
All right, yay. So applause for everybody here. Let's hear it. We're done. Manu is going to be next. Wonderful energy here. So Manu, where are you? Over here. We are done. Well, you liked it up till then. So, no, we have to, we could go longer, but we need to finish up. And so, Manu, where are you? Here he comes. So, Manu Mio.
I thought, as one of Bill's extroverts, I thought, you know, everyone wants to hear my story, so let me up on stage. It is so good to see you. This is my third convention, and I'm still currently under the age of 30, so the idea of waking up before 9 o'clock is a little challenging, but it's great to be here with you. How is everybody doing? How are we doing? So this plenary is called Renewal Begins with me. Now, I learned yesterday at the Brave Angels board meeting that 38% of all delegates today are at their first ever convention. Give yourselves a round of applause. I want to talk to those 38%. That doesn't mean that everyone else should just tune me out, but I want to talk to those 38%. I came to my first Brave Angels convention in Gettysburg in 2023. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Who else was at that convention? A bit more hot and humid than here, but it was all right. No? Okay. Sir, I come from San Francisco. I'm more used to 65 degrees. So we were at Gettysburg, right? And a young lady had come up to me and she asked, well, what's your story? And I was thinking about this a little bit, preparing for this conversation, and I thought, you know, I've told the story of how Bridge USA got started, which is the largest student-led dialogue movement that emerged as David Blankenhorn's building Braver Angels on college campuses across the country. And as we grew and we scaled, those are some of the students we paid off. As we grew and we scaled and we built the organization, I've told the story of how Bridge USA started many times. And yet I thought it was only fitting that I actually start the conversation, the wonderful panel we're going to have, with the story of how Bridge USA began, because I think it was one of the most ordinary stories that I could think of. So let me take you back to a day that changed the trajectory of my life. February 2nd, 2017. For like the 5 high schoolers in the room, I know that sounds like the before times. But for most of your parents, that's pretty recent. February 2nd, 2017, I was a college freshman. I was a pre-med student. My mom is still confused. I tell her sometimes, Mom, I think it would be easier to be a doctor today. She's like, eh. I was like, have you seen the country? She's like, you young people give me hope. And I'm like, well, let me tell you about college campuses. So February 2nd, 2017, a speaker came to campus. I was a student at UC Berkeley. A speaker by the name of Milo Yiannopoulos. We know Milo. Fans? No, okay. All right, we got a couple fans, Milo fans. So Milo came to campus, and I distinctly remember I was walking back from my math seminar, and helicopters started flying by, media trucks zoomed by, and the sounds of broken glass filled Sproul Plaza. Now this is Berkeley, so far this is par for the course. The centerpiece of the crossroads of American history in many ways, and yet this was actually the largest protest in Berkeley's history since the 60s, since Dr. King came to campus. So I was walking past a cafe and a window was broken in, and inside there was a television screen that said CNN, UC Berkeley students protest Breitbart speaker's speech. Now I didn't know really what that meant. Again, I was a pre-med student, and yet standing right next to me was the TV crew that was actually filming that segment. And suddenly I went from feeling like a spectator to a participant. That was the sort of the breaking of the fourth wall. I think all of us have those moments in our lives. So I walked onto campus, and there was fires, people were hurting, students had been punched in the face, journalists. I'd never seen a journalist cry. And a journalist was crying, in tears, thinking about the arc of Berkeley. Now, importantly, this is not about free speech. This is about something much more important, and that is the human capacity to feel pain. The next day, me and some random people, we came on Sproul Plaza and we started meeting, and these dialogue circles started forming. And a student had this idea. He said, why don't we have a conversation between the protested and the protesters? Now, to a room like this sounds like a great idea. This is 1 month after President Trump's first election and after the largest protest in Berkeley's history since the 60s. Most political scientists, quote unquote scientists, would tell you that's a bad idea. And yet, I think there's some optimism to some youthful naivete. So we came together a week after those protests and got together in a room that any of you could organize, and a conversation that anyone here could lead. Or so we thought. 75 people showed up to this conversation. About 30 left in the first 2 minutes. Why? Because the logo of Bridge USA was a Golden Gate Bridge, and they thought it was a civic architecture fraternity. I was like, oh no. we need a different logo. A mistake that I think all of us can make. And yet, the people, Bill's extroverts, stayed. The ones that wanted to share the story. And it was sort of like that icy feeling where people are sitting down and, you know, you have the protested students, you have the people that invited Milo, people that are deeply hurt, they're staring across each other. It's like that Thanksgiving dinner or that conversation at church or that dialogue that you had with your long-lost cousin, some people that we'll actually hear from on the stage. And we thought, well, how are we going to break the ice? So my friend Ross, a business student, not some policy expert, had this idea. He said, well, why don't we actually lead with vulnerability? Let's actually talk about who we are. What brings us here? Why did you actually leave class to protest? Why did you invite this person? What drives you? You know, the things that make us fundamentally human, the things that exist above our political labels, the things that actually drive us. As Larry, who I got to meet yesterday, who you'll hear from on the stage, says, what are you trying to protect? And the next 75 minutes changed the trajectory of my life. Really, it did. I know in speeches like this, people oftentimes talk about, my life was changed. Well, look at me, I'm no longer a doctor, so it really did change. And I learned one fundamental thing, and that is that we radically overestimate how divided we are, and we radically underestimate the power of a conversation. Now, I'm going to skip the rest of the story so that we can hear from the panelists, but there's one insight that I want to take from that moment, because that one conversation grew to 150 college chapters, over 40,000 students engaged every year, working with amazing organizations like Braver Angels. Some of those students are here today. Building a counterculture in America's college campuses that is literally shifting the conversation, whether it was after October 7th, after Charlie Kirk's tragic assassination, or what we're going to see in 2028. These students are on the front lines alongside you, actually building the movement of the future. But there was a fundamental insight that I think you're going to hear from all the panelists that really drove us. And that was the insight that we still have some control over where this experiment goes. If we did not care, if we did not believe that we don't have a democracy if we cannot talk to each other, we would have never hosted that conversation. In other words, in the lexicon of some people in my generation, we gave a shit. But why? 250 years is about to happen in 2 weeks, in a week and a half. Most people my age think that's a really long time, 250 years. But in the context of the human story, Athenian democracy lasts for 400 years, the Roman Empire lasts for 1,800 years, the Chinese dynasties last for 2,100 years. We believed that day that America is not at the end of its story, it's in chapter 1 or 2. We're at the beginning. We've got to tell the people around us that you own this experiment. And why do we invest in this experiment? Because imagine I told you there was a society out there with 330 million people, all of whom look differently than each other, heavily armed. Trying to have a conversation about their futures, about the most important things that matter to human beings. The story of humanity is not one of peace, it's one of violence. And to me, America is not the norm, but it's an awesome aberration. And the reason why it's an aberration is because of the three amazing people, pairs of people that we're going to hear from right after, that are going to tell you about their stories, about the actions they took, because ultimately, renewal begins with all of us. So let's welcome our three family pairs on the stage. Please take a seat, take a seat. Do we have more mics for this, or are we shouting? What do we? We've got more mics, we've got more mics. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is like Family Feud. All right, I want to give everybody here the greatest amount of time to speak, so I'm going to immediately go to my left here and go to Larry, and maybe we go across the row and give a quick introduction and maybe a quick reason for why you were here.
All right, thank you. I had a great meeting with him yesterday, and I learned so much, so I want to start with that. I started this, I'm going to say why I began the Enemies Project, because my daughter, this is Sadie, is entering a world that I'm not too excited about. And I, like a lot of people here, were worried about it, and I said, I'm going to try to do something different. And the one piece I'd like, and so we make these episodes where we bring enemies, real enemies together. And the goal isn't to dispute, but it is to understand each other deeply and transform the relationship. And that happens in almost every episode. And the one thing I want to say is that I had no idea what I was doing when I started. And it wasn't long ago. And I heard someone out there say, I don't really know how to bring people together, or people's eyes glaze over. And I connected with that so much, whoever said that, because I think none of us know what we're doing. And yet we've reached tens of millions of people. And so I just want to encourage all of you and myself and my daughter to just keep experimenting, because we need experimenters in this movement. It's not a well-defined movement, and we can reach millions, and we have to.
Amazing. Thank you, Larry. Sadie?
Hi, everyone. I'm Sadie. I'm Larry's daughter, and I run the Enemies Project with him. I think why I did this is from a place of hope. And I think that's a little bit contrasting to the reason why my dad started this project, which is for me and my generation. But for me, this politically divisive time is all I've known. Growing up, I've never known a time where politics was healthy and that people were just able to talk to each other. And so I come at this from a place of hope, and I see that we don't have to be divided, and I think that it's not going to be, I'm sorry,
You're doing great.
It's exciting what we're doing, and I have just so much hope for what we're going to create.
By the way, Sadie's one of the young people that woke up before 9 o'clock. So that's right. I just want to say one thing before we pass the mic. So Larry and Sadie won't say this, but the podcast that they started in their house, they posted only 12 videos on YouTube. Just check it out right now, The Enemies Project. 90,000 subscribers on YouTube, 170,000 followers on Instagram, with zero actual expertise or background in video or film editing. That's huge. That's huge.
That is impressive. I'm Mike Kane, and this is my cousin Dave Kane. We realized during COVID that we were both in different bubbles. My bubble was red and his bubble was blue. And we had a choice. We could have just tolerated each other and gone our separate ways, but thanks to Dave, his prodding, he encouraged me to really put some effort into trying to figure this out, and for the sake of the country, if nothing else. But there were so many other benefits that came out of it, and it's been a beautiful thing. So
amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, my story is obviously similar to Mike's. Well, it's the same story. Little slight variances, but I came from a real perspective of curiosity. I was really curious to know how this person that I love and I've known my whole life could have views so different from my own, and I couldn't accept the fact that I couldn't have that conversation with the person I loved. And I think as a country, we've got to instill that in each other, whether it's our friends, our family. If we can't talk about it with these people, we're lost, in my opinion. And so I've been complaining about the state of affairs, and I said it's time to do something and not just sit on the sideline. I don't know where it'll go, but I'm not going to look back 10 years from now and say I didn't try. So to your point, we're all figuring this out as we go. We're making the plane as we fly it, and it's been a great journey we've been on, and we'll get into perhaps a little more of that, but that's kind of our genesis.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Jenna and Randy, right before we go to you, I just want to ask a quick follow-up to Mike and Dave, which is, why did you take the leap of curiosity? Because I think a lot of us have family members that have really strained relationships, and a lot of us love people that we just choose, screw it, you know? Can you just speak, maybe one of you, just briefly to why?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think from me, I just saw this person who I know lives his life in an incredible manner, you know, and he puts his money where his mouth is. And I just saw things from where my vantage point was that were taking place on a stage, and someone that I said, you know, I just don't understand how he can reconcile it. In his mind, a good person can reconcile what I saw as such vile acts. And I had to know. It just rattled around in my brain. This was kind of years in the making, really. And I think there was some synchronicity in what brought us together. I actually live in Virginia half the year. And then I took a job where I live in Wisconsin half the year. And so I'm like, Mike lives in Wisconsin. I'm like, now we really got to do this. And then 2 years ago, the convention just happens to be in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And I'm like, Mike, we got to go. So we went, and that is a little bit of the backstory.
Well, thank you.
Hi, I'm Randy Freeman. And to the grandma out there, I'm the grandma of Jenna, and I'm happy to talk to you. I've been a member of Brave Angels almost from its inception, and Jenna has been listening to me talk about it since she was 8 years old. So now, to my great pleasure and pride, she took a courageous step, and she'll tell you more, and she brought a Braver Angels workshop to her high school, sort of with my support. So I was absolutely proud as a peacock, and she can tell you more, and we'll talk more about it.
Hi, my name's Jenna. So I started a Turning Point chapter at my high school, and I ended up inviting my liberal friends to it. And
good for you.
Thank you. And I did that because on social media, I felt like it gave me like fear towards the other side. And I had assumptions about the other side. And after doing this, I realized that those assumptions weren't true. So I just feel like I assumed they weren't patriotic, yada yada. And I realized that was 100% not true. And I felt like that was I feel like I learned much more from inviting them over to do an activity than I would have ever done just inviting people that agreed with me.
Wow. So I think what we'll do is I've got a question for each pair, and please take your time in expounding on it, and then we'll wrap the conversation. I actually want to start with you first, Jenna. What year in high school are you?
I'm going into my junior year of high school.
So how old were you when you started the chapter?
I actually just started it this year after Charlie Kirk passed away.
So as a young person, can you walk people through the idea? I mean, what you're doing here is remarkable. I don't know if you know this, but the idea of coming on stage, speaking with such confidence and building something is truly amazing, and it's something to celebrate. So can you say a little bit as to why you did that? Just why did you get engaged?
Why I started the chapter?
Yeah, why?
After his death, I feel like his assassination, I felt like that was kind of ringed a bell for me. I actually grew up in a town that had a shooting, Newtown, Connecticut. So I just felt like all the gun violence, and it's just completely awful. So I just felt like we need to do something about it. I feel like the division is completely horrible, and it shouldn't result in a death of someone who was just trying to connect with others that they had disagreed with,
Thank
or
you.
he disagreed with.
So maybe let's go to Larry and Sadie. You all have hosted 12 fascinating and amazing conversations. Can you speak a little on YouTube, and they've had millions of views, can you speak a little bit as a mediator to your journey, actually getting to that point? And what is some insight that you would give folks from those 12 conversations that you've had over the last year?
My journey was one where I had skills, the world had a problem, and I thought there might be a match, but I didn't know, right? And so I think all of us see this problem in this room, and we all have some skill, and so I just began. People told me there's no way, I mean, we've all heard this in different ways, that you know nothing. There's no way you're going to achieve what you want to, essentially. I heard it in many different ways, or just doubt. And so I just began. I mean, literally, I just put together a studio and began. I'd say that for me, probably the greatest lesson is that Sadie talked about hope, quelled my fear. Like, I had a crazy fear about what the world was becoming, and I met people who, on both sides, who are so extreme, who I thought were like beautiful people. And I no longer really feared the people, I feared the system that was driving them apart. So it was really healthy for me. And so I definitely am in a different psychological state. Yeah.
And if I can just have a quick follow-up question, this might sound basic to this audience, but why did you think they were beautiful people?
Well, I ask them what's beautiful in their life, and I also ask them, in our episodes, we really explore what is beautiful in their life, what are their hardest moments. And when you hear that about a person, you really can't help but be moved, because we've all had the same experiences at depth. And what I found, which was interesting, and this may not be surprising to people in the audience, is that almost everyone, not everyone, but almost everyone's most beautiful experience is about belonging. They've been connected to other people, and their most tragic experience, their most painful, is when they were excluded. Everyone's got their own version of it, and it's not true for 100%, it's true for 90% of people. But that I could feel what they were feeling, I didn't feel like they were different than me. And I knew like that I could be friends with them.
So, Sadie, not everybody decides to choose to go work with their dad. And something I picked up on, having spoken to you both over the last day or so, is that your dad operated from a place of fear, but you operated from a place of hope. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, I think that growing up, I had this idea of politics that was completely wrong. I grew up in a very homogeneously political environment in the Bay Area in California, where the majority of the voices were liberal. And I also have a lot of family in the Midwest, in Ohio, that are very conservative, that I love, that I cherish my time with them. And I didn't think that that was right, the way that people in my community were viewing the other side. And I think that that is my motivation, and you know, working with my dad is amazing, and he's my dad, and so we have our difficulties, but I think that, you know, I grew up with the principles of the Enemies Project, this idea of listening and truly understanding the other side, and we bring those practices into everything that we do. And you know, we have good ideas, we have horrible ideas, but we can share them all with each other because we're comfortable with each other, and because you know, we really do practice those principles of the Enemies Project in our own relationship, in our personal and our professional relationship.
That's amazing, Sadie. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, I'll end with one last question for Mike and Dave. And as I do that, I would just like everybody to think about what is one thing that you want to leave the audience with, given the theme of the panel is renewal starts with myself, with me. So we'll end with a rapid round of that. But before I go there, I'm just curious, Mike, you spoke a little bit about the fact, your brother, Dave essentially said that, you know, you had views and beliefs for somebody that he genuinely thought was committing crazy ideas and acts. What would you tell a liberal that thinks that about conservatives?
You got the tough one, Mike.
I think I would just say get to know them. Invest some time to get to know them, setting politics aside. And with that foundation, you can have some constructive conversations. And our conversations are fueled by respect and curiosity. I really want to understand, you know, I'm not trying to change him and he's not trying to change me, but we want to understand each other.
That's so critical that you're not trying to change him and he's not trying to change you. Like, why is that the impulse you have? Because I think most people in the country are like, I need to change that person.
Yeah.
Like, why is that not your impulse?
Yeah, I think we get so controlled by what we read and what we hear. That's their mission, is to change people, move people from one side to the other. But I've heard the word love up here a few times, and people relate on a different level.
Dave?
I think I'd also add, we learned pretty early on, and I think we had a sense for this. I think our personalities kind of lend themselves to this kind of work, but you disarm people by not trying to change them. I think there's a human instinct to resist that. And I think the sooner you can learn that that is not a useful approach, the more fruitful your conversations are going to be. One thing we've talked about is not necessarily changing the other person, but learning to exist as a pebble in their shoe. Yep. You're a pebble in their shoe. And
it can be irritating.
It can be irritating. Sometimes you want to shake that bad boy out of there so bad, but you know, you're in a situation you're like, what would Mike think about this? I'm curious. Maybe I'll ask him about that. You know what I mean? And you have these conversations, and you're not changing them, but you're a little bit changing them, just their perspective. And I think that's kind of what we've achieved.
I aspire to be a pebble in someone's shoe. Okay, so look, we're almost at time. So let's just end with a rapid round, and maybe we'll start with you, Jenna, about what is one thing that you would leave the audience with, given the theme of this conversation, and where folks should take the next 2 days?
Definitely, I would say challenge your assumptions about the other side. Because I assumed because some more liberal friends didn't stand for the pledge, I assumed that they weren't patriotic because of that. And I also assumed they wouldn't have been enthusiastic about writing like Memorial Day cards. And after I invited them doing that, they were really excited and they were enjoying it. And I realized my assumption was completely wrong. And I felt like I learned a lot from that. And I realized how human we all are. So I definitely think I would leave with, first off, patriotism does not have any like political borders. I feel like everyone can be patriotic in their own way. And
yes.
And definitely challenge your assumptions about the other side.
I would leave with never underestimate the impact that you have with other people. I talk about Braver Angels nonstop. My husband gets sick of it. Her father, my son, you know, it actually leaked into him too. I think he's kind of taking it. But you just never know. And I never thought that, you know, years ago that my granddaughter would kind of be interested in this kind of thing and Braver Angels, you know, Turning Point and Braver Angels, interestingly. So just keep talking to people. That's all I can say.
I think I would say that, to me, one of the most fulfilling parts of this whole process, and I hope it inspires other people too, is the fact that this, in a lot of ways, not despite, because of our differences, we've grown much closer. And I think when you make yourself vulnerable and you suspend your ego and you really bring empathy into a relationship, you can't help but becoming much closer to that individual. And I think that's pretty powerful, that your differences between you can make you have existed at a place in our relationship we never would have had we not gone through this journey together and exposed ourselves in a lot of ways to, you know, our own blind spots. And when you see the other person accept that and you do the same, it's pretty powerful.
And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I just want to leave you and say, you know, it's worth the investment you're making here. Not only is there blessing to understanding and relationships with the other side, but there's also risk to not doing that. Those differences don't go away, and in isolation they fester, and when things fester, they have a tendency to bite you eventually. So there's an upside and a downside.
I think my biggest takeaway has been that no one is as simple as they seem to be from an outside perspective. I run the casting for the Enemies Project, and I meet a lot of really interesting people, a lot of extreme people, a lot of people with different ideologies, and not one has matched the stereotype that my brain or that people around me have created. And everyone has a beautiful story that kind of stems from the same thing, which is to protect themselves and the people that they love. And I think that that's something that we can all connect over.
The piece that I have found, which is amazing through this project, is, and I think that Dave and Michael talked about how conflict can turn into something positive, that you can turn any conversation into a loving conversation. Like pretty much anything, particularly when someone's different, if you're curious. Like they end up loving you because you've listened to them. And think about all the terrible experiences that all the people around us have. And I think this movement is one where people learn a lesson that they didn't necessarily intend, which is to have like really good relationships. And I value that because I feel like pretty much, not everybody, but pretty much everybody, I can just have fun with them now. You know, I've really learned to enjoy other people. And that's really been a conscious effort. And I think it comes out in part of this movement.
Well, we've got father, daughter, we've got cousins, we got grandma and granddaughter, and we have lots of family across the country that are navigating the exact same conversations, challenges that you all have outlined, and the work that you've done through those conflict, thinking about the pebbles in your shoe, thinking about the ways in which you can work together, the ways in which you built something is just fundamentally amazing. So let's just give them a round of applause, and I hope you all took something away from that. And we'll take, remember the theme of this panel was renewal begins with you, and there was a reason why the amazing team at Braver Angels organized this conversation. And before we take our leave, let's just give a big round of applause to the Braver Angels team, to Mari, to the amazing people that have built this experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. And thank you to each of the family members that shared with us. Our next speaker will help us think about a new paradigm for bringing people together, one that begins not only with better techniques, but with different way of seeing ourselves and one another. Please join us in welcoming Jim Farrell.
All hear me? Okay. So good to be with you. I haven't met most of you, but I can honestly say I'm so grateful for you. I'm so grateful that at this moment in time, what's most needed is this kind of space and the kind of conversations that you all are investing in. I'm grateful there are people who are doing that and that I can be with you. I want to today, if we can kick up the slides, Josh. Get the slides here. I want to turn a dial 90 degrees or so from the way we normally see things. Now, with most audiences that I'm with, that turn of 90 degrees actually is a totally different view than they've ever hardly seen or thought about. I have a suspicion that with this group, with you guys, actually it's not going to be revolutionary sort of change in the way you're seeing, because I think what you're doing here already is a manifestation of it. But my hope is that I can give you some kind of language, some kind of lens that you'll be able to bring to bear on all of your efforts that will make them even more helpful and more effective at this time where it's so needed. A few months ago, I was on a live TV show in D.C. being interviewed for my newest book, You and We, and it was a short interview. She's a great interviewer. It was scheduled to be like 4 minutes. We went a little longer, 5 or 6. And then she surprised me with a last question I wasn't expecting. You kind of script I don't know if you know, you kind of script these things. They kind of say, what should the questions be and what's the conversation? A lot of times it's not totally fresh. But she surprised me at the end with a question that we didn't prep around. And I thought we were done. So she asked, so Jim, this is great, but does this work if you're willing but the other person isn't? Okay. Now, you all lived in the middle of that question, right? And look, what I said was I gave an answer. It's the kind of answer that I've given for years and years and years, but I know now that it's the wrong answer. At least it's not the best answer, but I blew the answer. I blew it. It's sort of like, in the olden days, I guess we can still do this to the extent you leave phone messages. You ever been in the middle of a phone message and you're like, oh no, you want to pull it back. I was on live TV, there's no pulling back, okay? You're trying to unbury yourself while you're digging yourself in. So I want to tell you what the question was, and then I'm going to tell you what my answer was, sort of in short. And my hope is that by the time we're done here, after these few minutes, we're all going to know why that wasn't the right answer, why there's a way better answer than the one that I gave. So the question was, again, so does this work if you're willing and the other person isn't? And my answer was, well, look, if I don't change, I'm certainly not going to invite the other person to change, right? I mean, it'll all just be the same. So someone needs to start, and why not me? Now, look, that answer, it's fine as far as it goes. But it contains in it a misunderstanding. And actually, I'm going to say even a falsehood, that if we multiply it across a society, it puts everything at risk. Okay? So I want to dive into some ideas where we can uncover why is that thing? Why is that question that sounds maybe fine actually problematic? And how could we answer it in a better, more helpful way? So to do this, for me, when I'm thinking about difficult, potentially sort of tricky, difficult ideas, it helps me to try to boil them down to metaphors. Because metaphors I can remember, I can hold on to, and I can continue to think about them. So I'm going to give you 5 metaphors this morning, okay? So the first metaphor, I know you're all dying for a metaphor like this one, because what you wanted to do is you wanted to come and do some math. Isn't that what you wanted? We all wanted math. All right, who recognizes this is actually a really famous formula? This is Newton's law of gravity, right? Like tremendously important, powerful formula. So I have two questions for you around this formula. Raise your hand. Here's question number one. Raise your hand if you've thought about gravity today. Okay? Two of you have thought about gravity, okay? Second question, raise your hand if gravity has affected your life today. Okay? All right. So now gravity is one of those things. We are living in the middle of it to such a degree we're almost never thinking about it, but it's affecting us every moment. And what I want to get into with you this morning is there's another law like gravity that's exactly the same in both ways. We're almost never thinking about it, and it's affecting us in every moment. And I actually think that it's the law. It's actually going to be a set of laws that together congeal together. This is the law that more than any other law is right at the heart of what your work is or what our work is here at Braver Angels, or whether we're going to be really helpful in this country in this time of need or whether we're not going to be. And it's a law around relationality, the inherent relationality of things. So I want to give you, if you're looking for a really interesting book to really blow your mind, if you're really in for one of those sorts of books, I'm going to recommend this one to you. This is Carlo Rovelli. He's a modern physicist, brilliant, great writer too, by the way. He's done a number of books. They're all tremendous. This one, Reality is Not What It Seems. He makes a very difficult topic of physics and quantum physics specifically accessible, fascinating in a mind-blowing way. Now, I want to pull a few ideas out of Rovelli's work to set up this idea of relationality, and then we're going to get more finely into it. So here are a few things he said. The central development in science over the last century is a relational understanding of reality. That is, we're never, when we're running experiments, for example, discovering reality as it is. We're discovering reality in response to our manner of questioning reality. That's Werner Heisenberg sort of idea. Everything is sort of a relational understanding inherently. It's inescapably the case. Number two, reality is made up of relations rather than objects. We look around this room, we see a bunch of separate people, so-called, but actually, Rovelli would say, no, actually what's most fundamental in this room right now is actually relations, not each of us sitting in these chairs. We'll get into that a little bit. Nothing exists except in relation. Nothing stands on its own. Everything depends on something else. It is only in interactions that nature draws the world. Now, let's get in. I want to get into this sort of idea of relationality now I'm going to give you 4 more metaphors, okay? And I'm going to pull out what I'm going to call a law of relation. So we're going to end up with 4 laws of relation, 1 for each metaphor, okay? So the first metaphor is actually going to be tic-tac-toe. Now, I want you to imagine that we're all playing a tic-tac-toe game. This is the grid, and there's only like 3 rules to tic-tac-toe. And rule 1, by the way, is go first, okay? So I'm going to go first, and you all are going to go second, okay, as a group. So I'm going to tell you where I'm going to go. I'm going it's twisted, upper left corner. Where are you going now? I'm upper left corner. Center? No one wants to go in any of the pockets or anywhere else? You all want to go center? Okay, good for you, because that's rule number 2, okay? If someone goes corner, you must go center. By the way, if someone goes center, you must go corner. If you foul up either of those, you'll lose the game, okay? All right, so you made the good move. That was smart. So I'm top left, you guys are middle. I'm going to go bottom right corner. Now what are you going to do? What's that? Top left corner? I'm already in top left corner. Where do you want to go? Top right? Stand up, sir. Your name? Seth. You want to go top right now? Okay, so let's just say, Seth, you go top right. We're all visualizing this. I'm top left, you guys are middle. Seth is going top, you said top right, okay? So now I'm going to go bottom left, right? I have to block you. Now where are you going? Yeah, you can't think. Now we're not writing. Now notice though what's happening in this game, and it's true of every game. No move stands on its own, right? Any one move is unintelligible by itself. It all has to be, it's in the context, this relational context. I'm doing something because of what I think you're going to do, and vice versa, okay? Now, that idea, that's true of every game, not just tic-tac-toe. It's also true of life. It's also true of life. And this is the first law of relation. It is that all we see is relation. We think we're seeing things. All we're actually seeing is relation. In fact, Seth, stand back up again. You're such a good sport. Come on up. I want you to stand, show your smiling face to everybody. Okay? Here's Seth. So we're all going to look at, yay for Seth. So, now, we're all looking at Seth, okay? And so we think we're seeing Seth, but actually that isn't quite what's happening. Because what I'm missing when I'm seeing Seth, I think, oh, there's Seth over there. But I'm the one who's seeing Seth. You follow me? You're the one who's seeing Seth. That means you're in what you're seeing, not only Seth. I'm in what I'm seeing, not only Seth. So I'm not seeing Seth, I'm seeing the intersection of me and Seth. I'm seeing our relation. All we see is relation. That's just the way it is. It's unavoidable. Scientists have known this now. Thank you, Seth. Oh, you think you're out now? Okay, you are. Well done. All right? Okay, so all we see is relation. It's inescapable law. Okay, law number 2, I want to use a really famous painting. Raise your hand if you know this painting. Ah, wow, look at you, right? Sunday Afternoon on the Isle of La Grande Jatte by Georges Seurat. This painting is really famous because it was the first painting which using a technique now known as pointillism. So this painting, it's in Chicago. It's 9 foot by 7 foot tall. If you got really close to it, what you would see is it's actually constructed by hundreds of thousands of little dots. There's not these brush strokes. There's not mixed colors of paint getting what he wants. All the colors you see there are the different colored dots that are merging in your eyes so you see the color. All the figures, the same thing. So it's a painting, yes, but it's a painting that's made up of a whole bunch of smaller things, which is true of every painting, right? A painting is made up of a bunch of smaller brushstrokes, but this makes it crystal clear. And this is actually a truth that's not only true of this painting. It turns out that everything is built. This is the second law of relation. Everything is built by relation. Everything is. This painting is built by smaller things in relation. My body is constructed of smaller things in relation. Societies are constructed of smaller things in relation. Companies are a bunch of people in relation, doing things together. Paragraphs are sentences in relation, which are words in relation, which are letters in relation. Everything you can think of is actually built out of smaller things in relation. Nothing stands on its own. That's law number 2. Now, law number 3 gets freaky, okay? Because law number 3, I'm going to pull out of the most famous experiment in physics, certainly, because its results are so mind-boggling, and people have rerun this thousands of times because it doesn't seem like it can be true, but it comes out the same every time. Anyone know this experiment? Yeah, the double slit experiment, right? So we could go deep and get wonky about this. I'll keep it sort of more on the surface level, but it'll make the point we need. Basically, what's going on in this experiment is we're trying to measure, we're asking the question, is light a wave or a particle? Okay? Which way is it? What is it? So we run, and what's the answer? It's both. But it's both depending on what? Now this is what's freaky. So the easy way to put it, it's both depending on how we interact with it. But let me tell you the really freaky part about it. So it depends on how we interact with it, yes. But with light, it turns out if we watch it, it's a particle. If we don't, it's a wave. Like, what? Why should light care whether we're watching it? But this comes back to law number 1 because we're not seeing light, we're seeing our relation with light. That's inescapable. We're always measuring is how things are showing up and people are showing up and how society is in the context of relation. Okay? In fact, we're going to run this. This is called the double slit experiment. We're going to run it on ourselves right now. I'm going to show you this is as true of you as it is of light. So if you got something to write on, everyone have something to write on? Or if you don't, take out your phone, go to your note program or something. I'm going to have you write down a few words. So what I want you to do first is write down, I want you to think of two relationships, like maybe the best relationship you've got, write down their name, and a really hard one, a really tough relationship, okay? Really tough relationship, write down their name. Now, if you're sitting next to that person, the tough one, just write a different name. But you know who you're thinking about, okay? So now what I want you to do is I want you to write down the 3 words that describe you in your very best relationship. What would 3 words that describe who you are in that relationship? What are your 3 words? And then I want you to do the same for your really tough relationship. 3 words that describe who you are in your really tough relationship. Okay? So you'll end up with 2 lists of 3 words each. Okay, you have your words? You have 6 words? Okay, here's my question. Look at your 2 lists. Are the 2 lists the same? Are they the same words in each list? They're different words? Okay, so which raises the question, which person are you? Are you the person in the really good relationship or the one in the really tough one? Which person are you? You're both, because we show up in relation, right? We have the capacity to be all kinds of ways, but right here in the intersection, the moment of meeting, whatever it is, there I am, okay? And this leads us to rule of relation number 3. How we interact is who we are, okay? Just like we're always often trying to see, well, what's the core of light? What's core really? Well, there's no such thing as light outside of being in relation to other things, including us who are thinking about it. And it's the same for us. We're all in relation. It's inescapable. How we're showing up, that's who we are. Which brings us to law of relation number 4, and I want to think about water together. Now, I want to imagine this side of the hall, you're all hydrogen atoms. You guys are all oxygen atoms, okay? And the world needs both. That's great. You guys can be oxygen. You guys can be hydrogen. That's just fine, okay? But if 2 of you get together with one of you, and you bring your differences with you, you don't give up the difference. You bring your difference, but you hold to each other. Out of the tension of this hold, the convergence of this difference, we get the emergence of the entirely new. That's water. Okay? Now, this is a manifestation of a law of progress that a French thinker named Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who was a paleontologist studying evolution, he showed how from the when you're just talking about the little bits of matter up to sort of small forms of life to more complex life up to human thought, progress always happens through a 3-step process. Number 1, you have to have differences compressing against each other. If you don't, you just stay with all the same stuff just lying around. The stuff's got to be in compression with things that are not the same as it, or you'll just have the sameness. So that's 1. You have to get compression of difference. Number 2 is you have to out of this compression, if you can get convergence of difference so that the differences can hold on to each other, not try to convince the other side of their wrongness, but you hold on to each other in the difference. Out of that convergence, you get, and this is step 3, the emergence of the entirely new, in this case, water, and there's no way to get it. And this is why I'm so grateful to you and all the stuff you're doing. You're about creating water. That's what you're doing in the conversations, aren't you? You're bringing differences together, realizing that we only get to new and better things. The new and better things aren't in my head and they're not in yours, but they require the different perspectives and out of that tension, now we got a shot. That's what happened in Philadelphia 1787 in the Philadelphia Convention. They created water together. We call it a constitution, and it gave us a country, okay? And it wouldn't have happened except for this. So law number 4 is we progress by uniting. Specifically, we progress by differences uniting, okay? Now, with that, so let's think about how we normally think. We normally think of parts like the left and the right, for example. We part the world up, okay? We think the parts are primary. The individual's primary. We focus on us and them. This, in fact, was what happened in that interview question. Remember, the interview question was, will this work if you're willing, but they're not? Do you see we're in the world of parts right now, the way we're talking? The us and them world, okay? But what the laws of relation tell us is that that's an incorrect view of reality, actually. The big move is not in the high, we can spend our lives trying to be better hydrogen and oxygen, but the big move is here. Relation is primary. Persons, institutions, and society emerge out of the space between us. That's the big move. So we normally are trying, we think our future depends on improving them. Actually, our future depends on improving the space between us. That's the move. And that's why I'm so excited about Braver Angels and what you're all up to. You're up to in changing the space. That's the work. Because it's a relational world, and the next relational world emerges out of the relational space. That's just the law of the universe, is the way it works. Now, let's think about, I do a lot of work inside of organizations. So I tell leaders, here's an org chart. If you're going to think relationally, what's the most important part of that org chart? The lines? I'm going to even take it bigger than line. It's the space. It's all the connective space. Why? Because that is where it's what I call the between. That's where everything happens. Nothing happens from one piece alone. It all happens out of the convergence of all the different pieces, and that happens in the space. But people don't know how to see the space. What if you could see the space? Think of every town and state in this country. I'm going to tell you the same thing. The most important part of every town, every city, every state, every nation is the space. We're focusing on the parts, but it's the space. What if we could see the space? What if we could do something about it? What if you could actually measure it? You actually can, okay? I'll get to that in just a moment. So how can we see the space between it? This is my newest book. I dive into this if you're interested. You can go in depth to all this. You can also, if you want, I'm going to be next door. Is Mitten Hall? Which way is Mitten Hall? Next door. 145, we're doing a breakout. We're going to dive into this. Going to dive into, we'll learn how to heal the space between us by making that relational space visible. How can you see it? Making it measurable, how you can measure it, and then making it actionable, okay? That's what we're going to do, 145. Now, with that, let me just close with this. So what's the better answer? The question was, well, will this work if you're willing but they won't? And I said, well, if I don't change, they're unlikely to change. I'm in the world of parts right now. The better answer is, by the way, if I live in the world of parts, I'm always hostage to the other side, right? Always. But the reality is, everything we do, for better or for worse, changes the space. And it's about the space. Every change in the space is a change in the world. That's the truth. And that's why I'm excited about you guys and Brave Little Angels, because you are changing the space, and that's what we have to have, okay? Thank you. Park it right there. Is that okay? Yeah.
Get out your My Pledge books. Get out the little notebooks. We're going to quickly do a My Pledge exercise, the first My Pledge exercise, because these conversations are about doing and acting. And as I do those, I'm also going to welcome on an amazing pair of performers that are going to actually sing a beautiful song for you. Before I make that introduction, we have two questions. The first question that you should be thinking about is, what skills do you use to combat division with those who disagree with you? And I think Jim just honestly kind of blew my mind with the space thing. There's a lot of physics for me at 9 o'clock or something. I was a pre-med guy and then I dropped out, so I don't know if I caught all that, but space is fascinating. That's amazing. So thank you, Jim. So that's the first question. And the second question is, what is one specific action you can take in the next month that strengthens your commitment to build together with those who disagree with you? Simply put, what is one action we can take? Remember, the theme is renewal begins with you. And as you think about those questions, as you answer those questions, I want to invite on stage Derek Richard Thomas and Lizzie Locke, who will perform Change. So let's welcome on Derek and Lizzie.
Do we have Derek and Lizzie? Oh, they're there. Okay.
So I have a question for everyone in this room. How many of you would like to see more positive change on our planet and in our political system? Raise your hand, clap. Woo! All right, virtually everyone in this room would like to see change. Well, in order to do that, I believe our outer world is a reflection of our inner world. We change what's going on inside of us, that ripples out and transforms the society and the world that we live in. Take this projector screen, for example. If you try to change what's on this screen by yelling at it and getting real mad, it's probably not going to change. But if you change what's projected onto the screen will change. It's like trying to change the effect rather than changing the cause. Is similar to changing the fruit of a tree rather than transforming the soil. So when we can transform the soil of ourselves and our society, we will naturally transform what we grow. So here is a song about change.
Ground yourself, find connection, back to basics, true nature, unlearn, get curious, go back to your roots, open your heart, remember your truth. Our time for our voices, it's everything that we thought it could be in our minds. It's our time, 'cause if we wanna change something, we gotta change one thing. 'Cause if we wanna change anything, then we got to change ourselves. Don't want to get it wrong, I knew it all along. Why did I ever doubt myself? 'Cause I know a part of me is also a part of you and everyone else, but it kept on showing up. That's so-called not enough. Trust on the shelf, passing the blame with the fear and the shame while we're making a game of our lives. 'Cause if we wanna change something, then we gotta change one thing. 'Cause if we wanna change anything, then we gotta change ourselves. You guys want to sing that with us? Yeah? All right, whoever sings the loudest gets an alchemy pot. And you'll find out what that is when you get it. Ready? So if we wanna change something, then we gotta change one thing. 'Cause if we wanna change anything, then we gotta change ourselves. One more time, come on. If we wanna change something, then we gotta change one thing. A little louder. If we wanna change anything, we got to change ourselves. One more time. If we wanna change something, then we gotta change one thing. 'Cause if we wanna change anything, then we gotta change ourselves. Raise your hand if you sang the loudest. If you sang the loudest, raise your hand. Thank you so much. That's change. We're going to sing it again tomorrow. So this was your rehearsal.
Thank you, Derek and Lizzie. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. So one thing that this convention reminds us is that renewal happens because people chose to show up, just like you all did this morning. Again and again, in their communities, in their alliances, and in conversations that are not always easy. Braver Angels is carried by volunteers who make this work real across the country. This morning, we're honored to recognize that spirit through our second Alliance Volunteer Spotlight. Please join us in welcoming April Chatham Carpenter, who is here on behalf of Glenn White.
Okay, well, thank you, April. Thank you to Manu, Bill, Jim Farrell, Derek and Lizzie, our family panelists, our volunteers, and every delegate who participated this morning.
We'll go ahead and do announcements before we formally close.
If you're signed up to go to the Dialogue Institute's guided tour of historic Philadelphia, you will be meeting in front of the Museum of the American Revolution at 11 a.m. You will need to catch the 10:30 shuttle from 1300 Hall, which is a place, right? 1300 Hall, in order to make it. If you're staying in on-campus housing, please do not switch rooms in the residence halls. Don't know what that's about. Okay. Didn't expect to read that. Everyone behave. Even if the room appears empty, it is like... I don't know if I can get through this, okay. It is likely assigned to a delegate who has not yet arrived. Now we come to it. Similarly, the stacks of linens in the 1300 Hall common space are reserved for delegates arriving over the next few days. If you need assistance, especially with anything related to residence halls, your first stop should be the front desk of the 1300 Hall? Yes. And an after hours phone number is also posted there if you need help outside of regular desk hours. Between sessions, make sure to check out the exhibit hall in the Student Center. We have over 70 organizations, alliances, and field groups displaying their incredible work. Come and learn.
Mark, do you have an announcement to make?
Yes, I do. So we're running a little behind today. I just want to note we're going to push back the morning breakouts by 15 minutes. So if your breakout is scheduled to start at 10:15, it's going to start at 10:30. If it's scheduled to start at 10:30, it's going to start at 10:45. The rest of the day's schedule will stay on track. Just the morning sessions are going to be pushed back 15 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
All right. This plenary is now adjourned.
and making sure everything's getting saved right. So probably good. Right? Oh, actually, one other thing. Am I right that there's monitors for timing?
Yeah. We'll have
That screen will say
we'll
at
flash.
what point.
We can give you, what do you want, like 30, 15, 5?
Yeah, 30, 15, 5.
Yeah?
I think that's pretty good. I'll have my phone just for the quick check, but you know, sometimes I get into it and time disappears.
There you go.
This can be a problem.
Happens to me too.
Yeah. It's what you want, really.
Yeah,
You want
sure.
someone
That's a
else
good
letting you
conversation,
know.
right?
Yeah, that's the hope. So are we supposed to?
I don't know.
Mark is gone. We'll see. Testing, testing.
Testing, testing. Sounds good.
Are we good? Great, thank you.
All right, that was easy.
Great. Now we just get to sit in the coziest chairs in the house. I am going to get rid of my crossbody bag that I wear every day. And my lanyard. Put that somewhere else and grab my notes.
Do you want to come? Maybe we should have the audience come sit on the stage, and then the light will be in our faces. There you go.
All right.
Thank you. I'm here all week. Okay, more conversation. Okay, testing for the tech out back. Yuval, how was your drive in this morning?
Okay, as good as a drive can get, I guess.
Yeah, fantastic. Not a lot of traffic at 5 in the morning.
Not too bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Early is good. That's the way to do it.
Early is very, very good. That's
Mhm.
great. Yeah, how are we sounding
How's
there?
that sound? Okay.
Okay, we're back to good.
Keep that tone.
That's right. It got really quiet all of a sudden. We're actually not starting yet, guys. Not till 10:45. Sorry. Everything got pushed back a little bit, but I love the respect.
Yeah, that was nice.
Just sudden like.
Not here then where, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, a little longer. Just a sound
Just
check.
a sound check.
You know, that's a good point. I keep turning it off. Thank you.
How long are you out east? A week?
Through Sunday.
Through Sunday.
Fly back to Seattle on Sunday night and then Monday we're going to Japan for vacation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, all the hits.
Incredible.
Yeah.
You been before?
No.
Okay.
Have you?
Never.
Ah.
I'd love to see Japan.
Yeah. It feels like a trend. For some reason, a lot of folks I know, a few years ago it was Iceland. Now it's Japan. Everyone's going to Japan.
That's interesting.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the hot thing. Apparently, I got pen on my pants, Yuval. What am I gonna do about that?
That's all right.
Oh my god. Just cross the other leg.
There you go.
But yeah, I was gonna try to sneak in a trip to Aspen. They wanted me to do a workshop there, but it would have been like 8 hours. And Aspen is so difficult to get to.
It's very hard to get.
It's so bad. The last time I spoke there, I was part of the opening session, and the flight couldn't land because of all the wind.
Yeah.
And so it had to go back up and whatnot. And then it had to go to Grand Junction, I think it was. And so I took a taxi, and I got there. I had to go on stage in my sneakers and t-shirt and jeans.
Yeah.
And I was this close. They were telling me, they were texting me, "You're not here in 2 minutes. We just have to skip." Most stressful thing ever. I just don't want to push it with Aspen anymore.
Yeah.
Apparently pilots love flying into that airport.
It seems crazy between the mountains.
Yeah.
And like there's the runway. I've only done it once, but
You've just once, yeah.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? How's your day? How are we feeling? Hey, hey. Welcome. Welcome to the convention again, and also welcome to the first ever live podcast recording of a Braver Way podcast. Woo! I am so excited to be here with all of you. I think you are just the living embodiment of progress through unity, and we are here with someone who has some deep insights about what unity looks like and doesn't need to look like, and how our differences really do move us forward, and how we are constituted by all these amazing documents and principles and values and virtues that the American spirit just encompasses and brings to life in so many ways. So I am really, really, really grateful to be here with Yuval. Hi, Yuval.
Hello, thank you very much for having me. That's quite an introduction. I need to meet that person you're describing, my God.
Yeah. He's right here. Here he is.
It's great to be with you, and always great to be at anything Braver Angels does. It's just such an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Excellent. Well, let me say a little bit about Yuval. So you are the director of the Social, Cultural, and Constitutional Studies at the American Enterprise Institute, where he also holds the Beth and Ravenel Curry Chair in Public Policy. You're the founder and editor of National Affairs, senior editor at the New Atlantis, and a contributing editor at National Review. You write a lot.
This can be good or bad.
There's
it's a
lot
neutral
of writing.
statement.
That's right. So, Dr. Levin, you also served as a member of the White House Domestic Policy Staff under President George W. Bush, and writes, of course, in numerous publications, including the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, author of several books on political theory and public policy, most recently, American Covenant, How the Constitution Unified Our Nation and Could Again. Anyone love that book as much as I? That's right. That's right.
Wow,
it is
these
a
are my people.
fantastic, it's a wonderful, wonderful book. So, Yuval, I want to start with, I guess, the opening chapter of your American story. You came to the United States when you were 8 years old, and you were 19 at your naturalization ceremony in 1996.
Right.
Tell us about that experience and what the official there said that looks like you never forgot.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I was born in Israel. My family came here, as you said, when I was 8 years old. We came here to Philadelphia. This is where we lived for a few years and then moved to New Jersey, and we kind of orbited Philadelphia for my entire childhood. And you know, when you make that kind of move as a child, to begin with, the new place is daunting and scary, and there's this kind of them in the life of every immigrant that I think at first is how you approach the society that you've entered. And I would say by the time that I became an American citizen, 11 years later, I was 19, I very much felt part of this place. And exactly how that happened is a story that I frankly try to piece together myself, because it's an extraordinary thing that this country does to bring people in, to give them a sense that they can be part of this. And I very quickly, first of all, just found this place fascinating and extraordinary. And by the time I was a college student at my naturalization ceremony, I was a history buff. I was as patriotic as you can imagine. And there's just something about America that allows for that to happen. So I took the oath at the federal courthouse in Newark, New Jersey, which is not in itself a place that evokes deep patriotism necessarily, but is nonetheless a wonderful American place to be. And the judge, the federal judge who gave us the oath, you know, in my recollection, he's this grizzled old judge. I actually should really look up how old he was, because I was 19, so he might well have been 45, I don't know, but he seemed like a very old man. And he got up to give a little speech after we all took the oath, and I thought he would talk about Lincoln or Madison or something. And he said this very strange thing to us. He said, from now on, you have to think and talk about America in the first person plural. And I would bet you that none of us knew what he meant. He explained it, but in that first instant, all of us who had passed the English test and were all set and excited, first person plural is not the most obvious thing in the world. He said what it means is you have to say us and we when you talk about America. Don't say them anymore. It's not them, it's us. And it's we. He really stressed we. And I would say that in that moment, that felt like a weird and disappointing speech to give to a group of new immigrants. But it has never left me. It has always stayed with me because I think that that is advice we all need all the time, not just immigrants to America, but everybody in our country needs to remember that when we talk about America, we should say us and we, and not talk about some they who are really the problem here. If there's a problem, then we're the problem. If there are solutions, then we're the solutions. And that word we is a very, very important word in the American political tradition. You know, it's the first word of the Constitution, we the people. It's the first word of that magical second sentence of the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths. There's a reason for that. Those documents are written in the first person plural because they amount to people taking common ownership of their joint fate together. And that is really the hard work of citizenship. So I not only am grateful to have become an American back then, but grateful for what that retired judge had to say to us.
Amazing. So you were saying you became a history buff. You've been piecing together the story of how you went, you know, from an 8-year-old kid from another country to the most patriotic person maybe you knew. You know, bring us into then what brought you to not just wanting to understand and feeling fascinated by America, but this thing that's all over your work of wanting to help us all understand how to preserve, protect, deserve it. What drives Yuval Levin toward that?
Well, look, I think part of it is a worry about taking for granted what we have in this country. A lot of times our politics begins by taking the good for granted and then fighting to the death about the bad. And politics is about disagreement. It's about what we argue about. And so it makes a certain amount of sense. We're not going to spend a lot of time in our politics just kind of talking about how nice the weather is today. But, and nobody ever had a feel, you know, I used to work for a member of Congress, and I was always struck at how angry people were on the phone. And at one point, my boss said to me, you know, nobody ever says, what a great day I had. I should call my congressman and tell him about it. It doesn't mean everybody's mad all the time. This is just what you do when you're mad. We turn to politics when we have problems, and that's right. But I think that civic life and patriotism is not just politics, and it can't just be what we do when we're mad. There has to be some sense that this provides us with extraordinary opportunities to live a flourishing life. The kind of country we have, the kind of society we have, is something we should not take for granted. And it's especially important in helping the rising generation of Americans take ownership of this society, to help them see that it's not just a bunch of problems that they're taking over. It's actually an enormous opportunity to live a good and happy life. And we should be very grateful to be here now, right? For all that we complain, and I'm sure we'll complain, all of the challenges we face, there are a lot of ways in which there are new problems, there are things that used to be better, but you know what? There are a lot of things that used to be worse. There's not some golden age that we're all working to get back to. I don't know when that would have been, but I doubt you would actually want to go there. And the idea that all there is picking pieces up from the floor and complaining just isn't right. If you ask yourself about your life, however worried you might be about our country, and I'm worried about it, I think we have to begin by seeing the good so that the work we do can begin from and be directed to what we love and not what we hate. A politics that is about what you hate is not going to work well. Ultimately, it has to be about protecting the preconditions for what makes it worthwhile. And it's hard to do that day to day, but I think it's very, very important to keep it in mind.
Yeah, for sure. So in American Covenant, you wrote that American politics is an endless argument among people who share a set of broad commitments in common and who owe one another something, that sense of obligation. We've been hearing here about that need to think of what we owe each other. What was that, the last sentence of the Declaration of Independence? We pledge, do you know it by heart, history buff?
Our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Yeah, amazing, right? So trying to renew that pledge, what would that mean? What do we owe each other? You know, I saw this recent survey that said, and actually I'm going to just ask what you all would think, how many of us privately believe that the greatest threat to this country is other Americans? You know, raise your hand if you think it's, you know, I don't know, 25%, 50%, higher than that. Yeah, you guys know what we're up against. It's 62%. 62% of Americans privately believe that the greatest threat to this country comes from other Americans. So the thing that I kind of want to bring to this conversation and explore from many angles with you, Yuval, is what do we Americans owe each other when we're wary of each other and of our shared future?
You know, I think it's worth a thought about that other Americans point, because there is a way that the threats that face our society are not exactly external threats, but they're also not exactly other Americans, right? I think the greatest dangers that we face are about losing sight of what it is that we have to preserve and work with. Abraham Lincoln, when he was a young man, he was 27 years old, he was invited by a boys' high school in Springfield, Illinois, to give a talk. It was in a series where they invited people to talk about their lives, and the person before him literally told a story about a trip to Montreal, okay? Abraham Lincoln gives a speech that he calls the preservation of American institutions. We think of it as the men's lyceum speech now. It's really worth your while. And among the things he says in that speech is that no enemy invader will ever drink a drop of the Ohio River. The United States will not fall to an enemy. If the United States falls to anything, it will be to a loss of its own sense of purpose. We can die by suicide or live forever, he said. And I do think there's some truth to that. The challenges we face are about how we can sustain what we have. And I think that speaks to what we owe each other, too. What we owe each other is a commitment to that common project that we do have to work at together. And that means we owe each other a lot of patience and tolerance. Look, America's always been a diverse, divided society full of crazy people with all kinds of dynamic dreams. That's just who we are. We're not good at standing in line. We're good at starting stuff. We're good at fighting about things. That's what we're good at. I think we have to be aware of that about ourselves and understand that part of what we owe each other is this common life together. And that ultimately that does require giving people a lot of room. It requires giving people a lot of patience. But it also requires giving that common work our time, our commitment. This is where, you know, again, as you said, our lives, our fortune, our sacred honor. That's a lot of sacrifice and commitment. And I think we're very good at thinking about the rights we have as Americans. We do need to be better at thinking about the obligations we have. The Republican side of liberal republicanism is more about obligations than about rights. And ultimately, to take ownership of this society really does mean taking responsibility for it. And I think part of what we owe each other is responsibility. It's a big, broad word. You know, responsibility is a wonderfully American word. It actually used to be the case that the Oxford English Dictionary said the first use of responsibility was in the Federalist Papers.
Wait,
which was
what?
Wonderful.
Really?
And then they found an earlier use, almost 100 years earlier, which was very frustrating to me, in Britain. But nonetheless, it seems like maybe the second or third time the word was ever used in English was to describe the office of the President of the United States in the Federalist. There is something distinctly American about this notion that what characterizes citizens is responsibility. And responsibility is really about taking ownership. It's being responsible for something and being accountable for it. I think that's a lot of what we owe each other.
That's amazing. So we've got responsibility. You mentioned patience a couple of times. In my, little dips here and there into history, I have been really struck by another word that was used a lot then and very rarely now, and it's a word you just used, Republican with a small r. And back in the founders' time, George Washington, there was a lot of conversation about what it means to be a good Republican. And you've mentioned that that notion seems to have strayed from us in contemporary times. What did being a Republican mean? What force did it have, and what did it look like?
It's funny that the American two-party system has a lot going for it, but it's done us the disfavor of making the word Democratic and the word Republican kind of complicated words. We always have to say small r Republican, but actually James Madison, when he uses the word Republican in the Federalist, always capitalizes the word. We mean small r in the sense that it's not the Republican Party. That's not what it's about. But republicanism is one of the essential features of the kind of free society we are. And there are a lot of ways to understand it. For Madison, for example, in the Federalist, Republican means not democratic in the sense of direct citizen participation in all decision-making, but representative democracy. That's one of the things it means. But I think more deeply than that, and you find this especially in the thinking of John Adams and in some ways in George Washington, republicanism refers to a society in which the citizens are the sovereigns, are the owners. They don't answer to somebody else. And that comes with a lot of freedom and authority, but also with a lot of responsibility. And republicanism is about exercising the responsibility of citizenship. It's connected to another word that we've forgotten how to use. The word is virtue. Virtue it now strikes us as a really old-fashioned word. And it's sort of fallen out of our vocabulary because we don't quite know what to do with it. It's a very complicated word, right? Because in our long tradition in the West, there have always been plural virtues, good habits. Aristotle has 11 of them. And there's always been virtue as in the singular, which Aristotle also has, and which describes a kind of a mode, a way of being that's necessary for living a good life. I think civic virtue, in the way in which the generation of the American founders used it, means something like the strength to play your part. If you think about when they used the word virtue, try to insert that definition into it. And civic virtue means the strength to play the part of a citizen. It's a role, right? It's defined in a certain way. It requires something of you. It limits you in some ways. It empowers you in some ways. But it matters when it's difficult, when it takes some real strength to do it. And I think that's an essential idea of republicanism that we've lost. But I should say, Republican has always been hard to define. There's a section in the original Constitution, Article 6, where the national government commits to the states to provide to all the states a republican form of government. John Adams famously in a letter says he asked everybody he knew at the convention, which is almost everybody who was at the convention. He wasn't there himself. He was ambassador to England at the time. He asked them, what is this? What does it mean? And he said he got as many answers as people he asked. Nobody could really tell him exactly what they meant by Republican, even in the Constitution where they used the term themselves. So we shouldn't feel too bad about not quite being able to define that term, but I do think responsibility is at the core of it.
Yeah, so looking into contemporary times and some of the ways we've slipped from being a Republican, I'll ask you directly, in what ways might we be right to be concerned that we could slip into behaving like subjects?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the opposite in a way of a Republican.
That's right. I think the great danger in a Republican form of government is passivity. The danger is not disagreement, it's not polarization. These can be dangerous, but the greatest danger is passivity, is to understand yourself as a spectator. I think the best source on this is Alexis de Tocqueville. Tocqueville, at the end of the second volume of Democracy in America, comes to the view that the greatest danger that the United States faces in its future is what he calls somnolence, or what Harvey Mansfield, in translating him, calls somnolence. In other words, sleepiness, a sense that all this stuff is somebody else's fault. When something goes wrong, he says the French have a tendency to fold their arms and wait for an official to turn up. And he's impressed that the Americans don't do this, but he worries that they could, that there's something about a free society because it comes with so many rights and because the obligations are optional. that we'll lose sight of those obligations. And I do think that passivity or a kind of spectator citizenship is still the biggest danger that we face. The sense that when things happen, it's really somebody else's fault. You even find this now in public officials, right? I think if you look at Congress, you would have to say the tendency to become a spectator is a very dangerous, deforming force in the life of even that institution, let alone in our lives as citizens.
That's right. I'm really struck by this. Also, it's like a vocabulary lesson today, right? Somnolence? I'll need to spell that later. So the spectator-ness, I think, of the media. You've written about how Congress seems to be, there's more performativeness in our institutions. They become platforms for a show, right? And then the sleepiness, well, yeah, there's a sense of hopelessness that contributes to that. But there's also, going back to the beginning when you were talking about your naturalization ceremony, the first person plural, we is really hard to use when we keep blaming them. The other side in some way is at fault. And so even among, citizens, Americans, we're back to them when we should be at the we. So that's super, super resonant to me. Let's move to this. I think one of the most insightful things I've learned from your work is that our division really is truly by design. And it is a brilliant design that we hold America together by keeping it divided. One way you put it in your book, the system allows us to avoid becoming too divided by preventing us from becoming too unified. Unpack that for us.
Yeah. I would say there's an assumption at the core of the American constitutional project that is not obvious to us anymore. And the assumption is that a free society will always be divided. It's a function of freedom. Madison says this directly. In Federalist 10, he's got this one sentence that if it doesn't stop you short, it really should. He says, as long as the reason of man continues fallible and he's at liberty to exercise it, different opinions will be formed. Period. In other words, get a group of people together. If they're allowed to think what they want, they will not all think the same thing. When you put it that way, that's obviously right. And yet, if you think about our expectations of politics, we're always disappointed at division, and we wish for a kind of unity that isn't real. We talk about unity a lot now in our divided society. Look at the last 4 or 5 presidential inaugural addresses. They're all about unity. That's how a divided country talks. But what do they mean by unity? What they mean by unity is, if everybody agreed with me, things would be really great. And I believe that too. If everybody agreed with me, things would be really great. But I don't expect that. And I don't think that the failure to see that is an indication of failure. Madison begins by assuming that division is a fact, and then thinking about what unity can look like. And that's not a contradiction, because for him, unity doesn't mean thinking alike. Unity means acting together. And the difference is a very important difference. Thinking alike and acting together are not opposites. It is entirely possible to act together when you don't think alike. How? I would suggest to you that the American Constitution is a set of answers to that question. How? How do we act together when we don't think alike? And the answers look like negotiation, competition, a kind of constant constructive tension. The Constitution is built to make sure that narrow, temporary majorities can't get their way. It's frustrating, right? Its purpose is to frustrate. Almost everything about it is built to make sure that, nope, I know you won the election, but nope, you got to talk to that guy. And that's very frustrating when you win narrow majorities, which is really all we've had in America for the past 25 years. But what you're supposed to do with that frustration is build coalitions, is reach out and broaden your coalition, your majority. The American system is different from every other democracy in the world in this way, and it's really worth noticing. The parliamentary systems, which are most democracies, perfectly legitimate democracies, don't get me wrong, they are built to empower any majority, however narrow, to have all the power in the system until it loses its majority. Now that's accountable, it's democratic, and they can lose their majorities, but the American system is built to restrain narrow majorities and require them to grow. so that in the American system, you never get all the power in the system. Period. You just don't. And you know, every president finds himself at some point sitting in the Oval Office thinking, why am I talking to these people? I just won the election. And the fact is, the Constitution is designed to make sure you have to still talk to those people. And we often look at those features of it as frustrating, as problems, but those are the solutions to our problems in 21st century America. It's where we're forced to deal with each other that we stand a chance of acting together when we don't think alike. And so I like all those frustrating elements. They're the best thing about the system. The separations of powers, the multiple power centers, that's why we don't just have simple majority rule running over minorities in America. We have a very complicated democratic system that forces us to deal with each other.
This notion of frustration being the cost of unity, and unity in this sort of interestingly divided way, you know, seems to be the answer. In a prior session, we had a couple of cousins, red and blue, up here on stage, and they've been trying to deal with their differences, and an analogy that one of them used was, you have to learn to live with the pebble in your shoe. Yep. And I thought that was so great. So what you're saying is, love the frustrating parts.
Yeah,
they are the best parts?
They're necessary, right? Are they the best parts? They don't have to be the best parts. Sure, it's very nice when everybody in the room thinks the same way and we can all act together, and we do that. We do that in smaller groups in America. That's how we engage in politics. It's not just individuals. But I think we have to see that the way that this immense, diverse society can work is by seeing that the conflict is the solution, not the problem. We have a tendency now in 21st century America to think that we're just disagreeing too much, we're fighting too much. I think we're disagreeing way too little. Even very politically engaged people spend most of our time with people we agree with, talking about people we disagree with. And we think that's what politics is. That's not what politics is. What politics is actually dealing with those people we disagree with. And yeah, it's not always great fun. That's not the point. You get somewhere by figuring out, how can I get what I'm trying to achieve given that not everybody agrees? And the answer is, they also need some of what they're trying to achieve. And building that kind of common ground is not just a matter of putting what you want on the table, they put what they want, and you find a middle place. It's actually not generally about the middle, right? If you want to build a bridge and I don't, we don't build half a bridge. We both lose that way. What we find is something you want. And we find some way to kind of organize and arrange our public life so that I can get what I want and you can get what you want. And that's really the magic of democratic politics. It's hard to do, and we've fallen out of the knack of doing it so that it seems so unfamiliar to us now that it doesn't really feel like we're up to it. But our public life is built to facilitate that kind of politics, and I absolutely think it's possible now.
So for the sake of inspiring us a little bit, I love your concept of, it's not finding common ground, not really. It's creating it. It's forging it. We heard earlier today about the space between us. That's where the work happens. You know, not us and them, but sort of what we're creating together. So we find the common ground. There's something transformative by coming together in this way that's about unity that doesn't think alike, but can act together. What are the areas of substantive contention that still exist? Other than the Braver Angels Convention, it does feel like a lot of the spaces where people come together are not necessarily built for productive tension. So where are they? Give us some.
So I think it's true. A lot of those spaces have been worn down or have been turned into silos where disagreement is seen as a failure. I think that's happened in a lot of universities in our society, which are meant to be places where we engage with different ideas. It's happened in some of our political journalism as it's been fragmented. And so those two have become spaces where people who agree with each other talk about people who don't agree with them. But there are, I think our public life still does work this way a fair amount of the time. I would point you first to your state capital, whatever state. Now, some states are more functional than others, maybe not whatever state, but in many places, politics at the state level still very much works in this way, where ultimately you have to reach an agreement at the end of the day, and you do it by drawing in various interests so that people know one another pretty well in the state legislature. They know what the other guy needs. They know what it would mean to arrive at a place where you can make a deal and reach an arrangement. A lot of the reasons why this can happen is that it's not as performative as Congress. It's more boring. Legislative work is supposed to be boring. The fact that it is now interesting to people who are looking for a circus is not good. They should look at Congress and say, that's much too dull for me, transportation policy. Instead, they look at Congress and think, that seems like fun, and that's a bad sign. But I would say to you that this happens in Congress too. I have a lot of criticism to offer of Congress. I think that it is at the center of our constitutional dysfunction now. And yet still, now too, there's a fair amount of real negotiation and deal-making that does happen. There ultimately is some kind of agreement on appropriations every year that has to be bipartisan, and a fair amount of deal-making gets done. You can point to some bipartisan legislation in the last 10 years. I would say all of it is a function of the filibuster, and get me started on the filibuster, because I think we really have to remember the case for defending it. It's extremely important. But it does happen, that kind of work, especially when it's not the most salient, high-profile issue, but when it is just transportation policy or figuring out how we should think about the future of the FAA, these bills do happen. Our politics still can work. It's just we have to see as a success what we now too often define as the failure. The deal, the bargain, the arrangement. A lot of members now run for Congress promising not to do that kind of thing, and they feel like they have to do it in secret. But that's their job. That is the job. And if you're running on a promise never to give an inch, then you're running on a promise not to be a legislator. Maybe there's something else you should do with your time. There are a lot of things that capable people can do in our economy. You don't have to run for Congress. If you do, you really should be somebody who wants to make a bargain. And I don't think we should tell ourselves that never happens anymore. It does happen, but not enough.
And I want to get to how individual citizens who may not be in elected office can get to that. But first, all of us at Braver Angels and many folks who are interested in making sure that our pluralistic vigor remains, think a lot about tone, the way that we say what we say. So you've talked about how there's two kinds of democratic voice, one that's unreflective and spontaneous, and one that's more deliberative and considered. And you quoted a writer, I think, that only the latter is fit to rule. And that's Congress's job in our system. You've called yourself a congressional supremacist, by the way. I kind of love that. But Congress is obviously a
I mean, the Constitution is a congressional supremacist.
Article
right?
1.
First.
That's right. So unreflective passions are clearly really prevalent right now. And there's lots of pebbles in our shoe to the point where we can't walk, it feels. So I want to read a segment of an interview between the journalist Ross Douthat of the New York Times and our Vice President, J.D. Vance, because they talked about tone and some interesting things were said. Douthat said, there's a tone of aggressive uncharity to people who aren't on board with the administration's policies, he told Vance. I'm curious what you think. Vance said, the tone argument is in some ways, people see what they want to see. And I also think that tonal arguments are ways of, frankly, policing working class ways of communication and covering them in elite preferences. Take a classic example. The Biden administration had a very humane way of talking about immigration, about illegal immigration. It was very charitable in some of the words it offered to people who were coming into our country. I would say that it was not particularly charitable to the people who were living with the consequences of mass migration into our country. So at a certain level, what I think matters much more than perceived tone is actual conduct. So my question is he excusing people from the conduct of good conflict and communication, arguing that we don't really need that? Or is he onto something when he suggests that a preoccupation with each other's tone keeps us from hearing what we're trying to say sometimes?
Well, I think he's onto something, but I think in a way both the argument he's answering and the argument he's making are examples of what happens when we come to think of politics as just talking about stuff. Politics has to be channeled through institutions. The core insight that we've been getting at here of the American constitutional system is that this can only work if it's channeled through a set of structured procedures that require us to deal with each other. That's what a legislature is, that's what our electoral system is, that's what the separation of powers amounts to, that's what the legal system is. And those kinds of institutions do demand a certain tone by default. To be effective in the political system, you can't just insult people. If you're trying to get them to come along, you have to talk to them in a certain way. Now, the reason to do that is not to be nice. Nice is fine, but the reason to do that is to be effective. The reason to do that is to actually succeed in our system. I think we've arrived at a place where some of the people in our country who are most engaged in politics think that the way to win is to go around the system and be more direct. But that is not the way to win. That is the way to be totally ineffective, to just talk and talk and talk. How do you actually achieve something in politics? It is still now by going through the system and actually taking the steps necessary to change policy, to change the direction of our public life. And there's not a way around. There's not a shortcut. The president doesn't have a shortcut at his disposal to just do stuff. Our presidents have all had to learn this. All of our recent presidents have come in and tried to do by executive action all kinds of stuff that, guess what, you just can't do by executive action. And then they get frustrated and they blame everybody else and they want to pack the court and they want to end the filibuster. No, just do the job. It's right in front of you. There is a way to do this. You have a very powerful position, but it is only powerful if you operate within the system of which it is a part. And one of the things that working that way does is change your tone, because you just have to be persuasive to people you don't agree with. And I think that's one of the things we've gotten just very bad at in American political life. We think that there's some kind of authenticity to just being a jerk, but maybe it's authentic, I don't know, but it's totally ineffective. The problem with it isn't that it is not nice. The problem with it is that it is a waste of time and energy. You get nothing done that way. And we do have a system that is structured to align a certain idea of tone with also a certain idea of effectiveness. The incentives really are aligned in the system. And so the problem with the kind of tone that Ross Douthat is criticizing there is not just that it's uncharitable. The problem with it is it's totally ineffective in the American political system. And I think the answer that the vice president gave him suggests that he doesn't see that. It's very important to see it. Tone is part of substance, and that's not about civility, and it's not about just being kind to people. That's really important, by the way. Civility is very important. Being kind to people is essential. But you know what? Failing to do that is also totally ineffective. And I think we have to see that connection. That's part of what our system of government offers us. So yeah, I don't think the tone arguments are about policing people's speech. On the contrary, I think they're about channeling our political energies in a direction that can actually change things.
Right, so effectiveness. To your point about the tension between authenticity and civility, I guess I want to push back on a piece of it, which is that I do wonder if there's really two sides to the coin. It's we owe each other, we're talking about what we owe each other when we're wary of each other. We owe each other, the effort of being effective by communicating productively across our differences, yes. I also wonder, though, if we owe each other the effort to grow our capacity to withstand incivility when it comes, because it is authentic and it is revealing something true about our fellow Americans' concerns.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think these things have to work together in the sense that authenticity can't just mean that I don't have to take account of you, right? I do have to take account of you. That's what living in a free society together when we don't agree means.
It's beautifully said.
And so it can't just be, well, you just have to take me as I am. No. The whole point of civilization is we don't take human beings just as they are. We turn ourselves into something better than we were at the beginning. That's what life is for. Everything about it is an effort at formation that can enable us to be better than we otherwise would be. And so that's not inauthentic. That's what it means to be a serious and civilized person.
So there's a new friend of mine, Elizabeth Oldfield. I don't know if you know of her work. She's incredible.
No.
leads the Sacred podcast, just an author and a very spiritual thinker. She's great. And she wrote in her book, Fully Alive, something that I think captures a longing that I'm hoping can give us some hope, that some of these things we're talking about our obligations might be catching on, or at least there's the desire. And she said, if we are headed into even more turbulent times, I want to be someone who is of use, not overwhelmed and panicking, but steady and hopeful, able to contribute to weaving a canopy of trust under which other people can take shelter. Does that hit you all the way it kind of hits me? I think she nailed something there.
Yeah.
So your thoughts on that before I weave us into
No, I think that's wonderful, and it's right. I mean, it requires a kind of courage to confront the fact that the future is uncertain, that things do seem turbulent. I would say we can gain some of that confidence from our history too. I think that we understate how turbulent the American story has always been. We look at our moment now and we think, wow, this could really go anywhere. But talk to Americans in the 1850s. Talk to Americans in the 1960s. Talk to Americans at the bicentennial. How do they feel about the future? They felt like this about the future. I think it's actually very important for us to remember that maybe the most stable characteristic of the American national character has always been a foreboding sense of doom.
Oh, no.
From the very beginning. I mean, you know, John Adams talked this way like on July 5th, 1776, okay? It didn't take any time to think, how are we going to be able to sustain this? And to talk about the end of the Roman Republic, I mean, you find that in 1810. It is not new, and it is not just ours. And this country's always had the sense that it's going to be really hard to hold this together. And I don't know if this survives another generation. You know, most countries, their national anthem is a song about how beautiful the country is or how great the king is or something. The American national anthem is a song about barely surviving the night. Okay, that's what it's about. That's the subject. The flag was still there. I mean, is that really that impressive?
So much. Actually, somebody pointed this out to me. It ends in a question.
Yeah.
Oh, say, does the Star-Spangled Banner yet hang? Like, is it still there?
It was written by a man who was falling asleep as a prisoner on a British ship and looking at a flag across Baltimore Harbor, pretty sure it wasn't going to be there in the morning. Okay, and the song starts at dawn thinking, oh, the flag's still there. That's very American, okay?
Well,
and we
so
still have that
we're just
attitude.
doomed to be stressed out and
we're
worried
stressed.
because we can.
That's right. But don't take the wrong lesson from that. He was right to worry. And Americans have always been right to worry because what we're trying to sustain here is not easy. It's not a simple matter. And so we're not wrong to worry about this. It's just prior generations have had to deal with challenges like this, and some of them much greater than this. And the fact that we have challenges to deal with is not new. What's new is that we have challenges to deal with. So when you read history, you already know how it ended up, and you think, you know, at the very beginning of the story, you know that it's going to be impressive. We're looking now at ourselves, we're not that impressed, and we're looking at the future, and it's really uncertain, and we don't know. And I think we have to be capable of approaching that with some courage and a sense of confidence that we have the resources to do this. We have a lot to work with. We're inheriting an extraordinary society that has endured for a very long time for a reason. And as long as we are up to keeping that banner high, we will succeed. And so I think having that kind of trust is not just a matter of blind hope. There's reason for it.
So we're entering something that I want to call a lightning round, but it probably won't go that fast. But I'm really curious to hear what you think of this. We're trying to focus on what us as individuals, what we can do as part of this way of owing each other, renewing this pledge to each other, not being sleepy, not being spectators, being agents, right, of the America that we inherited. And you and I are both immigrants, so we kind of come with sort of this, this sort of, oh, it's my adopted home, and I get it, I love it. So I would like to know how does a strong and hopeful democratic Republican in today's real world approach Let's start with social media.
Yeah, social media I do find hard to approach with hope, but you know, one way to think about it is to see the need for some restraint. Social media is a test of our character. Human history has been full of these tests, and we haven't always done well with them. It's not entirely new. It's not totally unprecedented. It calls for the kinds of things that cultural temptations have always called for. A sense of restraint and responsibility, a Sabbath.
A Sabbath?
A Sabbath, yes. The challenges to our character have always called for the kind of restraint that's only possible by really stepping back from everything for a while. This is a very Jewish view, but it's not only that. The Sabbath is in a way an answer to the challenge of idolatry. Why? Because the danger of idolatry is that we're constantly tempted into shortcuts from the formative path that we're actually called to follow. And the way to resist those temptations is now and then to just step back from them and take some time away from them.
Otherwise, you're just going to want the easy answer, the quick one.
Exactly.
Right.
Because if you're always on, you're going to want the shortcut. But if you take a moment that's devoted to genuine rest, but also genuine reflection, what we used to mean by leisure, there's another word we don't know how to define anymore, then you're able to recover the energy you need to then deal with those temptations again. So I think one answer to social media is to take a break now and then. And, you know, on a regular basis, however hard it is. And in general, you know, these kind of tools, they're only as bad as they are because that's how we use them. If someone told you that we were going to have an extraordinary resource like the internet, where you can have access to all the world's knowledge at your fingertips and communicate with anybody on the planet, and this is how we use it. We use it for what? For cat videos and pornography. You would say, the problem here is not the internet. The problem here is, why is this what you're doing with it? And that's a more traditional kind of problem that we can wrap our head around, and we shouldn't lose hope about it.
So next up, how does a strong and hopeful Democratic Republican approach ruptures in personally formative institutions such as family?
I think this in some ways is the deepest problem we have, because family is the most essential of the formative institutions we have. And I think, I use that term, I think institutions fundamentally are most important because they are formative, right? They shape us in ways that we require in order to flourish. They make us into something we wouldn't otherwise be. That's true of the family, it's true of religion, it's true of our work, it's true of our civic commitments. They aren't just things we choose to do. They make demands on us, they give us roles, right? And there are moments in life when you would behave one way if your kids are in the car, and another way if they're not. And that is a moment where family is forming you in a better direction. And the breakdown of those institutions, and that happens in every part of your life, right? There are things you do because you're a teacher that you might not otherwise do, and they're good for you. They make you a better person. I think the loss of the formative power of core institutions really runs the risk of leaving us unformed in this way, of leaving us unready to deal with the challenges of life. And that does mean we have to invest ourselves in these institutions. We have to let them form us even when we don't have to. A lot of the most challenging things in a free society are accepting constraints that are optional. And we have to see that the reason to do that is because we need them in order to be better. That's not an easy thing to see. It requires a certain kind of education. It requires a certain kind of life experience. And so I worry a lot about the decline of the formative power of these institutions, but they do answer a need we have, a longing we have. I think a lot of the hope that I have comes from the fact that these longings are permanent. We cannot do away with them.
Yes.
And therefore, the ways in which we can respond to them well are always going to be there, ready for us to draw on, because the longing itself is never going away. The good news is the bad news, right? The fact that we need these things is why I don't think we're going to permanently lose them.
Right, right. We can feel that hunger, that craving. This one has come up a lot. How does the strong and hopeful Democratic Republican approach the constant reflex toward political impatience. Change is not coming fast enough. This institution or system isn't working because it's not delivering the results. I don't want to hear what this person is thinking. I want them to get out of my way.
Yeah, look, I think the answer to that is not simply to tell people they're wrong about it or tell them a different story about it. The answer to that is to help people see that that impatience leads to failure, practical failure. If you really want to achieve this, the long way is the only way that will work. I think that's good. It's a good thing that things are set up that way. But whether you like it or not, it's true. So that the case for political reform is not just a moralistic case for we should be better. It's, in fact, an argument that begins from the fact that what we're doing isn't working. And there's actually something very strange about this moment in our politics. Both of our political parties, for 25 years now, have been doing something that isn't working. It isn't working for them. Neither of them has really won a persuasive electoral majority in 25 years. And somehow they don't see it, and they keep doing this thing that isn't working. To help them, to help us, to help one another see that that kind of impatience doesn't work is, I think, the essential first step. And that the argument for our system is a practical argument. It's not just an argument for being better. That's good too, but it's not always very persuasive. It's an argument that says if you really want to solve this problem, this is actually more or less the only way we know.
Let's do one more. So how would that strong Democratic Republican approach their own fear for the future?
Yeah. I think that the only way to really approach your own fear is by seeing that fear is dangerously debilitating and that it's self-fulfilling. And so some amount of confidence and courage is required to avoid what it is you fear. It's not easy to persuade. This is much easier said than done. I mean, we all in our own lives can point to many ways that we fail to do this. But I think that in our civic life together, we should just make much less room for fear. We're Americans. We have less to fear than just about anybody in the world. We live in a free society. It's going to dominate the 21st century because really who else is? There's not even anybody that can make a plausible claim. You don't want to be China in 20 years. You want to be the United States in 20 years. We have a lot going for us. We have a lot of reasons for confidence. But to really make the most of the potential we have to take some chances. We have to do some work. We have to invest ourselves in long-term projects that are not immediately going to bear fruit, but that we have to believe are ultimately going to get us somewhere. And so I think that the answer to that kind of fear is the very difficult, challenging answer that has always been the only answer to fear, which is have some courage and confidence in one another and in yourself. I wish there were a more practical answer to that one, but that really does require the kind of confidence that I think we're all working for.
Yeah, that's for sure. That maybe we can find together, right? By approaching somebody
Absolutely.
who scares you, something about what they believe scares you. Get close enough, and maybe that thing is not even there.
Yeah.
I saw a really interesting statistic. 71% of the public overall in America says they're proud of their country. That increases in private. For members of Gen Z, that goes up 9 percentage points in private, if they're not asked publicly. And for boomers, it goes up 8 percentage points. Do you think that we owe each other a love of country? Is it important? I mean, you were saying that one of the features of being American is to always be kind of awaiting doom with this sense of foreboding. And patriotism itself is debated, what it means and what it reflects about us. But in my own personal life, I have a hard time investing in things I don't love.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I don't know if I would quite say we owe each other love of country. I think that our country deserves our love. And we owe that to this thing we are together. And in that sense, we owe it to each other, too. I think at some level people recognize that. And patriotism does come relatively naturally. Even when we disagree, we often disagree about who's living up to some American ideal and who's not. Our disagreements are very often channeled through a kind of love of country. And I also think it's important that people are more willing to say they're patriotic in private than in public. It's a peculiar thing. I mean, you would think that peer pressure would work the other way, but there is actually something that feels almost uncool about saying you love your country, and we ought to work on changing that too. I mean, that just can't be the way, and it suggests something about our civic culture and our public life that ought to change. But it does seem to me that ultimately the conviction that we are engaged in public life because of something we love is the only way to really engage in public life. If you're in politics because you hate those other people, it's not going to work. And I think it's actually true of very few people. Most people are in politics for some kind of defensive, protective purpose. There's something they care about. Maybe they worry those terrible other people are threatening it, but they're not in it first and foremost out of what they hate. I think we can all think of some people in politics who are, and they're not generally constructive models for everybody else.
So, to wrap up, imagine a time machine, and all your favorite founders hop in, and they come out here, 250 years later. Now, you know enough to know, each of the founders. I know you love Madison. I mean, we've all, well, not all, but a lot of us know Hamilton because of, the musical. And you just kind of go down. Tell us, we can probably guess some of the things that they would be aghast about. What do you think their actual first reaction would be, stepping out of that time machine, taking a look around?
Wow.
And then what do you think would really be encouraging to them? And please feel free to, isolate, just educate us a little bit.
That's a great question. So look, Ben Franklin would love everything about
Really?
the 21st century. I think absolutely everything about it. This is where he hoped we were going. And that wouldn't be true of everybody else. John Adams, at first glance, would probably dislike everything. He felt that way about his own time, too. But ultimately would come to see some of what the ways in which some of what he really cared for has survived and thrived. I think what would strike a lot of them most, and I think what they would be most pleased with and proud of, is actually the sheer fact that we're still doing this. 250 years is a long time. The United States, we like to think of ourselves in America as a young country, and in some ways we are. We're dynamic, we're a little nuts, we're careless, reckless. That's great. But we're not actually a young country. Politically, the United States is the oldest country in the world now. The United States is the only society that has the same government it had in 1800. The British can say, they can point to institutions with the same names as the ones they had in 1800, but none of them do anything like what they were doing then. And nobody else could even say that. Every other society has been through conquest and revolution and changes of regime. Even the most stable societies in the world have had 3 or 4 or 5 governments since 1800. The United States has essentially the same regime we did then. We've made a few amendments, but really they've been very modest in the big picture. We're still doing what they were doing. And the reason for that is that they did build for dynamism, for division, for tension. And I think they rightly would have been very proud and surprised to see that 250 years later, we're still, the Supreme Court today is resolving cases by reading what they wrote, because those are still our laws. There are certainly people in our society who think that's a bad thing, that's a sign that we're behind the times. I think it's just the other way. It's an extraordinary thing. It is evidence that we have a system built for evolution and for dynamism, and I think they'd be proud of that, and I think we should be proud of that.
But Madison would go to Congress and yell at everybody all day long,
Yes.
right?
Madison would be shocked by Congress. His assumption was always the danger is Congress will be too strong, too assertive, too demanding of authority and power. I think the problem we have on that front really is one that he did not foresee and that none of them did. That Congress wouldn't want to do its job is not a problem they thought about.
Yeah, that's right. So everyone write your congressman and tell them to do their jobs and help us out over here. All right, well, this was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Great fun.
This was a lot of fun. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. And don't forget to subscribe to A Braver Way so you can hear this again coming up. All right. Thanks, Yuval.
Thank you.
Are we? I think that we are at the. I think we are at the starting point here, and so, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for showing up for this special conversation with author and scholar extraordinaire, Mr. Yuval Levin of the American Enterprise Institute and author of the book American Covenant. Now, Yuval is with us for a double header today. He just had a round with Monica, and I'm coming in like Trevor Hoffman or Mariano Rivera as the closer with Yuval. So I was just saying, anybody who was at the first conversation and is here for the second, those are your Yuval
those are the
Levin.
people I want to meet.
Exactly. Those are your Yuval Levin diehards here. But I expect that we will trace a little bit of some perhaps different territory. You know, Braver Angels is deeply enmeshed in the relational project that exists between individuals in our democratic republic. At the same time, we are by no means unconcerned with the larger body of philosophy and ideas that animates the living principles, if you will, of our democratic society and our constitutional order. And I think that I would like to attempt to plumb the depths of some of that heritage of thought with you as a way of leaning into the question of, you know, how is it that the Constitution, which we take to be a political and a legal framework, how is it that the Constitution represents more than that, right? And so before I bring you all the way in to answer that, Brother Levin, I was just mentioning to you our event last night with Professor West. We were talking about jazz and the blues as metaphor for American democracy and culture. I just wanted to read you this from the late, great Stanley Crouch. Do you remember Stanley Crouch?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Stanley had this to say, likening the blues and the Constitution. He said, "The blues have much to do with the vision of the Constitution. The Constitution, like the blues singer, is willing to publicly take apart his own shortcomings, perceives human beings as neither demons nor angels, but some mysterious combination of both." And so that, I was drawn to think of your own writings, actually, as I reflected on that quote, because I think that you ground us in a view of the Constitution that is built on the assumption of human frailty and the need for us to be able to complete each other in a dialogue that yields, you know, some deeper orientation towards community cohesion and progress. So why don't you give us an opening statement on that front?
Well, thank you very much, John. I think that's first of all, it's an honor to be in conversation with you and to be here. I think it's wonderfully well put, and it points to a couple of things that are really worth noticing about the American constitutional system. I would say, first of all, that we incline now to think about the Constitution in lawyerly terms, as fundamentally a legal document. And of course, the Constitution is a legal document, and it's the supreme law of the land, as it says itself. But it's very important for us to see that the Constitution is more than a legal framework. It's, first of all, also a governing framework. It exists to enable policymaking. The Constitution was not created because there weren't enough laws. It was created because there wasn't an effective government in the early republic. But it's also a political framework in the broadest sense. It is a way for a people to live out its common life. And the Constitution, in that sense, embodies certain kinds of assumptions and practices and norms that are not just a function of the words on the page, but describe a kind of spirit of political life. And I think it's important to see that, in this sense, the Constitution is not so much a structure as a process. It describes a relationship between a set of institutions that's unavoidably dynamic. It is musical in this sense. The assumption is that it would always be an action. And the way in which the system is held in balance is not so much by taking opposing pressures and just kind of holding together like the beams of a roof. It's actually about constant movement and action, conflict, tension. The idea is that there would always be people in the system who want more power for themselves, who want different things than one another. The way in which they interact is conflictual. They argue, they compete, they debate, they try to beat each other. But the system itself is structured in a way that forces them to constantly deal with each other. And that kind of dynamic framework lets the American system have a lot of stability. It allows it to shift its weight in key moments without losing its balance. So we have periods where the president is very strong, during the Cold War, for example, because we needed a stronger president than we had had before. You have periods where the courts are very assertive. Sometimes Congress is very assertive. You have periods where federalism really matters a lot, and you have other periods where our politics is very centralized and nationalized. All of that happens within the same American constitutional framework. And I think the dynamism that system allows for is really a function of the assumption that it's always going to be people all the way down. It's a kind of reflection of human nature, and an assumption that people have their own interests, they're going to pursue their own goals, and yet also they will have some common interests, there will be some degree of responsibility and virtue there. I think there's a realism to it that is what allows us to deal with tension and conflict. The trouble with that is it always feels unsettled. And I think in that way it's musical too. It's never resolved. And so we always feel like the thing is teetering. It's about to fall over. And it is teetering, but it's because it's able to do that and not fall over that it allows us to be as dynamic a society as we are.
I want to come back shortly to the implications of the unsettled nature of decision-making and political outcomes through the constitutional process that I think it's well explicated in American Covenant, has led American society to, in many respects, try and end run around the relational kind of forcing functions built into the wisdom of the Constitution in favor of trying to arrive at ultimate outcomes for all time, right? I want to come back to that. Leading up to that, I'm wondering if we can go down a little bit of a journey in terms of identifying some of the key components, and you've already alluded to the presidency and Congress, but some of the key components of the constitutional system, including the larger federalist sort of nature of it, and allow you to reframe each of these pieces in a way that highlights the way in which they serve the interests of a deeper unity properly understood, starting with what I think you identify as the most important of the branches of government, being Congress. Now, we look at Congress in the modern day and for so much of our history, and it is just sort of a raucous cacophony of division and grandstanding. And I would like to also recommend your book, A Time to Build, because it focuses in on the deviation that we have experienced as a society from institutions, including governing institutions as places existing to form character versus serving as platforms for us to aggrandize our own politics and agendas. But that's the way we relate to Congress now. What would Congress look like rightly understood in its proper constitutional functionality?
Yeah, thank you. I do think it's important to start from the centrality of the challenge of unity and cohesion for the designers of the Constitution.
Okay.
When the American Constitution describes its own purpose, the first thing it has to say is that it exists to form a more perfect union. If you look at the Federalist Papers, the first third or so of them are about the danger of disunity and civil war. That generation of Americans lived with a sense that this thing was going to be hard to hold together. We think of them as very unified. We look at them and they're just a bunch of white Protestants, middle-aged white Protestants. And you think, well, okay, those people got along. They understood themselves as very diverse and divided, religiously, politically, regionally, geographically. They were very diverse and divided. And part of the purpose of the Constitution was to facilitate some cohesion and unity on the premise that what unity had to mean was not agreement, that unity didn't mean everybody would think alike, but that there would be a way for Americans to act together to address their common problems. And the way to act together when you don't think alike, those ways involve competition and negotiation. They involve a kind of dynamic tension, competing power centers, forcing people to deal with each other and work with each other, even when they didn't want to. And at every level, the American Constitution begins from that assumption and tries to create those kinds of processes and institutions. At the national level, that makes Congress central. Congress is the place where we act together when we don't think alike. Congress represents constituencies in the country that disagree or have different priorities, but the purpose of Congress is to legislate, and so to bring those different constituencies into negotiation with each other and ultimately arrive at agreed upon arrangements. That's what a legislature does. That's why democratic societies all over the world put legislatures at the center of their political lives. And before the Constitution, at the national level, the American system was really just a legislature. The Articles of Confederation is just a Congress. That's all that the national government was. The framers of the Constitution did see the need for a more robust government, for courts and for an executive, but they still put Congress at the center. If you think about it, they could have written the Constitution to describe the powers of the national government and then describe the three branches. But that's not how the system works. All the powers of the national government are in Article 1. They are all actually powers of Congress. And everything else in the system is built around what Congress does. And the reason for that is that what Congress does is negotiate. That's what a legislature does. It operates by arriving at negotiated solutions to problems. And so a functional Congress, and there can be such a thing, we see it now and then, even now, but certainly there have been periods in American history where Congress has been very assertive and effective. And what that looks like is a lot of negotiated settlements, very strange bedfellow coalitions, cross-partisan bargaining and negotiation. What it doesn't look like is civility and comfortable, nice conversations around the dinner table where everybody nods their heads in agreement. That's not Congress. Congress is always about fighting, it's always about competing, but it is ultimately about doing that from the premise that at the end of the day, there needs to be an agreed upon legislative product. I think what we're missing now in Congress is the sense that that's the purpose. That at the end of the day, the other side's not going away. They're going to have to be part of the solution. And so what do they want? What do I want? How do we work it out? We can talk about why, but for a lot of reasons, the 21st century Congress has become very centralized in the hands of party leaders in ways that makes it very hard for that kind of negotiation to happen. And today's Congress doesn't function as though it thinks negotiated products are its purpose.
The judicial system, you recount history in the Constitutional Convention where Alexander Hamilton argued rather emphatically that the judicial branch would be the weakest of the three branches, and yet its relative autonomy led people to be suspicious of it as something that could exert a strong sort of authoritarian, just using the term generically, force. And you yourself say that the judicial branch has the least direct sort of relationship to the union project that serves as the backdrop of the constitutional order. Certainly in our present day, I think that the court, which historically has been more greatly trusted than other public institutions, is now more or less seen as itself riven by partisan factions. But in what way does the court live up to a certain role in the larger project of union?
Yeah.
Or is meant to?
The interesting thing on that front in looking at the records of the Constitutional Convention is everybody seemed to agree that there needed to be federal courts. there was a lot of debate about whether there needed to be a national executive and of what sort. There's very little debate about whether there need to be federal courts. And we don't even know of what sort, because the Constitution doesn't say anything about how the federal courts are actually supposed to work. It says the judicial power is vested in the Supreme Court, and Congress can create lower courts as it chooses, and that's it. What is the judicial power? What are actually its authorities? The assumption was everybody knows what a judge is. It's what a judge is, right? In the English common law tradition, and the courts are going to serve the purpose ultimately of a kind of reviewing function that secures the rights of the people. Now, I think it's very important to recognize the Constitution had two competing, almost contradictory purposes. And these are actually, to my mind, they emerge directly from the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration says we're all created equal. What does that mean as a practical matter for politics? On the one hand, it means we need majority rule. If in a society of equals, you can only really make decisions by majority rule. Nothing else is legitimate. On the other hand, that we're all equal means each of us, as an individual, whether we're in the majority or in the minority, has rights that have to be protected, and governments exist to protect those rights. So in other words, the purpose of government is majority rule and minority rights. Good luck. These things are obviously in tension with each other, and how are you supposed to advance both? I think the American Constitution is intended to do that, to advance both majority rule and minority rights. The assumption that the key offices would be elected is everywhere in the convention. They all assume there would be an elected Congress and even although somewhat indirectly, elected president. But there also needed to be a way to protect the rights of individuals when it wasn't popular, and to keep the elected branches in their place when it wasn't popular, to secure the law even when the public opinion wasn't there. That's a lot of what the courts exist to do. They are, in that sense, inherently counter-majoritarian, and that means that the role they play in our system is both controversial and dangerous. Counter-majoritarian power in a democracy is a dangerous thing. It has to be constrained. It has to be focused on its purpose. Now, I would say, I think the Supreme Court in our time is actually relatively immune to the kinds of divisions that we find in the other branches, relatively. It still happens, and the decisions we get now at the end of the term each year, they often seem to fall along party lines. Most of what the Supreme Court does doesn't work that way. By the end of this term, the term's going to end on Wednesday. I think about 50% of the decisions that the court will have handed down in this term will be 9-0 decisions. And there are a lot of 8-1 and 7-2 decisions. Even the 5-4, 6-3 don't fall down quite along the lines that we might imagine based on partisan reasoning. The courts still function pretty well. And I think a lot of that has to do with a sense of identity that they have that's very rooted in institutional purpose, and the necessity of that counter-majoritarian power, which is always going to be controversial. That's not new, but is also necessary if you're going to protect individual rights at the same time that you empower majorities.
But would it be fair to say then that in serving the purposes of union, the idea that the court is faithful to a rule of law that transcends partisan interest, that is sort of the way in which the court anchors us in a sense of this larger union project?
The court prevents various ways of getting around the system. The system is there in part to secure a more unified society by forcing negotiation and competition. That's done especially in the elected branches, and the courts are there to make sure that the elected branches and the public can't just go around the system and do things their own way. So ultimately, the court's purpose is really to prevent end runs, which everybody wants.
Well, and to that point, of course, the branch of government that tends to loom largest in our imagination is the presidency. And in reading American Covenant, it seems to me that you paint a picture of the executive branch and the president himself that in our founding constitutional imagination is meant to serve as a vehicle of enforcement for the output of the legislative branch, and that the way in which the founders imagined the president was not that he wouldn't perhaps be a part of the larger conversation over the legislative outcomes and of the nation and have an opinion on them, but that he wouldn't be taking it upon himself, so to speak, to drive and determine those outcomes regardless of the consensus that might exist in the legislative branch. But now, not only is that the case, but people demand that that be the case, right? And so, what is the ideal way for the president to function in contrast to what the status quo has evolved to be?
Yeah, the striking thing about how the authors of the Constitution thought about the executive is the centrality of the idea of stability and steadiness in their conception of executive power. Hamilton several times in the Federalist uses the term steady administration, which strikes us as strange, I think, in 21st century America, but is enormously important to what they had in mind. The presidency was the most novel idea they had. There'd never really been an elected chief executive at the national level in any modern society before the American president. And the reason they felt they needed an executive was that somehow what government did needed to be translated into practical action in the world. Think of it this way, that you can think about the branches in terms of timing. The Congress, the legislature, operates in the future tense. It creates laws that will take effect in the future. And it says shall and will. It builds things we're going to live in tomorrow. The courts operate in the past tense. They're really only allowed to act by reviewing past actions and deciding if they were legitimate. The president acts in the present tense. That 3 a.m. phone call, that's his call to answer, right? The president represents the country in the world now and has to turn those frameworks into action in the world in a practical way, and then he might get judged by the courts about whether that was, in fact, what the legal framework required. So as the pace of political life has quickened since the 18th century, which it has quite a lot, the president has become a much more central figure in American political life, because acting in the present tense now means a lot more of what government does. I'll give you an example. The worst natural disaster in the 19th century in America was the Missouri earthquake in 1811, which was, it's the strongest earthquake we know of in the history of North America. It changed the course of the Mississippi River. It did enormous damage. The President of the United States, James Madison, found out about the earthquake 3 weeks after it happened. Right? Because how would he find out about it? You'd have to send someone to tell him about it. And by that point, all he could really do is more or less say, I hope they're okay. If something like that happened now, the President of the United States would find out about it within 30 seconds, and the entire world would expect him to do something about it right now.
Within about 5 minutes.
Yeah. The job has changed enormously, and it's become much more important, much more challenging, and it has a much more central place now in how we think about American government. But part of what that's meant is that our expectations of the president have grown so much that we now have what are really legislative expectations of the president. We expect the president to do everything, to create the frameworks, to make essentially laws. The president runs for office as if he were Congress, right? He runs on a policy agenda which he says he will enact if he is elected. Well, that's not how the presidency is supposed to work. But we all have those expectations. We vote that way. We think in those terms. And part of what that's meant is a kind of imbalancing of the entire system. Because the president now takes a lot of what is effectively legislative action, the courts are forced to act in the present tense in reviewing executive actions. And over and over now, the Supreme Court is put in situations where it has to decide things right now, Because if you take 6 months and write a long opinion, this person will already have been deported by then, or there will already have been some action taken that may or may not be constitutional. So the courts are drawn into executive type action, and Congress now very often thinks of itself as acting in the past tense. Congress invests itself in oversight, and members think their job is basically to review the president. The entire system in that sense is out of whack because of the centrality of the presidency. And there isn't really a way to bring it back into balance except by recovering the central role of Congress in driving the political system. So we have to recover that sense, because otherwise we lose sight of the fact that the role of the president in facilitating unity is fundamentally enabling stability in administration. That is almost no part of how we now think about the president.
Is charisma a problem? And it's a semi-serious question, actually.
Yeah.
You know,
charisma is part of the problem. Look, George Washington was a celebrity. He had that issue. But yeah, I mean, our expectations of the president now, are a combination of king and parliament in a way that was not the plan.
And yet the president was always intended to be a head of state, right, as well as a head of government. So that does suggest...
That's right. Some of the complexity is in the job.
Yeah.
I would say the presidency is an example of one of these things that the Constitutional Convention did a lot of, which is they faced hard questions where you had to make a choice. Are the big states or the small states going to get their way? Is the president, a clerk who does what the law says, or is he a head of state who sets the agenda? Over and over, they faced these questions, and the convention just said, yes, we're going to do both of these opposite things at the same time. And a lot of the tensions in our system are a function of that. I think some of its durability is also a function of it. But yeah, on paper, the president's job is both to be a clerk who does whatever the law says and to be the elevated head of state of a great world power. And yeah, go figure how you're supposed to do that job.
So the tension there is indwelling from the beginning, interestingly enough. Give us a frame with respect to the federalist character of our system. I don't think that, we have a strong relationship to the themes of democracy and democratic life. We don't have as strong a relationship in our popular culture and civic culture to the themes of republicanism and federalism, which are so deeply, which are so indelibly the contours within which the constitutional order proceeds. Illustrate those dynamics for us.
So federalism, in some ways, was how the Constitution answered the most divisive question that its authors had to deal with. The question was, are they creating a national state that will govern the American people directly as their government, and then the states, the 13 states, become administrative districts like counties are in our states? Or are they creating a government in which the states govern the people, and then there's this kind of arrangement of the states where they resolve differences between them, like the United Nations? The answer they gave was yes, both. And the way in which they did that was by creating a very unusual mode of separating powers. They created parallel governments. We sometimes think about federalism as if they're layered governments, so that the national government sits on top, and then the states, and then local governments. That's actually not how federalism is intended to work, or does work. Federalism created two parallel tracks. Both the state governments and the national government govern the people directly. But they govern the people directly in different arenas of public policy. And so the national government does it with regard to national defense and diplomacy and economic policy, the third being the most important. That's a lot of what government does. And the states govern in all other areas. They exercise the normal kind of police powers of government. They do the basic regulation of health and safety, at least in the original conception. Most of what government does is what the state governments do. But the federal government does govern directly. It can tax the people directly, it regulates directly, and it's in charge of economic policy. And the idea was, by separating these out, you allow most political decisions to remain state-level decisions so that they can take different directions in a very diverse country at the same time. California and Mississippi are allowed to be very, very different from each other. And the way they think about education and welfare and health and environment are very different from each other. And these things can happen at the same time. They're both allowed to govern, but they have the same currency. They have to respect each other's laws. They have to treat each other's citizens as full citizens. The arrangement that they reached in order to do that was very significantly changed in the middle of the 19th century, obviously because of the Civil War, because of the issue of slavery and race, which was left on the table unaddressed at the convention because they could not address it. And in the wake of the Civil War, another purpose was added to the list of the national government's roles, which was to provide equal protection of the laws to everyone in the country, to make sure that everyone was treated equally by their state governments. If you read the 14th Amendment, it's all about what the states have to do and what they can't do. Otherwise, however, beyond that rebalancing of federalism, the system was left as it was, which is to say parallel governments, each governing the people directly in different arenas of public policy. And the goal of that has a lot to do with facilitating some unity in a divided society, because you don't have to answer every question in just one way in this immense, massive democratic society. You can have different answers to even very important questions about education, about abortion, about things that really matter to people. You can answer them differently in different places and still be one society. I think we've lost a little bit of that over time, both as our political attention has focused on the national level and as we've actually melded these powers together, so we don't think of them as parallel governments enough now. In welfare, in healthcare, in education to some degree, we mix state and federal powers. If you think about the Medicaid system, it's an example of what this looks like at its worst, right? Who actually runs Medicaid? There isn't even really an answer to that question. It's federal money and state money, federal rules and state rules. They do it together, and it's a little bit of a mess. I think the original logic of the system ought to be the direction we take in thinking about reforming federalism, but federalism has a very central role to play in keeping our society together.
And seems simultaneously to be somewhat at odds with sort of a, to use the term descriptively, a sort of an evangelical impulse, whether you are religious or secular in American life, to convert the rest of the nation.
You have to tolerate what happens in California.
Right.
And it's not always easy.
It's not always, well, and we also, I think, tend to think about democratic life as if the purpose of it was to achieve that ultimate victory, right? And so that is part of the theme that we're coming back to here.
Yep.
But in tracing the history that led us to that point in American Covenant, you do take us through some significant episodes that shine light on the momentum build toward that sort of a democratic society. And it's not as if you recount this history in terms that are disparaging of the goods that come out of this momentum. And so, for instance, you draw a great deal of emphasis on the 14th Amendment and the way the conference of citizenship upon freed slaves, a moral necessity in the an outcome, of course, of the Civil War, was also something that substantially transformed the relationship that existed not just between the federal government and the states, but the federal government and the people in a direct sort of way, because the federal government had to be the safeguardian of the rights of individuals within purviews that traditionally would have been the realm of the states to have, you know, sort of more direct, if I'm interpreting you correctly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I think, first of all, I would say the 14th
Can I
Amendment.
add another piece to that as well? You also, in the text, move forward to talk about Woodrow Wilson and the sort of, you know, technocratic, progressive era. And I thought that those reflections of yours were striking because Wilson, in your description, is possessed of a wholesale sort of divergent perspective on the purpose of democratic society. In other words, Wilson really concretizes a view which says that the constitutional order is not for allowing us constructive space for being able to dialogue about our differences in a way that allows us to reach compromise while preserving our distinct character as states and communities in the country. What we need is a unified system that drives towards concrete outcomes for all people in America under the authority and guidance of experts, an expert class, right? And so much of progressivism, I think, in your treatment is pushing towards that. So, you know, some social justice work of equality, putting us, individuals, more responsive to the federal government, expertise driving us towards consolidated outcomes without respect to the basic kind of ethos of checks and balances. What I want to ask you about here is actually sort of what happens, so I'm going to corral you towards a larger kind of philosophical frame here. What happened with respect to our relationship to virtue and the cultural framework in which a certain way of being is closely related to the way we govern, that transitions us from sort of John Adams saying that our system of government is made for a religious and moral people, would be wholly unsuitable for any other, and a republicanism, which I would like for you to elaborate on, which is rooted in ideas of prudence and humility and sort of understanding these elemental differences between us in human nature, versus something that is much more impatient and driving much more towards authoritative powers achieving the outcomes they want through a system not too concerned with the elements of human nature?
It's a wonderful question. I say a few things. I think of the 14th Amendment as a completion of the constitutional logic. It's essential. It's the most important. For all that the Bill of Rights matters, it's the most important of the amendments to the Constitution because it actually brings the logic and the argument of the Declaration of Independence into the Constitution in a formal way. The commitment to the equality of all human beings.
Right.
The progressive turn at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th is an expression of frustration with the Constitution. A frustration that's very familiar to all of us now, I think. A frustration with its slowness, with its tendency to prefer inaction to quick action, with its wariness of empowering narrow majorities. And there, I think there is a real disjunction in some basic expectations of politics between the generation that wrote the Constitution and that wrote the 14th Amendment and the attitude toward politics that we came to have and in some respects continue to have on all sides. I don't mean that this is just a progressive view. In the 21st century, it's very widely shared. The assumption that underlies, let's say, John Adams' approach to politics, with its emphasis on virtue, with its emphasis on a certain kind of human character, that assumption begins from the premise that things could be a lot worse. That the purpose of politics is to prevent a collapse into social disorder, civil war, and mob rule. This was not a theoretical worry. If you look at life in the American Republic in the years during and after the Revolutionary War, there was a lot of mob rule, there was a lot of political violence, and this left that generation of Americans with a sense that things could turn very ugly, and they valued core, basic social peace in a way that I think we're now able to take for granted. Maybe less so in the last few years, frankly, but generally Americans take basic social peace for granted. And when you do that, then you look at our system and you say, it's really hard to get anything done with this thing. The reason it's hard to get anything done is because the system is meant to prefer social peace even over impressive, clever, technocratic policy solutions. That trade-off is a real trade-off. It means that there are things we don't do well. And it's a trade-off that becomes especially evident when you compare American democracy to other democracies. There were no other democracies to compare it to at the end of the 18th century. But by Woodrow Wilson's time, at the beginning of the 20th century, there were some. And there was a whole other model to look at, a kind of Westminster model or parliamentary model in which the way politics worked was the parties put policy platforms in front of the voters. Whoever won got all the power until they lost their majority or until the next election. And they looked at that and thought, you could really run that way. Offer the public something, then you get to try it and do it. And if they like it, they vote for you again. And if not, they don't. That's a legitimate democratic system. It works. And I think we have to see that it has real advantages. The American system doesn't work that way. And it's slower, it compels a lot more negotiation, which means that its legislative products are messy. They make much less theoretical sense. What they took for granted in thinking that the United States could pursue that kind of approach is just the sheer diversity and scale of our society. And this still happens. In political science now, there's a long-standing fashion to contrast the United States with Northern European democracies and say, well, the Norwegians have much more direct democracy and much more efficient and effective. They're more representative. It seems to me that the fact that we can even compare our politics to Norway's is evidence of how effective the American Constitution is. The United States is nothing like Norway. It is like, the United States is much more like India or Brazil or Mexico. But it's much better governed than those other massive, vast democracies full of dynamic, crazy people doing wild things. That's what we're like. We're a Western Hemisphere democracy. We're a lot like Mexico and Brazil.
Right.
We're very violent. We have a lot of weird ideas. There's immense diversity here. But we have social peace and stability most of the time. The reason for that is we have a system that prefers that social peace even to policy effectiveness. Woodrow Wilson's view was policy effectiveness should matter more, and he wanted to push the system in the direction of a much more centralized national government rather than federalism, of a much more centralized presidential government rather than a congressional government, and in the direction of a much more coherent kind of technocratic direction to government. None of that is crazy, none of that is illegitimate, but I don't think it's a good fit for the American system. I don't think it served us well. And a lot of our politics now is a kind of implicit contest between those two visions, the Madisonian and the Wilsonian vision of government. And as you can probably tell, I'm on Madison's side of that debate.
Yeah, indeed. I think I'm allowed to disclose my sympathy, but I would like to invite you to reflect on republicanism and Republican virtue. I think that perhaps the uncomfortable question ultimately is whether or not the merits of a constitutional order born from a relationship to certain deeper and transcendent properties of understanding with respect to human nature can itself endure over a greater arc of time as we become more and more distant from some of those inherited elements of, I suppose, a way of thinking about righteousness that comports much less to a person's political opinion and much more towards their interior disposition towards other human beings.
Yeah, that's wonderfully well put. I think of our kind of polity, of system of government, as a liberal democratic republic. It is liberal, and it is democratic, and it is Republican.
Right.
We kind of know what democratic means. We vote for our leaders. Liberal and Republican are a little harder to define, and we know what liberal means better than what Republican means. Liberal means that we are committed to the rights of individuals. It means more than that, but above all, that's what it means. Republican means that we are committed to the civic responsibilities of individual citizens, that we have obligations to each other. This is harder for us to wrap our heads around. It's less popular. Politicians don't love to talk about it as much. But it is ultimately essential to our kind of society functioning, because our kind of society requires that our country be full of millions and millions of people who are capable of exercising their freedom responsibly. That's the amazing thing about America. Our Constitution is great, and our economy is wonderful, but much more impressive than that is that there are several 100 million people here who can be trusted with a huge amount of freedom. You basically get to do whatever you want. That's really dangerous. But you're up to it, because we do put real work into forming people to be capable of thinking about how they should use their freedom. That's what a lot of our politics is for. It's what a lot of our civic life is for. It's what a lot of our education is for. We don't talk that way. We're not good at talking about it, but we do it. We do it all the time. It's what we do when we raise our kids. It's what our legal system is for. It's what a lot of our political system is for. And that kind of republicanism is historically and philosophically rooted in some idea of virtue. And what I mean by that, again, virtue is another one of these words. It's very hard now for us to define. I think virtue is actually inherently hard to define, but it's an idea that has roots both in the classical philosophical tradition, in Plato and Aristotle, who talk a lot about virtue, and in Christianity. And that bridge is built especially by St. Thomas in the Middle Ages. And ultimately, the virtuous person is not just a person who has certain virtues, but it's a person who has a certain character, a balanced character that allows that person to make reliable judgments. Aristotle calls this practical wisdom. Achieving that is a matter of building up certain kinds of habits, of creating in people a sense of restraint and responsibility and judgment, and that can only really happen by the kind of education and formation that happens interpersonally. Our society as a whole can't make that kind of person, but families can, communities can, churches can, schools can. And it's a lot of the work our society does. But I will say, John, I think we are in trouble when we can't name that project.
Right.
When we can't say that's what we're doing. And so we have political theories about America that are much, much thinner than the actual practice of American life.
Whether they be conservative or progressive.
Absolutely, conservative and progressive. They're very libertarian, they're very individualistic. We can only talk about individual rights. Think about how we talk about the Bill of Rights, on the left and the right. We think the Bill of Rights is the libertarian core of the Constitution. It's about individual rights. Well, okay, let's think about those rights. Speech is an individual right in a sense. It's not a right that would be useful on a desert island. Who are you talking to?
We're talking Wilson.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Right.
this is the Tom Hanks reference.
The freedom of religion is not exercised individually, not really. The freedom of association, that's not individual right, obviously not. These are all rights to belong to formative communities. They're about taking part in communal institutions that shape our character. But we don't know how to talk that way. We don't know how to describe it that way.
Well, then that brings us to another piece of history I want to invoke, and ultimately to the Braver Angels project itself. But you were good enough, Yuval, in your capacity as editor of National Affairs, to publish a piece I wrote a while back, sort of contrasting illustrating the convergence of first principles, if you will, between Russell Kirk, many people acknowledge as something of the founder of the philosophical movement, at least insofar as he published a book called The Conservative Mind in 1953, which traced a canon of heritage and virtue and key philosophical teachings from Edmund Burke to John Adams in a way that inspired the conservative political movement in the mid-20th century, and that of Martin Luther King Jr., who, of course, we know as the preeminent leader of the civil rights movement, but within that, the nonviolent movement, which was really a movement within a movement. And the reason I invoke King here is to just point to the fact that although it's probably a little bit more likely that a person could hear an explicit emphasis on virtue as a subject matter arise in spaces where conservative intellectuals are in discussion. The nonviolent movement and Dr. King himself, that was a virtuous movement led by a man who was a virtue ethicist. The idea of agape love as being not just a sentimental notion, but an applied disposition towards loving your enemy and cultivating an internal dialogue that honored and emphasized the humanity even of the person who might not only disagree with you, but be actively oppressing you. Well, this is something that King cultivated and applied to the project of social justice that came down to him in large measure through an inheritance in both his Christianity, a larger Western canon, and of course the influence of Gandhi and other sources. My point being that it seems to me that our heritage and virtue is not partisan, it's not exclusively conservative or liberal. It may be that we can trace certain pathways in history where progressives and conservatives have departed from a virtue ethical orientation, but a deeper appreciation of the better angels of our history allows us to summon forth a relationship to virtue that comes from many different angles, many different traditions, John Adams all the way down to Dr. King.
Yeah, I think that's very true, and it's crucial for us to see that it's not a left-right tradition, and that in that sense, it can be a way for us to formulate the case for the society in which left and right can disagree. The framework of politics in which those are two sides itself has to be defended and justified. And I think that defense can only really happen on these kind of terms. I think Martin Luther King's letter from a Birmingham jail is the most philosophically sophisticated work of political thought in the American political tradition. Because it takes in the elements of that tradition that very often are kept separate from each other. It's unabashedly Christian, of course, but it's deeply rooted in the virtue ethics traditions of Greek philosophy, and it's profoundly informed by the ideas of the American founding, and it takes all of those and turns them to face the American public and say, who are you really, and what is it we're doing here? I think the power of that is only possible because these ideas are implicit in our way of life, even though they're now not articulated enough in our political rhetoric and political thought. And they're not. I mean, they're not part of the way the right or the left thinks about their political purpose now. And they have to be part of how both and all think about our political purpose.
Indeed. Well, with that, I think I would like to bring us around towards a closing note of reflection on the Braver Angels project as seen through the prism of a larger project that seems both utterly imperative and yet very difficult for modern America to even name, as you said. And you and I think you and other folks at Braver Angels, we've been talking about the Braver Angels project for many years against the backdrop of similar efforts and so forth. I have always looked at the work of Braver Angels as being in some meaningful way an expression of the cultivation of virtue, right? Because there is a certain virtue of humility and goodwill that has to come forward in the courageous citizenship necessary to allow us to listen to one another even when we feel ourselves being actively allergic to each other's politics, and to form relationships, right, that are able to endure those differences, but we establish structures and practices and ceremonies and rituals within this larger community that are meant to reinforce that through both word and deed. And so, Brother Yuval, I ask you, what would you say to Braver Angels in terms of the ongoing role that we can play in service to a revival of civic virtue at this challenging chapter of the American experiment?
Well, I think Braver Angels is exceptionally well attuned to the challenges and to this character of what it is that needs preserving. I would only say, for all of us in this kind of work, it's crucial to remember that the product of the work we're pursuing is not a political outcome, a policy outcome. The product is a certain kind of human character. And I think that's actually true of a lot of the work that we all do in our lives. The goal ultimately is formation. That's what education is for. That's a lot of what our work is for. That's what the kind of building up of habits in family and community is for. We're trying to achieve a certain kind of human character in ourselves, in our children, in our neighbors, our friends, fellow citizens. And that's why that kind of formation can only happen through the building up of habits. That's, I think, is where so much of the power of Braver Angels comes from, for me, is that it puts people in the habit of engaging with each other on terms that take one another seriously, and that take this idea of the human person seriously, so that it's not about backing off from confrontation. It's not even really about building bridges exactly. It's about forming the kind of people that are necessary if a free society is going to continue. And that, to see it that way, to grasp it that way, is, I think, to adjust our expectations properly. It would set them both higher and lower than they might be right now. It's not about arriving at the ideal policy outcome. It's not about arriving at the middle. It's about helping ourselves remain and be and become a society of people who are capable of sustaining what we've inherited. And I think that is ultimately a project of formation in just the terms that you've laid out.
And that seems like a good note on which to end. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuval Levin.
Thank you very much.
We're going to get started in about 1 minute. 1 minute. That'll be fun. Okay, everyone. I'd like to welcome you, and those, we appreciate you being here today. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm super excited about this. My name is Maury Giles, CEO of Braver Angels, and I'm really thrilled about the conversation that we're going to have. There's not much going on with the Supreme Court right now, so I don't know if we'll have much to talk about.
It's the low season.
It's the low season. Nothing happened this week or Monday. Obviously, we will get to that, but we're going to get to a different, we're going to start out in a slightly different place. Now, I know many of you, if not all, know Sarah Isger, but I'm going to share a few things, and just so that I, do it correctly, I played a little bit with some things that she says about herself and that other people do, and we just kind of tie it together. But, Sarah started college as a math major. True. Did you know that a scheduling error dropped her into an advanced political science seminar? But she decided to stay. And you've been walking through that unexpected door ever since. She went to Harvard Law. Then almost none of the things a Harvard Law degree is supposed to lead to is what she's done in terms of working in all three branches of the government. She's run communications at the Justice Department, advised presidential campaigns, clerked in a federal appeals court, and today she writes for the Dispatch and edits the SCOTUS blog and co-hosts advisory opinions with David French, many, many other things. David gave the really poor excuse that he chose Aspen Institute right now rather than us today, but nevertheless, we'll give him a pass on that. But it's one of my favorite things, aside from just Sarah being a really great human, I was able to meet her through some of the work I was doing at the National Constitution Center, is her recent book that she wrote of Last Branch Standing. And so we're going to kind of get into that and talk about that. That book and everything that gets into talks about these two numbers, 6 and 3. And we're going to get into that and talk about it a little bit, because I think there's lots of different ways they get interpreted. And then, these aren't my words, but I loved them when I saw them written, that she is whip smart, gloriously nerdy, and entirely willing to tell her own side when they've got it wrong. So please welcome Sarah Isger. Can you start by telling us a little more context about the dropped class and the moving in and how that got you there?
Yeah, so I thought college was like the thing you do to prepare for life or something. And so I was taking Russian, I was a math major, I was gonna be very serious about this whole thing. It was the first year they used internet for like class registration, and it put me in this 8 p.m. on Monday poli-sci class, and I walked in, I was definitely the only freshman, and the guy next to me was doing the New York Times crossword puzzle, and I will tell you, I come from Texas, and I thought the New York Times was just the Houston Chronicle for New York. I mean, it is in some ways, but not in others. And so I leaned over and was, gave him an answer, and I thought I was being very flirty and fun. And he told me that was like the rudest thing you can do to someone doing the New York Times crossword puzzle. And so from that point forward, I looked around, and one of the first questions the professor asked was, who's your favorite op-ed columnist at the New York Times? And it was literally the number of words in that sentence that I understood is 2. I don't know what an op-ed is. I'm not sure what a columnist really is, and I certainly can't name one. And I just realized all these other people were speaking a language about the United States, about current events, like literally a language I did not speak. And I was like, oh, what if I thought of college less as career preparation and more as learning this new language? So I stayed in the class and took a bunch of other ones and, you know, became fluent.
Love that. Yes, that deserves some applause. You know, but you didn't just stop. You've taken a path very different than maybe someone with a Harvard Law degree would take.
Oh, well, that's because I didn't go to Harvard Law for good reasons. So I got my dream job after college and got a press secretary job on the Hill. And 6 weeks later, I had been fired. Depending on which Sarah you ask at which time of day, I was either fired for being a feminist who stands up for women's rights or for being deeply obnoxious. I was the junior person in the office, and they asked the junior person to make coffee each morning, and I was like, I don't drink coffee, and I don't make men coffee. I don't know how to make coffee. I don't do it. And they were like, you have to make coffee, and I was like, or what? And they were like, or you don't work here. So joke was on me on that one. They had the upper hand. But the movie Legally Blonde had just come out. I mean, if you guys have teenagers, please remember that their brains are not fully formed. I saw that movie and thought, oh, if I went to Harvard Law School, they wouldn't have fired me. That was the whole thought. So I went to Harvard Law School. Like, this was not well thought out at all. Why was I going? Why was I paying all this money? Why was I spending 3 years of my life? What was I gonna do afterward? They wouldn't have fired me was the only thought in my head.
You know, I think that's one of the things that is so appealing about your approach and the way you handle and talking about things.
That I don't know what I'm doing? Yes, it is absolutely charming.
It's just real. It's real. It's authentic. Now, you're a mom.
Yes, don't know what I'm doing there either. Yeah.
How old are your two kids?
Just turned 6 and 2.5.
Okay. What do they think or know? I know, so I have a couple of kids, and I've got a couple of grandkids, but at that age, they're not going to have a lot of concepts, especially the 2-year-old. Does a 6-year-old have any concept of what mom does?
Yes and no. So first of all, the 2.5-year-old is still at the age where he gets really sad when I don't talk back to him through the TV. Like, they put on like ABC, and he's like, mommy, 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 mom, and like, he breaks down. So like, he can't watch the TV anymore. The 6-year-old understands that I'm on TV. He kind of understands what I do even, but he also thinks that's what everyone else does. So he's like, when's your mom on TV? Like, because that's just what moms are on TV. Yeah.
Well, I have what to me I thought was interesting is to ask you a question on this, is that you've been doing this for a while, but you've been parenting now for 6 years.
Yeah.
How has your perspective in your job and the way you approach the things you explain to the world shifted as a mom now and having that part of your life come in?
Unfortunately, now that you're phrasing it that way, I'm realizing I think I'm doing it the other way. I explain things to my 6-year-old the way that I explain them on the podcast, which is maybe a little age inappropriate. But his vocabulary is impressive. He's not using it correctly, but like the other day he asked why I can't dilute that meeting that I have. I think he meant delete it or get rid of it.
Dilute it.
Yeah, but he wanted me to dilute it.
You were getting a little too hot with your your politics and your intensity.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how it might have shifted the way you approach what you do and the way you look at it.
It makes me, I have more grace for other people and like time and how valuable our time is. You know, back to being a teenager, you're just bored all the time. You wish things would speed up. Time feels like it lasts forever. You remember sitting in like a high school class that was 52 minutes and you were like, this is the rest of my life. This will never end, this 52 minutes. And now as a parent, 52 minutes is nothing. It goes by so quickly. And so I think a lot more about my life in sort of that one snapshot, like the full 80 years or whatever it might be is like this one chunk, and you're just sort of dividing up how you're gonna spend that time and be really purposeful about that time. And then I think about his time. There, you know, the 6-year-old, mostly the 2.5-year-old, has no concept of time. And how I get how long time can be for him, but also I know how short it's going to be, and like trying to balance that with him.
I love that. I love that. Well, let's get to your book. Explain the title of Last Branch Standing.
This title came about, like most good things in life, right before the deadline for turning in the title for the book. And I was with my husband in Florida, and like it was that night. Like we had to come up with a title that night. And we put the kids to bed. We were on vacation, and I got out a bottle of wine and put it on the table and was like, we will drink until there is a title. So that's really how the title came about. We got to that in like 1.5 bottles, not bad. We paid for it the next day, but so the idea, as we were sort of talking about what the book was about, this idea that the founders wouldn't recognize Congress or the shell that is called Congress these days. And they wouldn't recognize the presidency, which is now, you know, like the Hulk who is broken out of its skin and is running, you know, rampaging through the villages and stepping on small houses. But I think they would recognize the Supreme Court. And I think they would say, you know, by and large, this is the branch that's actually doing the job that we intended, which is to be insulated from politics and from democracy, which of course they hated democracy in the truest sense, right? Mob control. They wanted a counter-majoritarian branch, and that's what the Supreme Court's job is. If the Supreme Court agrees with the president or Congress, that's great, and most of the time, hopefully, they're doing that, but then we didn't really need them. When we need the Supreme Court is when they are saying no to popular majorities and no to presidents and no to Congress, because without that, you don't have a First Amendment. You don't have rights as a criminal defendant. And I think that the founders would look at it and say, those other two branches, yikes, but this is the last branch still doing what we intended.
When did it occur to you that the story that is the popular culture narrative of the court, when did you realize that that didn't match what you were seeing and experiencing and knowing up close?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I think I maybe just always had the sense, you know, I worked in political media for a long time, and for anyone, you know, if you are an expert in any field, plumbing or taxes or anything else, and you've read a news story about your field, you're like, well, that's not correct. But then we accept it in all these other things that we're not experts in. And so, you know, if you work in political media, you're sort of like, it's a little bit of both, right? You sort of know the story is never going to be fully what you want it to be, but you also sort of know that you can't tell everything in a single story. But when it comes to the Supreme Court, I guess I just felt like the more I actually like did data and research, the more it's not just that the narrative was a little off or it's incomplete, it was just wrong.
Tell us more about that, because so much of it has been flattened to just, oh, it's who appoints you, left, right, and then we're going to watch and see if they do what the team says, and then it gets interpreted that way. You put different dimensions on it to be able to, well, first you bring in the human reality, which we'll get to, but then you look at it, there's many more dimensions to that. And when you look at every ruling being a 6-3 ruling, that we got to get our 6 and their 3, that's not really what's going on. Tell us about those dimensions that you've put to help everyone understand better what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of a backbone of Braver Angels that people are not just on a single dimension left to right. They are humans. They make mistakes. They also know things that you may not know, and so it's both, right? You can disagree. You can also learn something and change your mind. When it comes to the Supreme Court, my argument is totally, of course there's a left-right dimension to the Supreme Court. I might argue that legal ideology is quite different from partisan ideology, but regardless, there is a left-to-right spectrum, but that's very one-dimensional, and that there is a second vertical axis that I call the institutionalist axis. That's not a super helpful word, and maybe there's a better one out there.
Does your 6-year-old have that one yet?
Yeah,
Is that one showing
no,
up yet?
definitely
Mom and
not.
Dad, a little institutionalism, too much.
He's very
Or
good.
start scoring you on the index.
He's very good with his allowance, though, I'll tell you that. Knows when that $2 hasn't been paid. But this institutionalist idea is that there are high institutionalists on the court and low institutionalists on the court. And so you look at Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, you know, Federalist Society lab creations from a petri dish for good-haired conservative men. And they go to the same high school, they had the same teacher, Mr. Oakes, who is still teaching, by the way, so God only knows how many more Supreme Court justices he has in the pipeline.
How many and who, again, were in his class?
I mean, Gorsuch and Kavanaugh.
And, yep.
In the same class.
Same class, and he's still teaching.
Yeah, crazy. They both clerk on the Supreme Court for the same justice, the same term. They're in the W administration where they both get appointed to the Circuit Court, and they're of course appointed by President Trump to the Supreme Court. These guys should be ruling the same way if it's just that x-axis, right? They're equally conservative to one another. But last term, Brett Kavanaugh was more likely to side with Elena Kagan and Justice Sotomayor, by the way, than with Justice Gorsuch. In fact, they were only on the same side 50% of the time. I argue to you that that is because Justice Kavanaugh, if you hear him talk about the court, refers to it as a team of 9. He likes basketball and baseball. It's a team sport for him. You know, this is a middle school group project, and we need to turn in our diorama on the Cretaceous period together. Justice Gorsuch, not so much. His favorite sports, he likes skiing and hiking and running, very solo sports. This is not a team, and he doesn't care if he's been assigned to your middle school group. He will be turning in his own thing. And so he writes more separate opinions than any justice in United States history. In that sense, he sees his role far more in a similar vein to Justice Jackson. Yeah, they're not ideologically on the same team, but in terms of that institutionalist axis and their role on the court, incredibly similar, whereas Justice Kagan and Justice Kavanaugh are high institutionalists, ideologically apart, but very similar on that y-axis. And so last term, only 9% of the cases were decided 6-3 along ideological lines. You have to have some way to explain why the other 91% of the opinions don't turn out that way. And I would argue to you, it's the Gorsuch-Kavanaugh thing.
I love that, and it's so interesting. Let's go with this thing about the humans that these 9 are.
They're actual humans.
Actual humans.
It's weird.
What are the other surprising things? Because you also write about Gorsuch's mother and the influence, and then Thomas in growing up where he grew up and the reality of his life on that. But what are some of the other unexpected human realities with these 9 that sometimes a lot of people have no idea, that end up shaping in your mind how they work?
It was my favorite part of writing the book was to try to tell the story of, a little bit at least, who they are as humans and how that ties into how they may see the law or why they may see the law differently than you do. You know, Justice Thomas, obviously, learning English as a second language, growing up in such a deeply segregated part of the country that the women in his town would bring home the crusts from the bread where they had been serving it in the white homes so that the black children could have nice bread, but it would just be the crusts. And the poverty that he grew up in, I think, is hard to fathom. But the part that people really don't understand is that he, based on that, not surprisingly, I might argue, becomes a complete race radical and a race essentialist when he then goes to college. Martin Luther King is assassinated. The things that his classmates say to him are horrible. And he suddenly starts to realize that he is being forced into a stereotype of the angry black man, and that he wants to reject other people's roles for him. And so he goes from this race essentialist and race radical to the Justice Thomas that you know today. But I think if you don't understand that path that he took, if you just think he was conservative because he's conservative, or the racist terms that people call him, like Uncle Tom, you're missing the journey of Justice Thomas. Justice Alito, he's funny to me, because, well, he's just funny, but also, this will seem weird because I'm on a stage and, you know, I'm not like Justice Alito in a lot of ways, but there is one thing we have a lot in common. We both prefer animals to people. And my favorite stories about Justice Alito are just, he's constantly doing animal things. So like, Supreme Court justices, what do they do for vacations? They golf. They go to fancy, things in Europe at castles like Justice Breyer. Not Justice Alito. He bans migratory birds. He puts the little ankle bracelets on them as they're flying through the country. Very solo activity, and I find that charming. And when you look at, one of the things that I'm always asking myself is, John Marshall Harlan, he's the solo dissenter in Plessy. 7 justices get that wrong and 1 gets it right. And it can be a little bewildering as you dig into Justice Harlan's life. He was not some paragon of virtue. He was against the 13th Amendment. He grew up in a border state, all these things, and yet he's going to be the one to see the Constitution more clearly than the 7. And so I ask myself, or try to on a near daily basis, what is the thing that I'm in the 7 about that I don't know? That I am just so in the water of this fishbowl? And who's the John Marshall Harlan? And should I be listening to that one person who seems like kind of a crackpot? And Justice Alito has this one solo dissent, and it's in the case about crush videos. The Congress had passed a law criminalizing crush videos. These are videos where people torture and kill usually small animals for sexual arousal. It's pretty gross. Don't suggest reading much about them, frankly. Justice Alito goes into some detail in his opinion, and I had difficulty reading it. He is the solo dissent, saying that we should uphold that law. The other 8 justices argue that it violates the First Amendment. And his point is this is not valuable speech. This is not what the First Amendment was meant to protect. I'm a free speech absolutist, so I'm with the 8. But I think about that a lot. What if I'm just wrong? What if he's right?
I love that. Do you see some patterns in terms of the work that we do?
Exactly. That's why I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking just earlier today in one of these panel discussions where we had a young woman with her grandma up here talking. She's in high school, and her biggest advice to everyone was to say, change your assumptions about other people. And here we have you telling us, as it relates to understanding the court, that understanding there's human beings that are being applied here and making these decisions. It's so powerful. Now, when you think about the application of that, I want to let's stay with Alito for a second. I want to get into the cases that were this week yet, but I do want to bring up one thing that we were talking about beforehand. In Braver Angels, we have a rule when you get together and you're doing a workshop with people at different points of view that there's a couple of ground rules. One is no eye rolling, no guffaw, and no, oh my gosh, or no secondary commentary that comes after that. Something happened that is not always the case with Justice Alito this week. That Braver Angels would have said, hold on, that's against the rules. What was it?
Yes and no. I'll be curious what grade, whether you would call foul on this. So opinions get handed down from the Supreme Court at 10 a.m. And the justice who was assigned the majority opinion reads a short summary of the finding, the holding of the majority. And then the principal dissenter can, if they want, read from their dissent. It doesn't happen very often that someone reads from their dissent, but it's also not, this happens every term, certainly. And so what happened on Thursday morning, Justice Alito had 3 opinions. That actually also has not happened, that I've ever seen a hand down where one justice has 3 majorities on the same day come out. So that was kind of weird. And when he gets to, it was opinion number 2, and he reads his summary of it, very short, and then Justice Sotomayor starts reading from her dissent, and she reads quite a bit of her dissent. And then he says, it would be back to him because he has the next opinion and he's still the majority writer. You expect him to say at that point, for case da-da-da, number blah, 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 the court holds blah, blah, blah. But instead he said, if I had known that you were going to read so much from your dissent, I would have had a longer summary of mine. And then he adds a few sentences about his and then says, well, I guess I should move on to the next opinion. That, rebutting the dissent, as best anyone can find, has only happened one other time, and it was Justice Scalia in 2015. So it's been a decade since there was a rebuttal.
And yet it gets made such a big deal on all the headlines coming out of that.
Well, this is the most civil place left in America. To give a rebuttal of any kind is oh my God, the decorum. On the other hand, and this is to you, like there was no eye rolling or guffawing or disrespect at
So
all.
he didn't violate the Braver Angels rules
I don't
per se.
think so.
Neither of us saw it happen, right? I only read about it.
Well, they don't do live audio for the opinion hand down, so I'm counting on Amy Howe and some of our SCOTUS blog reporters who were in the room. It is unusual. The way he said it made it seem like perhaps he didn't know that Justice Sotomayor would read from her dissent, but the way he paused for her to then read her dissent made it seem like he did know she was going to read from her dissent. So basically, don't know why he did the rebuttal. The way he phrased it, I think, is completely fine. It's just the existence of him continuing to talk about the case that is unusual. But I think what people, what I hope we can emulate, at least from the Supreme Court, what a takeaway that I like from them, the traditions that they have are meant to facilitate civil discourse in the best way, like, because they have to make decisions. This isn't just to understand the other side. These are life and death questions oftentimes. And so after an oral argument, first of all, they go to lunch. That's about 63 lunches a year. They are not allowed to talk about work at lunch. Nothing. You may talk about your kids. You may talk about what you're binge watching. I'm very grateful that they have those conversations because then I get little nuggets from my book, like the fact that Justice Barrett was binge watching Slow Horses. And Justice Kagan thinks she was the one who recommended Slow Horses because she had read the books. But not everyone agrees that Justice Kagan was the one who recommended Slow Horses. Like, love that lunchtime conversation. That's super fun. After that, they go into conference where they are going to now vote on the cases. No one is allowed in that room except the 9 justices. The portrait of John Marshall Harlan hangs above them to remind them about posterity watching the sole dissenter may be right, listening to one another, having some judicial and intellectual humility about what others are saying. And the rule in that room is that each justice speaks in seniority order and nobody speaks a second time until everyone has spoken the first time. And then there's going to be memos that go back and forth. And so it is this highly orchestrated way of decision making. I mean, as Justice Barrett once said, this is an arranged marriage with no option for divorce, right? They all have life tenure. You're all stuck together. And so if any cracks begin in those relationships, they're going to break apart quite quickly. Because you're going to be stuck together so often and seeing each other so often, there's not a lot of room, there's no marriage counseling for Supreme Court justices, especially since Sandra Day O'Connor left the court. She was kind of the marriage counselor for the court. So they do, I think, really work hard to, like an arranged marriage, to choose love each day. But it can be hard, and there's moments where you see it crack a little bit. And I think right now especially, they are in our culture. We do not hermetically seal them. And so the politics of now affects them as well, in a bad way.
Well, and to your point, they seem to be carrying the weight of the checks and balances.
And of 2 branches that aren't doing their jobs.
Yeah.
Right? So everything, the Supreme Court now gets pulled into every fight because we think that the Supreme Court is the righter of wrongs, that they are the last word in our constitutional order. They are never the last word in our constitutional order. We are. You can amend the Constitution. You can put pressure on Congress to pass a new law. The vast majority of the cases that we're talking about, the immigration cases that came out yesterday, for instance, all they're doing is saying what they think some congressional statute says. If a member of Congress doesn't like that, it's literally their job to amend it. I was so mad when I saw these tweets from members of Congress being like, and this is why we should add seats to the Supreme Court. What the? No. This is why you should do your job as a member of Congress and draft a new bill.
Yeah. Well, and you point out very clearly in your book the notion that I think gets missed in a lot of cases. They're not deciding cases. They're deciding questions, answers to questions. Correct? Explain that a little bit more.
Yes. They only decide questions, not cases. That can be very hard for people to understand. So even in the decision yesterday where the question is whether Donald Trump can rescind the designation of temporary protected status, they actually are still sending the case back to the lower court to make that final determination. They do not themselves decide the case, even if their opinion would certainly lend itself, well, to answer the question. But this gets to that problem that I think we have in our constitutional education right now. And I hear this from people, and I am so sympathetic to it, but it's just wrong. And it is this idea that I hear that's like, yes, but the courts are the last option. Congress isn't doing its job. And so if President Trump or President Biden oversteps their authority as president, like, I don't know, renaming the Kennedy Center when there's a clear statute that says that the name is the Kennedy Center, that is a clear violation of the law. Well, what are we supposed to do? Congress isn't doing anything about that, and the president is going rogue, so we need the courts to do that. That is actually not the job of the courts. The court's job is not to be the last line of defense, or, as Justice Ginsburg once put it, to sally forth and find constitutional wrongs to right. Congress is allowed to strip the courts of jurisdiction over issues. That actually was the problem in the temporary protected status case, is that the law that Congress passed to create temporary protected status said that there would be no judicial review of a designation of temporary protected status or of the revocation of temporary protected status. And you may say, yeah, but Donald Trump said a lot of racist things, and that's why I think he did that, and so my God, someone has to then prevent this from happening. You know, it also said they could only, for instance, renew it for 18 years. So what happens if the next president decides to do it for 50 years? Surely the courts would step in then. No. If Congress strips the courts of jurisdiction, it means that Congress is saying this will only have a political solution, that you as voters must put pressure on Congress, that you as voters should not vote for monsters for president. And if you don't do that, the courts don't then step in as the, adults in the front of the car and say, I'm going to turn this constitutional republic right around if you two don't stop fighting. That's not what John Roberts is there to do.
Talk a little bit about John Roberts and the dynamic he plays. It's such an interesting story, and the way he seems to navigate that role throughout this.
Chief Justice John Roberts is something like a Greek tragedy figure. So in 2007, shortly after he had taken office as Chief Justice, and remember, he hadn't been a justice on the Supreme Court before then, he walks in as Chief Justice. He gives this interview to Jeff Rosen, who was, until recently, the president of the National Constitution Center and is now at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, all here in Philadelphia. And first of all, I don't know if it's wise to give some far-ranging interview right when you take office, like an entry interview, but it's incredible because it's like, well, who do you want to be when you grow up, John Roberts? And he's like, well, obviously I want to be Chief Justice Marshall, the most famous, best Chief Justice that has ever lived. And he's like, all the other Chief Justices, if you think about it, have kind of been failures. And so if you're going to emulate someone, you should try to be Lance Armstrong, right? 2007. Fast forward, and again, it's sort of like a be careful what you wish for, John Roberts, because he probably is the most like Chief Justice John Marshall of any Chief Justice we've ever had, but not in the way that I think he thought he was saying. What made Chief Justice John Marshall sort of the Chief Justice that we all think about, I counted this for the book. What did I say? There's like some absurd number, like 41 busts of John Marshall throughout the Supreme Court. Like you just keep tripping over them and they fall from the ceilings like Halloween decorations. There's a reason for that, though, and it's because John Marshall is the one who makes the Supreme Court. He's the fourth Chief Justice, not the first. The first three, kind of useless, right? We don't need a counter-majoritarian branch when George Washington is president. Who needs to be counter to that, handsome devil? But John Marshall comes in when Jefferson gets elected. Well, now we've got a problem. And John Marshall creates the Supreme Court as a counter to the most partisan election we've ever had in American history, the election of 1800. Most partisan, by the way, without a doubt. Puts 2016 to shame. The Jefferson crew called John Adams a hermaphrodite. This was, things got real. And so Jefferson hates John Marshall. They are cousins, by the way, and...
We had two cousins up here, maybe
oh, yeah.
earlier today.
Well, things can get dicey with cousins. John Marshall had fought at Valley Forge while Jefferson was home in Monticello entertaining British prisoners of war in his home because he needed to fill out his string quartet. And John Marshall was like, go yourself. John Marshall writes, Valley Forge is where I started to think of myself as an American. And in the meantime, Thomas Jefferson talks about his country as Virginia still. He does not see America as a country for many more years, and it really breaks up the cousins, bromance or whatever. So when Jefferson is now president and Marshall is Chief Justice, they just go head to head all the time, and Jefferson's like, screw the Supreme Court thing, tries to impeach Samuel Chase to get him off the court because he sees him as too partisan, and then he's gonna go after John Marshall next to remove him, and turn the court into a mirror of whoever holds the presidency. And John Marshall's ability to stand athwart Thomas Jefferson creates the Supreme Court, creates Marbury versus Madison, judicial review, all these things we take for granted as part of an independent judiciary. And then he gets Jackson next, right? So he is Chief Justice for 35 years and has two presidents who are the biggest threats to an independent judiciary that probably the United States ever saw. And so to have now this Chief Justice move through the creation of and sort of fall of the United States presidency into the definition of tyranny that James Madison had, which is the consolidation of legislative and executive functions into one person. Obama and his year of executive action, to Biden, student loan debt forgiveness, to Trump, tariffs, birthright citizenship, too many things to name here. But it is really now the Chief Justice's job to stand up to these presidents who are threatening the Supreme Court and say, come hell or high water, here I stand, I can do no other. He also, by the way, as being Chief Justice, is the chairman of the Smithsonian, and as he says, this is my favorite thing, he says the best part of the job is being chairman of the Smithsonian, because when a new baby panda is born, you get to be the first to see it. Huge.
But I think the way you're telling these stories, which I think is so powerful and important to understand, is that this is a living, breathing, organic thing that was thought about. Let's do it. Let's map it out. Now let's try to get it done. And I think in today's day and age, we think, well, wait a minute, it's already established. They need to be doing it. And yet you're pointing in instances of history and today how, no, this is getting built and figured out moving forward. Where does it need to go as a court? And talk more about that way that understanding how to put this into play actually is a living, breathing thing.
The constitutional crisis that we are in right now, I will suggest to you, is the disappearance of Congress. It is Article 1 in your playbooks for a reason. The branches are not co-equal. Congress is first, because that is the most democratic branch. That is where we are supposed to send our representatives from every walk of life, every representative of what it means to be an American, to sit in a room together and hash it out. It is slow, it is deliberative, it is frustrating as hell, but that's how you create laws that are compromise-based and stable over time. For reasons that I try to explain in the book that we don't need to get into now, we stopped believing in that method. It was too slow, we didn't get everything we wanted, we had to compromise with the other side, who we hate. And so let's not do that anymore, and instead, let's have every 4 years the most important election of my lifetime, and elect a president who will give one half of us everything we want, and the other half of us something to run against and to stoke anger and outrage and small dollar donations and election turnout the next time. And when that is your system of government, the courts get dragged into every political fight we have, and it politicizes the court. I call it the last branch standing, but maybe a better title would have been last branch standing ... for now. Because the courts are a lagging indicator of our politics. It will not stand for much longer with this kind of intense pressure on it to be the solution to all of our problems. If we continue with a pendulum swinging presidency, and think about this, it is both domestic and foreign policy at this point. If you care about immigration or climate change, every president has switched those policies every 4 years. You cannot solve those problems in 4-year increments. If you think about our foreign policy, Let's just take something randomly in the news like Iran. We have been switching that policy every 4 years with every incoming president on just Iran. Again, all things that were meant to be done in Congress. If we cannot learn to force those conversations into Congress and to elect people into Congress that actually want to be members of a Congress, this will not last much longer. It just can't.
So what's our responsibility in that process as citizens?
Understand, I think the number one thing is to understand the role that Congress is supposed to play, right? Don't kick someone out of office because they worked on legislation that compromised with the other side. It's literally their only purpose there. Electing someone to Congress who's a really good Instagram influencer is not the point. If they want my job, please do not elect them to Congress. We don't need more podcasters. We need actual, Mr. Smith goes to Washington. Number 2, vote in primaries. Everyone says they vote in primaries, but only 10% do. Now, probably that 10% is overrepresented here, but nevertheless, force your neighbors to vote in primaries. And then 3, complain every time you see a headline that says something like, Supreme Court sides with Donald Trump in immigration case. Instead of saying, Supreme Court says only Congress can amend immigration law. Very frustrating to me. And every time you see one of those headlines, just know that Sarah has another gray hair.
Talk about those gray hairs with what we just heard on Tuesday and Thursday of this week. Like, what are you seeing there and thinking, and how would you explain it to us trying to take the approach you're recommending?
Yeah, the vast majority of the cases that we're talking about are statutory interpretation cases. They are just about what Congress said. So for the big ones we have left, for instance, can Mississippi accept mail-in ballots 5 days later? Well, that's a question for Congress. If you hate partisan gerrymandering, that's a question for Congress. Birthright citizenship? I think there's a couple ways the Supreme Court could go on this, by the way. Donald Trump loses in all of these ways, so it's just choose your own adventure to losing. But an important way, I think, is to say Congress passed a law in 1952 that says all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction therein shall be citizens of the United States and the state in which they reside, and that we have interpreted that to mean, minus diplomats, that everyone born here is a citizen. And a president acting alone cannot change that. If Congress wants to pass a law that changes the definition of birthright citizenship, then we can have a whole other lawsuit and we can talk about what the 14th Amendment said and whether Congress violated the 14th Amendment. But all of this government by executive order, whether it's forgiving student loan debt, eviction moratorium, vaccine mandate, tariffs, or birthright citizenship, no, Mr. President, you don't have the power to do anything without going to Congress. And by the way, the presidents for the last 35 years, I think, have all come into office with unified government, meaning their party has controlled the House and the Senate, so they have no excuse for not going to Congress. But I get the distinct feeling that while during the Biden administration, he was frustrated because he didn't have the votes in Congress to do, for instance, student loan debt forgiveness or the vaccine mandate that actually failed to pass in Congress. This president doesn't even want to go through Congress. It's more fun to be like, I have the power myself. I have like a magic wand that like even my 6-year-old knows isn't a thing. And so I think that is the most important way to interpret what the court has been doing lately. It has been saying no to presidents usurping the power of Congress. Now, there's going to be 2 other cases, one on independent agencies, the Federal Trade Commission, whether the president can fire people at the Federal Trade Commission, and then one on the Federal Reserve, similar question.
We should hear them all Monday?
No, we won't hear them all Monday. We'll get like 4 Monday and 4 on Tuesday or Wednesday. All we know is that Monday is not the last day.
Okay.
And we wait for the white smoke to billow out or something. By the way, my husband is going to Chevron to take a job, and someone tweeted out there was a fire in downtown Houston, and so all you could see was black smoke rising from above downtown Houston, and someone tweeted out they must have picked a new CEO of Chevron. I thought that was the funniest joke I'd ever seen. Obviously, I'm still giggling about it today. So I think you will see Donald Trump win that question over whether presidents can fire people within the executive branch. And how does that fit into my thesis? because someone needs to be politically accountable. So if someone works in the executive branch, but the president can't fire them and Congress can't fire them, and they do something that you as an American don't like, who are you supposed to complain to? Nobody has any accountability, political accountability over these people. And so what I think the Supreme Court has been saying and will continue to say is they will make a more powerful president over a weaker presidency. So yes, you have the power to hire and fire people, to spend that money in different ways with the discretion that Congress gave you. But when it comes to exercising new powers that you then go find some vague statute to authorize, no. You must get the power from Congress, and then you are the one responsible and accountable for exercising that power, because that is the constitutional crisis.
Earlier, you gave some examples of unexpected things, of different justices voting on similar things.
Yeah.
And to really combat the whole idea of 6-3, is it a 3-3-3? Give us 2 or 3 other examples that go counter to the narrative we hear all the time about the court.
Oh gosh. Okay, a couple examples. Let me just give a data one first, and then we'll get into some fun cases. So last term, 15% of cases were decided 6-3 or 5-4 with all of the liberal justices in dissent. So along partisan lines, even if they picked off one conservative, 15% of the cases. The exact same number, and I really did appreciate them providing me this symmetry. That was kind of them when I had a book coming out.
Helped with the book.
Yeah,
right?
The exact same number of cases were 6-3 or 5-4, with all of the liberal justices in the majority and only conservative justices in dissent. Most often, those 6-3 cases, all of them actually, had Thomas, Alito, and Gorsuch in dissent. They are sort of the lowest institutionalist justices. I call them my YOLO justices. And so to understand that for a lot of these cases, it's Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, your liberal justices, counterweighted by Gorsuch, Thomas, and Alito, not because they're more conservative necessarily, but because those middle 3 justices are so institutionalist, they really are kind of shifting as the middle vote. So let me give you some examples, because what I hear a lot is like, yeah, but in the big cases, it's 6-3 along ideological lines. And I really like the English language, and so I posit to you, how do you define what a big case is? Because if you define a big case by which cases divide 6-3 along ideological lines, it's not a very good definition of big cases, it's just a circular one. Last term, 3 cases were decided, they all came out the same day. One was on gun manufacturer liability for gun violence, one was on religious liberty in Wisconsin and tax-exempt status, and one was on minority discrimination in employment practices, firing someone because of who they are. All 3 of them coded conservative. All 3 of them were written by liberal justices, 1 each, and all 3 were unanimously decided. And so even though if those had been 6-3 cases, like the gun manufacturer liability case, if that had been 6-3 with the same outcome, but had just been conservative justices saying that gun manufacturers shouldn't have liability and liberal justices saying yes, they should, I argue to you that that would be the Citizens United of gun violence, that every time there's a mass shooting, someone would point out that case, called Smith & Wesson, and say, see, the conservatives have blood on their hands, but because it was unanimous, it was no longer a big case, and it floated away like a balloon that a child had let go of, and we never talked about it again. And when I bring that up to people who disagree with my thesis, what they say is, well, but that just meant it was an easy case if it was unanimous. I'll push you on that too, which is that easy cases don't get to the Supreme Court. By definition, if a case gets to the Supreme Court, it has been disagreed about at the lower courts by some of the smartest circuit judges that America has ever produced in this country, which is a whole separate problem with what's going on. But nevertheless, so there aren't easy cases. If they're all agreeing, it doesn't mean that everyone thought it was easy. The lower courts all disagreed about it, but these 9 people were able to agree, and that doesn't mean it's not a big case.
So we're seeing the interaction of an ad-based revenue model for media and information that has a narrative that
yes.
if it doesn't fit that conflict entrepreneur or industrial outrage complex is not going to show up.
It's like if it bleeds, it leads. It's like a version of that. If it's 6-3, what rhymes with 3? We
Tree.
don't agree. Yeah.
We'll have to work on that one. So you end your book with how to stop worrying and love the court, right?
Yeah. My original artwork for this book when I pitched it to my publisher was John Roberts riding in on a bomb, to this, 1 First Street, yeehaw, from Dr. Strangelove. Weird that didn't get picked up, but it's what's in my head.
So after everything, why are you on balance hopeful?
Because all of these institutions are made up of people, especially the Supreme Court. These are 9 people who all take their jobs really seriously and take each other seriously and take these arguments seriously. You can read those 3 opinions by Justice Alito that were all 6-3, all decided along ideological lines, and all big cases by whatever definition you want to use. And I think many of you will agree or disagree with the outcome, but if you go read how he wrote them, in every case, he is taking the other side's best arguments and saying why they rejected those arguments. He's never caricaturing the other side. And it makes his argument, I think, the majority opinion, more persuasive. He says, they argued this, but there's this. They argued this. At one point he says, that's a pretty persuasive argument. And he doesn't even, he's like, I don't really have anything to refute that, but in the larger picture, I just think there's more things on this side of the ledger than that one, even though that's a pretty important one, and there's nothing that I can argue against it. Taking the other side seriously when they lose, I think, is a really important part of what the Supreme Court does. Justice Kavanaugh has described it. He's like, you never hear someone walk out of a basketball game and say, well, we lost, but the refs were really good. And he's like, and yet that is the job of the Supreme Court, is to make the losing side buy into the process and buy into the rule of law and say, we lost, but we could win next time. We lost, but they heard our arguments.
Yeah.
And I think they actually are really excelling at that. And I think it is a relatively easy fix. I actually think the pendulum is going to swing, and we are going to fix Congress, and I'll tell you why. And it's because reality TV viewership has fallen off a cliff in the last year. It's happening really quickly. They are canceling reality TV shows. They're not green-lighting new ones. The ad revenue is gone for it. And if you think that culture is downstream of politics, and again, I've worked on lots of campaigns, it is. The end of reality TV as our principal form of entertainment, I hope, means it will be the end of reality politics as our principal form of engaging with each other on things that cannot be reality TV driven, where you actually do just have to compromise, where the best answers are not going to be winner take all. And so, I see little glimmers of hope in some of these primaries. And to be clear, our populist, angry, outrage moment didn't come about in a single election, and the midterms in 2026 are not going to fix everything in Congress. Not going to happen. Set realistic expectations. But you look, for instance, at the Texas Democratic Senate primary where I'm from, and Jasmine Crockett ran a very reality TV, very 2016 campaign. It was anger, it was outrage, it was very, very online. And James Tallarico ran what I'll call a Ted Lasso campaign. The other side is good. I disagree with them. We are all people of, God and grace, and let's work together and let's find some solutions, and happy warrior. And he wasn't supposed to win, and he did win. And you look at that New York race where the Kennedy heir and George Conway and those guys all lost, and the guy who won you've never heard of. Someone actually did their vote totals cast against their social media followers. Couldn't believe it. There were 5 or 6 people who ran in that race. It actually went perfectly in reverse order. So the person with the most number of social media followers came in last, and all the way up that the person who won had the least number of social media followers. Let's try that for a little while.
It's fascinating. It is. I happen to live in a state with a governor Governor Cox, who has made this point on a regular basis, and if Mary Ann is, I don't know if she's in here, but would disagree better, of where evidence that Stanford's looked at stuff that actually this matters to people. When he made the case of making that same point of talking good about the other side. We both love our state and moving forward. So you see that as a path. What would have to happen for that to become the norm rather than the thing that maybe just happened right now?
I think it is happening. There's that famous line from Winston Churchill that Americans can always be counted on to do the right thing after they've tried everything else. And like, we've tried this.
So we're getting closer to the
That's right.
to that. Yeah.
A more perfect union eventually. We've tried this for 10 years. We've tried hating each other. We've tried screaming at each other. We've tried not compromising. We've tried punishing one another. But it hasn't actually done anything. Every problem that existed 10 years ago continues right now and arguably has festered. You know, it is gangrenous. And so I do think that Americans are sort of thinking like, I voted for these people and it didn't solve the problem, so I'll try something else. And it will happen slowly, but I think it will happen surely, that the pendulum will swing away from what doesn't work. And electing people to Congress who then start podcasts isn't going to do much. Just nothing happens.
Yeah.
And so my hope, my belief is that that is happening. Again, slowly but surely. The fear that I have is that we have now replaced the vast majority, we're well over 50% of the members of Congress away from legislators, and we've replaced them with the Instagram influencers. And so these guys are going to be in charge for a little while before we can replace them. We do need to make sure they don't cause lasting damage, like, for instance, adding seats to the Supreme Court that will simply destroy having an independent third branch of government. Both sides of the angry outrage machine would love that, because the Supreme Court, as I said, is counter-majoritarian to bare and fleeting majorities, of which they are both. Right? This idea that both parties are run by these very bare majorities and they are fleeting majorities. The last thing they want is a counterbalance to them getting everything they want immediately. Even if it means the other side will get what they want 4 years later, they would rather do that. It is up to us who actually understand the constitutional structure and love this experiment that we're running to say, no, even if it means that I could win today, I am willing to not win to continue having those counter-majoritarian balances to protect minority views in this country, whether they be speech or religion or anything else, right? The guy who definitely killed that person, like we found the severed hand in the freezer, the majority doesn't want to give that person a lawyer. We know they're guilty, right? Just put them in jail. I have every case that I have worked on where the person was wrongfully convicted. In every single case, the prosecutor believed that person was guilty. The prosecutor was never framing someone that they thought was innocent or that they weren't even sure was guilty. Every time they are convinced the person absolutely did it, and it's up to them to protect their community to make sure that guilty person goes to jail. That's why we have these counter-majoritarian protections. It's not from a bunch of bad people. It's from people thinking they should skip the process because they're the good guys.
Yeah, the way we frame it. The thing that we're dealing with at the heart of the work that we're trying to do.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask quickly before we get to some final questions here. You do reference at times that maybe some of the president's attacks on the court might actually be helpful to the court.
Sure. What better proves that it's a counter-majoritarian branch than the Republican president attacking the conservative Supreme Court and saying, how dare you stop me from getting everything that I want? Donald Trump is the first president in American history to go under 50% at the Supreme Court. Joe Biden and Barack Obama both had better records at the Supreme Court. And you think of Trump's major policy initiatives right now, he's lost on all of them. Alien Enemies Act, that was an immigration case, lost. Federalizing the National Guard, lost. Tariffs, lost. Birthright citizenship, will lose. I think if people are willing to take off their tribal partisan hats for a second and actually see that that's what the Supreme Court has done, I think they'll see how valuable the Supreme Court is and how counter-majoritarian it is, and that when you have a president like Donald Trump come into office who does not want to, respect sort of the rules of the game, that's when the Supreme Court is most important. And yes, sometimes he's going to win. But if you just demonize the Supreme Court because you think they're conservative, you're missing the game here.
Okay. And what if there's many people who voted for the president and many people here who may feel supportive of him, and they speak is
yeah, well, then I'd just point you to Joe Biden's record at the Supreme Court. Eviction moratorium, vaccine mandate, student loan debt forgiveness. Do you want presidents to be able to exercise that power with nothing from Congress, just on their own? Oh, the Clean Power Plan, he lost that one too. In all of those cases, all the Supreme Court said was feel free to go to Congress. Until then, go jump off a bridge. And unless you're willing to have presidents have more and more authority to run the country without a counter to that power and without Congress even saying it's okay, I think that's a huge mistake. I think it will be the end of representative democracy. That way, tyranny lies.
Before we close, last question here. It's a group of us who voted for all sorts of different people, have different ideological homes. We envision an America where this concept of courageous citizenship becomes the honored norm. We try to inspire and equip people to do that. You're a consultant. Give us your 1 minute. How are we going to bring about that culture change? What's your guidance to this group of people who probably don't agree with each other on every issue, but agree that what we're doing now isn't working? How are we going to get there? A little free advice here.
Bilingualism is important, and that's the #1 thing you can do here this weekend. If, it's something that a Supreme Court advocate would tell you that they can do in their sleep. If on the day of the oral argument, the justices were like, hey, funny joke we're gonna play on you, you all have to switch sides. And the person who is coming here to argue for this will now be arguing against it and vice versa. They wouldn't miss a beat. They would be able to do it flawlessly, because that's the only way that you'd be able to take your side, is if you could equally give the other side's argument. And what a blessing it is to be with each other. And for free, this person is willing to tell you how to defend their argument. Take notes, my God. It will make you so much better at defending your own argument, being able to talk to someone who has those views. And again, the lesson for John Marshall Harlan: have strong opinions that you hold loosely. Right? The thing that Justice Alito wrote that I think is the best part of the whole opinion is when he says, this is a very strong argument, and I don't have anything to counter that. Acknowledge that when you're talking to someone. You don't have to have a counter to everything. You can still hold your belief, even if you can't argue back, like, well, actually, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's an excellent point. I'm going to think about that. I may not have a response to that. You haven't changed my mind yet, but I'm keeping that one with me. To be able to spend a weekend doing that with one another is a gift. It's a gift you're giving them. It's a gift they're giving you. So treat them like they are giving you a gift with hospitality and grace.
Love that so much. Love that so much. Thank you, Sarah, to have a passionate conservative who's taken the time to understand the reality of the human side of these 9 Supreme Court justices and helping us to better understand it today. We're really glad that that class in college shifted at that moment and pushed you there. Thank you so much, Sarah Skirt.
Thank you.
We're going to be pivoting now to getting on to our final, to our plenary session here in a little bit. So thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
There we go.
All right, everyone enjoying themselves? All right. Anyone found anything they actually disagreed with? Anyone said yet? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Good. Who would like to say something interesting the other side said? We're still trying to get to these questions. Something that someone from the, if you're red, someone blue said, blue, red, that kind of surprised you? Anything like that? Raise your hands. We got mics coming to you.
Who would like to start today? We have someone up here in the front, but we don't have a mic. Here's Mark with the mic.
Hi, thank you for this question. Oh my gosh, I wrote so many things down. Wow. So one thing I asked a red, how can we attract reds in my area where we don't have an alliance yet?
Where are you from?
Upstate New York.
Oh, okay.
And he said, let them know you won't stereotype them or criticize the way they speak, and work with them to achieve some civic goal you both want. I love that. I love that.
How about that? Anybody else? Who would like to go next? We have other mics in the back. We have 2 mics right now. Anybody from
anything
that
that
area?
someone said that you took note of who was from a different political persuasion than you? Okay, after lunch. All right, wake up, everyone. You didn't get enough coffee. Oh, we got one.
So shout out to Tom. I met at lunch. We had both just been at the viewing of Homegrown. And anyway, what he said that kind of caught me back was I was there at January 6th. And his hope for me was not to pigeonhole everyone that was there as some sort of fanatic. There to support a president he liked. So,
yeah, he was saying we're not all the same.
Right. Just because he was there at January 6th, don't condemn me.
Anybody else?
Good.
Do we have someone back here on this side while we wait for folks to trickle in? Any highlights, any surprises from the convention so far? Hi, David. This side. Anybody else would like to share anything? Do you have one? Okay, perfect.
Hi, I'm Steve Kidwell. I am the Lean Red co-chair of the Greater St. Louis Braver Angels Alliance. This is my second convention. And what it's helping me do, which is exactly what I hoped it was going to do, is prioritize the opportunities that are in front of me, okay? I really want to grow my alliance, and there's many directions I can go and limited resources, so the breakouts that I've gone to have really helped me focus in on 2 or 3 things to try to take back and take action on. So I'm really grateful for that.
How about someone who wants to hear more about a certain subject or from a certain perspective that hasn't heard it so far? Anything like that? Okay, here's one.
Right here in the middle.
Mike's coming to you.
I'm Mike Asbury, co-chair, Blue Leaning of the New York State Capital Region Alliance. And although I've talked to Chip about this, I think we need to talk a lot more about alliances, how they're organized, how they're managed, how they're encouraged and developed, and when they fall apart, what do you do? How do you make sure that people stay? Because this is a lot of work, and you know what? It's not going to get done unless the alliances do it. So I don't want anyone to lose sight of that. We have lots of wonderful speakers, very important people. That's all wonderful and nice. But as Tip O'Neill said, all politics is local.
I heard an amen for that. How many more can we do, Jim? can do
One,
two more. We have
two
someone
more,
back
two
there.
more, yeah.
Peg Meyer from St. Paul, Minnesota. I'd just like to put in a plug for the Brave Angels debates. If any of you have the opportunity, please go there. Very well facilitated, and I'm just so impressed by how they're run. And those are also available online throughout the year. But there you go.
And we're going to have a very fun debate on immigration tonight at 7:30, in case you did not know.
Yeah, that one will be live.
Do we have one more? Maybe we'll do back there, yeah.
Okay, I'm Sulani Madsen. I'm the Red Co-Chair for the state of Washington. And I feel like we're doing something kind of sneaky, but instead of starting many, many alliances, we have two major alliances for the two major parts of the state. And underneath that, we're calling them satellites, which lets us take advantage of maybe a small group of volunteers that blooms and flowers for a season, but they're not this kind of strength and depth that's going to stay into alliance. If they grow and they get stronger and stronger, they may be in an alliance. But satellites is working for us as a way of bringing more people in. And I thought I'd mention it so I stopped feeling sneaky about it.
Thank you. Do we have one back there? Perfect.
So I'm obviously red, but I've always been very liberal on the issue of gay marriage. And I know a lot of my blue friends are very hurt by how my Christian conservative friends speak about homosexuality, stuff like that. It wasn't until speaking to a woman today at a breakout session that I realized a lot of Christian conservatives don't want to be in rooms like this because they feel attacked for what they see as their religious beliefs. And so I wonder about the possibility of some sort of panel where both sides can just talk about that issue explicitly, because it feels like we're speaking two very different languages and both mostly hurting each other.
One more. One more? Who's going to be that one? Wow. Okay, not one more. Oh, we got one. Someone
can
get
do
a mic.
One more here, and then we'll turn to our video.
I'm Elizabeth Christensen from Oregon, and I want to hear more about the Grandmas for Democracy. How are we going to hear more about that? Grandmas for Democracy, she brought it up in the last plenary.
I love that. Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. So one thing this convention reminds us is that Braver Angels is part of a much broader civic ecosystem. Across the country, there are people, there are organizations, there are members of Congress working in different ways to strengthen trust, deepen conversation, and help Americans build together across differences. So we're grateful to everyone who shared that larger commitment, and we're going to start with that video. Jim.
We'll skip that.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Robb, Red Co-Chair for the Brave Angels Convention, and this is Diego Sanchez, Blue Co-Chair for this year's convention. We now call this third plenary to order. Okay, as we begin this third plenary, I want to take a moment to connect where we've been. Last night we opened with inherence and responsibility, asking what's been handed down to us and what this moment asks of us. This morning, we turned to renewal begins with me, the idea that civic renewal does not begin only with institutions or leaders somewhere else, it begins with each of us. And now this afternoon, we turn to action at scale. Diego, can you help frame where this is going?
Thank you, Jim. Hi, everyone. It's great to see you again. Thank you for joining this third plenary. This afternoon, we're going to see what happens when citizens move from conversation to action. Courageous citizenship is intentionally engaging across our differences to build together, and it does not stop at our front door. This morning, we talked about how renewal begins with each of us. But this afternoon, we will see how ordinary citizens carry that responsibility into some of the hardest issues that we face, and how building together can still move a nation. At the last convention, delegates voted to prioritize finding common ground on immigration. That was in 2024. And the Citizens Commission on Immigration was built in response to that mandate. And what we'll see today is not just an immigration project. It is a model for courageous citizenship. Ordinary citizens, local alliances, national leaders, and members of Congress becoming part of that same civic effort. To help us understand how all of this fits together, I'm pleased to welcome our colleague David Lapp, who has been helping lead the Citizens Commission on Immigration. Please join me in welcoming David Lapp.
Thank you. It's very good to be here. And in this session, we're going to explore Braver Angels leaders taking the turn from individual to local to national. And as Diego mentioned, when we delegates assembled in Kenosha 2 years ago in 2024, we brought to that convention some possible issues that we thought Braver Angels should prioritize finding common ground on over the next couple of years. We debated, discussed, and we delegates voted to prioritize immigration as a priority issue. And we built the Citizens Commission on Immigration in response to that mandate. So, what has happened since then? This Citizens Commission on Immigration is has three legs. First, there are local workshops and debates. There is engagement with members of Congress and engagement with national leaders who are part of the Immigration Policy Roundtable. So far, there have been, you all out there have convened 44 Common Ground workshops on immigration. As many of you know, the Common Ground workshop each Common Ground workshop brings together about 7 reds, 7 blues, to see what unanimous points of agreement they can find on values, concerns, and policies about immigration. This is a workshop that was developed by Rena Bernards, Braver Angels volunteer extraordinaire. And I remember when I first heard about this, there was a Common Ground workshop on abortion, and they found many points of agreement. Bring together 7 pro-life and 7 pro-choice people. I was blown away. We're using that Common Ground workshop methodology for this initiative and with an innovation. In October 2025, we began convening constituent conversations. This is with a local member of Congress. So the 7 reds and 7 blues then meet with their local member of Congress to share the points of agreement and to have a dialogue about what we can do to address our immigration challenges. And there have been 7 of those constituent conversations since we started in October, including 4 with Democrats, 3 with Republicans, and there's more being organized. We have done There have been 17 local community debates on immigration, and there have been 5 meetings of the Immigration Policy Roundtable, that group that Jim and Diego are leaders of. So, it all culminates in a report to the nation by mid-2027. Now, this report to the nation, we're not just going to have the report to the nation, we're not just going to publish it and then it's just going to sit on the desk. The idea is that this report to the nation is the basis for a deepening and expanding of our conversation about this and taking action about this. We move from finding common ground to sharing that common ground, particularly with our members of Congress. So how many, could we share with every member of Congress the common ground findings that are in this report to the nation? How many alliances could host a town hall or a constituent conversation about the findings in that Common Ground workshop? How many debates could we have at the local level? Because not all of us are going to agree on every single Common Ground point of agreement, even though every Common Ground point of agreement represents a unanimous point of agreement from a workshop. Not all of us are going to agree. We can continue to debate. We can deepen and continue the conversation. So we are going to take this priority issue into our next convention in 2028 and really perfect this idea of when the report comes out, we share it widely with members of Congress. So in this session, we are meeting some of the leaders, Braver Angels leaders, from local to members of Congress to national leaders in the Immigration Policy Roundtable who are doing this work. And without further ado, for the first part of this, I want to welcome to the stage Braver Angels CEO Mari Giles and 2 very special guests, the Democratic and Republican co-chairs of the Problem Solvers Caucus in Congress, Representative Tom Suozzi and Representative Brian Fitzpatrick.
These guys deserve the round of applause, the standing ovation. I told you that when we were talking in the back that there's a lot of appreciation for the courage that you both show. In case you didn't know already, we have a Republican and a Democrat, and we're talking together.
You're a Republican?
But I think, as Brian, you like to say, what about we just be congressmen? Yeah. Now, tell me, you decided to take on leadership in something called the Problem Solvers Caucus. That's such a counterculture play. Why do it? And why does it matter? Go ahead.
Me?
Go ahead,
Well, thanks for having us. Good to see everybody. Why do it? I think, that's there's a lot to that question, but I think the simplest way to answer it is if you truly believe that everybody comes to the table with different experiences, different perspectives based on the experiences they've had in life, based on their upbringing, the household they grew up in, where they were educated, life experiences, struggles with pain or whatever that have changed your perspective on things, that when you come to the table, you come there, cognizantly knowing that you are the product of your own upbringing, and that people come to the table with different perspectives based on their life experiences. And if you want to learn from them, and you view diversity of thought as a strength to be harnessed, not a weakness to be criticized, if you realize that people check different boxes on their voter registration form when they're 18 years old or thereafter for a whole host of different reasons, if you believe that no one party has a monopoly on good ideas and that no one party has a monopoly on good people, if you truly believe that, and you believe that diversity of thought is a strength, then you naturally want to gravitate towards a two-party group, and that's really what we are. We try to see the world through the other's eyes. Every successful relationship we have in our lives involves seeing the world through the other's eyes and meeting them in the middle. Every single functional, healthy relationship in our lives. Government should be no different. That's really what gravitated me towards this caucus.
Thank you. Tom, what about you? We have something that sometimes gets criticized in coming to our convention, and those that are watching might not know that there's also conservatives and progressives in the audience. And we have that same requirement in our leadership that you got to have somebody who's conservative, somebody progressive who does that. For you, that's the same requirement of the Problem Solvers Caucus, but why do this and why do it now? Why is it so important?
We really, first of all, let me just say how great you all are that you're spending your time doing this. We need you in our country, so let's just give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for what you're doing. We really appreciate, Brian and I were talking about it before. We're very grateful to you for what you're doing. Maura, you're okay too. So the reason to do this is because these jobs are really not, these jobs in Congress are really not worth it if you're not getting something done. It's not worth getting elected to be a member of the United States Congress if you're not accomplishing anything. And the only real way to accomplish things is to, especially in this very tight majority environment where it's just separated by a couple votes, and this very fractured media environment and people, pandering to their political base and social media and cable news and our foreign adversaries trying to blow us up and get us to hate each other. It's not worth it to do these jobs unless you're working with other people to actually get things done. And to get things done, you have to be bipartisan in this environment. And Brian will be the first to tell you that the only time you get something really good done, like we just got this housing bill done in Congress that the president hopefully will sign soon, was only because it was bipartisan. Yeah. And a bunch of bills that we worked on through the Problem Solvers are part of that bill. So we're doing it because you have to do it and because it's the only way you can get stuff done.
I love it. But you have to get, one of the beauty of our system with the different branches of government is that they say, okay, there's this one branch, the People's Branch, has got to be every 2 years. So you've got to get elected. I don't know if everybody knows this, but some people may assume, oh, they're doing this because you're in a safe district. You don't have any challenging race ahead. That's not true for either one of you. Talk about the courage and the line of compromise that you might be pushed on a regular basis because the incentives would tell you to do something otherwise. How do you do that and keep getting elected?
So people have to know that there's 435 seats in Congress, and of the 435 seats in Congress, 400 seats are safe seats you can't lose. 200 Republican seats, 200 Democratic seats are gerrymandered, redistricting, something's one of our big focuses right now. Our safe seats, 200 Republicans are going to win the Republican seat, 200 Democrats are going to win the Democratic seat. There's only about 35 competitive seats, and that number is going down as far as competitive seats because they're playing all these games with redistricting all over the country, trying to create more safe seats. When you're in a safe seat, you have really no incentive other than what you think is the right thing to do to listen to the people. Because the only way you're going to lose a race is by losing a primary, and nobody votes in the primaries. Often it's the base far right of the Republicans, the base far left of the Democrats, so the Democrats pander to the left, the Republicans pander to the right, and the people are left out. And that's what's killing our country. Our seats are not safe seats. I'm a Democrat. Donald Trump won my seat by 19,000 votes. Brian's a Republican. Kamala Harris won his seat. We have to talk to everybody. I have to get the large majority of the Democrats to vote for me. I have to get the majority of the independents to vote for me. I've got to get some Republicans to vote for me too, or I'm not going to win.
So the incentives in your districts themselves are creating that healthy dynamic.
Yeah, and it's better for America. We need more competitive seats. We need more politicians listening to the people.
Yeah. You know, Brian, you've done a good job not being in the news at all, not taking any hits recently. If those who know what I mean. How are you dealing with that with such consistency in the face of what
Well,
you're
I'm a
facing?
believer, let's start, I'm a big believer in term limits. And I think, number one, I believe in it because I think it's a good thing for our country. I think it makes sense for the presidency. The 22nd Amendment passed, which imposed term limits for the presidency. I think that should be the case throughout Congress and the courts for that matter. I believe in turnover. I think that's a good thing for our country. But if you start with that belief, if you start with the belief that service in elected office should be a temporary public service, not a career, if that's what you believe, then everything that follows, I think, is much more consistent with what you're talking about. You can't worry about elections. You cannot. Any job that any of you have, if you went to your work every day not feeling free to do what's right because you're afraid of losing your job, you would be terrible at it. That's no way to go about doing your job. So if you believe in term limits, if you believe that this is a temporary public service and that you care more about legacy than you do about reelection, which I would hope is the case for everybody, because if you don't, you're going to regret it when you get older. You will. Yeah. It's just everything flows from that. So I don't think it involves courage. I don't think standing up for what you believe in, speaking your mind, representing your district, who are your bosses. Because when this is all said and done, these are our neighbors. These are the people we're going to live side by side with for the rest of our lives. And you have to stick with them. Not stick with the speaker or the president or any leader of any party. Stick with your people back home. That's the way our system of government works.
Well, and then you bring your point of view to the table and represent that. And we envision an America where that thing I was telling you we call courageous citizenship becomes the norm, and it doesn't feel it's that way right now. Now, Tom, back in October, you participated in a constituent conversation with 6 Reds, 6 Blues from your district. I think you saw some of them again tonight on our immigration work. And they don't, as their different parties are voting different ways. Can you talk about what that experience was like to be able to sit down for that period of time and listen to them and have it not be a town hall situation with tomatoes being thrown and other things like this?
Yeah, I am so, I admire this group so much because it's not about, proving I'm going to get, you're wrong, and I'm right, and I'm going to prove this. It's how can we find some common ground? Because every problem in America, every single problem, I don't care what the issue is complicated. Anybody who says, why don't you just, doesn't know what they're talking about. There's no why don't you just. So what we need in our country is people of good faith, of goodwill, who are willing to sit down and say, well, I think this. And they say, well, I think that. Well, how about this? Well, how about that? And you try and work together to find common ground. You cannot solve a complicated problem with everybody saying, you're a bum. No, you're no good. You're one of those. No, you never get to the topics because you're just spending so much time in the fight that you never actually hear what anybody's saying, and you never actually work to find some reasonable, thoughtful way to move forward. And the whole thing that's going on in our country right now with those safe seats I was talking about before, politicians pandering to their base, social media rewarding extremism. The crazier stuff you say, the more likes you get, the more followers you get, the more small dollar donations you get. Cable news living these alternative universes, not to inform us, but to inflame us so they can sell advertising. And finally, our foreign adversaries, the Chinese Communist Party, the Russians, North Korea, Iran, filling our social media feeds with messages just to get us to say, what's wrong with them? What's wrong with you? I don't recognize my country anymore. There's people, something. And they want us to divide ourselves from within, because they can't beat us militarily, they can't beat us economically. They want to divide us on what they think our biggest weakness is, which is our diversity and our freedom.
You know, Brian, your district here, Bucks County, just outside of where we're at, right? And I know that we're working to have a constituent conversation with your constituents as well. What advice would you give to volunteers in this work trying to then come forward, find that common ground, and then bring it to their elected official? What advice would you give to this group?
Engagement, civility, diplomacy. You know, all of us deal with protesters, and you know, certainly we celebrate that right. This is America. The most effective way to communicate is to do exactly what you're doing, right? I've said this in the room in the back before. This organization, more than any other we deal with, it's so striking to me, and it warms my heart that you're people of different backgrounds, different perspectives, but you're trying to see the world through the other's eyes. You're so respectful to each other. You want to find a way to get to yes and figure out the best respectful path to get there. And that's the best advice I can give you, is keep doing that. You know, don't be a saber rattler. Don't engage in this red versus blue, Hatfield versus McCoy nonsense where, you know, I'm right and you're wrong. And, you know, if you don't agree with me 100% of the time, you're stupid and a bad person. That's how a lot of people engage in their dialogue, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work in our marriages. It doesn't work in our businesses. It doesn't work anywhere because it's not normal. It's not healthy, and it shouldn't be the case in our government either. So the best advice I could give is take your perspective and spread it. Spread it to all corners of this country. Build organizations in all 435 congressional districts in this country. Get to know the member staff. Get to know the member themselves. Facilitate conversations. It's the best thing you can do. Tom started, I want to reiterate, you people really give us hope. You really do, because this kind of civil, healthy, respectful dialogue, if we could just clone and replicate you all and spread you throughout America, our country would be able to solve so many more problems.
Can I say one thing?
Please. Yeah.
You know, there's a study that is in my head. It's back from like 2017, but it's been updated, and I just haven't read the report. But it was called Hidden Tribes, and it talks about how the far left of America, which is often younger, secular, unhappy with the history of our country, is like 8% of the country. And the far, far right of the country, which is another 6 or 8%, which is, you know, anti-this and anti-that, and, you know, a little bit hard edge, angry type of folks. It's a very small piece of our country. Then you have traditional liberals, progressives, then you have traditional conservatives. But the biggest group, which is killing us, is the 52% of Americans that are the politically disenchanted and the politically disengaged. The whole thing stinks, it's all rigged, it's all broken, and a lot of the populists are out there saying, I know you're unhappy with your country, I know your lot in life is no good, let's blow the whole thing up. And that's working. It's appealing to people. And to solve the problems we have requires this hard work. This democracy, the founders were concerned that the public would not be involved, that the public would not be educated, would not do the work necessary to move our country forward. And you are doing the essential work that the founders envisioned for our nation. Because if we leave it just up to the parties are going to fight for the parties. They're going to look out for the party's interest as opposed to the country's interest. We need the people, and you are the people that we need to make our country better.
We'll come back to the parties thing in a second. The issue we're talking about tonight is our Citizens Commission on Immigration, because our body voted a few years ago that was the issue we wanted to try to take on. And when people come into these common ground workshops, they come in oftentimes thinking that, oh, wow, this person's going to think different than me, and then they leave and they go, wow, we agreed on found a lot. What's the practical reality in the body of Congress that you're facing of how are you finding common ground on immigration?
So it's interesting, immigration, which divides so many people, really unites Tom and I. He comes to the table with incredible passion on this issue. He and I are both, descendants of Irish immigrants through Ellis Island, and, we both believe in the same things. We believe that we're a nation of the rule of law, and we're a nation of immigrants, not one, but both. Both are true. And it is that perspective that allowed us to become, in a very, very short period of time, the world's military economic superpower, the world's currency standard, is because of that perspective, that we were the place that everybody wanted to come to. And we're still the place that everybody wants to come to. And despite all of our challenges, it's actually the biggest advantage we have over our adversaries. You know, China and Russia, to name two, have massive demographic challenges on the horizon because they have an aging population, they have a low birth rate, and nobody wants to move there. We have a potentially endless labor supply to attract the best and brightest, to invite the people in who are seeking a better way of life. That's how so many of us got here. Unless you're a Native American, you are an immigrant to this country. The only question is how many generations back and what generation, what part of the world can you trace it to, right?
Yeah. So tell me then, because I totally get that, and it's you did a couple things that our folks will recognize. You brought in the human story of knowing each other's roots, because we all.
Well, he only brings up the Irish part about me. My father was born in Italy, I want to point out.
Never would have guessed that. But how do you go to the member of Congress? Because we ask our folks on a regular basis, go to the person that you believe has a very different point of view. How can we have hope in your ability to go to that member of Congress that doesn't have that, at least at the surface, that perceives same common ground? How are you doing that?
There is one of the great things about politics for me, and I've been doing it for longer than Brian. I was a mayor of my hometown. I was a county executive. I was in Congress. I've had a lot of ups and downs along the way. But one great thing about politics is I've met every single type of person you can imagine. And I don't care what your ethnic background is, or your religion or no religion, any factor about you. We all want the same stuff. Who loves me? Who doesn't love me? What's right? What's wrong? How am I going to pay my bills? How am I going to raise my family? And the stuff that divides us is so minuscule. And there are people that are incentivized, whether they're our foreign adversaries or people trying to make money or people trying to get political advantage, that are trying to exacerbate those differences whenever they can. And you guys have found, just by hanging out with each other in these meetings, that wow, I disagree with them on this, and that, but they seem like pretty nice, reasonable people. And that's what everybody is. It's just, there's some jerks in the world.
Are you able to do that with other? Are you able to do that with other members of Congress in the current Senate?
We do that. The problem solvers. I do workout classes. I'm on the baseball team. I go to the prayer breakfast. Whenever I get an opportunity to spend time with other members on both my party or the other party, you got to build relationships. It's a very important part of the business, and it's very hard in this current environment. It's very hard. It's so toxic, oppressive coming down from above.
So I know one thing that you disagree on or have a different point of view on the solution is the role of parties. Brian, you've been pretty vocal about your perspective on that. And 1 minute on your point of view, and then Tom, 1 minute on your point of view, and then I'm going to ask a follow-up.
So you're in the City of Independence, 1776. The signers of the Declaration, a very, very brave move. No political parties. 11 years later, the signing and the drafting of the Constitution occurred also in this city. There are no political parties. By the way, from the very, very beginning to the end of the Constitution, the document that created the greatest country the world's ever seen, beginning to end, 4 months. They had different interests. You had big states that had divergent interests with small states. You had agricultural states and industrial states. But they were all Americans. And they came together and they said, let's figure this out. When George Washington ran for president in 1788, he ran as an independent. There were no political parties. When he ran for re-election in 1792, there were no political parties. And it wasn't until the end of his second term when Alexander Hamilton started the Federalist Party, stronger federal government, centralized government, closer ties to Britain. Thomas Jefferson started the Democratic Republican Party. That's what it was called. States' rights, closer ties to France. And President Washington, dedicated a section of his farewell address, 1796, to say this is a problem. We did not envision this when we signed the Declaration. We did not envision it when we drafted the Constitution. He referred to it as factions because he said that the key ingredient to the success of this brand new country and this brand new system of government that we formed was internal unity against a common external threat. And that the greatest threat to this brand new system would be internal division that was fermented by our external enemies. And here we are, right?
Okay.
So
I want to do something now, Tom. 1 minute to express your point of view, but Brian, I want you to find one thing that you agree with what he says of common ground.
I knew you were going to ask me that. That's
one,
so hard.
1 minute.
Listen,
Here we go.
I don't disagree with anything he's saying as far as, that's what Washington said. And it is a problem that the parties have gotten so powerful. I don't think it's realistic to say we're going to get rid of the parties. But the parties have become too powerful, and there's too much interest. We have seen, I could tell you a long story, but I'll use it in my minute. But the leadership of both sides is always trying to make sure they get the leadership. That's their big goal. And if you want to put it in a noble perspective, it's that like we think we're right and they're wrong, so we want to get power so we can do the right thing. So arguably there's a noble intent behind it. But when you're just fighting to win and get the power, you're leaving behind the people in the process. And you're leaving behind getting things done that would be good for the country. So my belief is that we have to reform I don't believe in term limits. I disagree with that idea. But I think that both these problems of the parties and term limits can be solved the same way. If the people were voting and involved and engaged, they'd throw the bums out. They would throw out the people that are no good and are not doing their job, and they would hold them accountable. And that's why this whole thing of everybody pandering to their base because they're in these safe seats is the fundamental problem in our country of people just worried about pleasing their base. The base, and not pleasing the people.
And Maury, if I could interject here, there's an area that Tom and I really agree on, which is key to this whole discussion, which is making sure that every American citizen has the right to vote in every taxpayer-funded election. Whether you are... So there are a number of states in this country that are quote-unquote closed primary states, meaning that if... Yeah, both of our states. That if you dare to register independent, that you are not told you're not welcome to vote in half of elections. Think about this for a second. You could be a 99-year-old World War II veteran who stormed the beaches of Normandy, saved civilization, comes back home, registers independent in the land of independence that we're celebrating 250 years of, and close in half the states in this country, you're told you are not welcome to vote in 1 out of every 2 elections. Tom and I believe that is a grave injustice, that it's wrong. We have legislation to fix it. And by the way, not only
Thank you.
If I can, just finish. Not only will it correct a grave injustice, but it would be a sea change effect on the floor of the House. Because the people from closed primary states that are in gerrymandered districts, we call them the vote no, hope yes crowd, they go to the floor knowing what the right thing to do is, but they're afraid to do the right thing because they're worried about not 100% of their district, they're worried about 18% of their district. Yeah. They're worried about the 18% of Americans who go to primaries in the closed primary system. Yeah. If we can fix that, I'm telling you, so many good things would flow from that.
Thank you so much. To all of you, thank you. They need our support, but in your own district, your members need the support to find the people that will live this way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I want to now invite to the stage for our next part 3 Braver Angels volunteers who have been working hard to find common ground on immigration. Long Island Alliance Red Co-Chair Herb Lape, Long Island Alliance Blue Co-Chair Swati Srivastava, and David Izquierdo, a former Border Patrol agent who has joined several common ground workshops on immigration and as a Red participant. Herb, I want to start with you. because we just heard from the two members of Congress, and Congressman Swazi participated in a constituents conversation with you and Swati, and the 6 Reds and 6 Blues who participated in a Common Ground workshop. So that date for that constituents conversation was October 24th. I called Herb on like October the 1st, and I said, Herb, we just got word from the congressman that he said I can be there on October the 24th at 2 o'clock, which means then you have to have a Common Ground workshop that precedes that. So I said, Herb, can you get 6 Reds and 6 Blues together in less than 3 weeks? And I just have a question for you. I mean, you love sailing, and you're a retired high school history teacher. You could be out on the bay sailing. Why on earth did you say, yes, I will do this?
That was a very good question, and I asked myself as well. I mean, real quick, I want to talk to motivation. So here we are, the city of brotherly love. I happen to be a Quaker, and somebody mentioned the other day that Pennsylvania was the first state to eliminate slavery. And I'm just thinking of the slavery story and the role that Quakers played in that, right? So again, very braver angelish, right? They didn't have dogmas, you know, the scripture says this, and oh, it's God's law, higher law, et cetera, et cetera. They really witnessed and testified and really focused on what is the impact of this institution on the slave owner and the slave. Is there positive fruit or negative fruit? And they went around and said, you know what? It's negative for the slave owner and for their kids to have that kind of power. It's negative for the slave in terms of not being paid, you know, for the labor, in terms of, you know, not respecting families. And as a result, because it is corrupting, it is wrong. In 1776, they decided it was wrong. And if the other, you know, Christian groups had not been so dogmatic, Quakers never split on slavery. Every other Christian organization split into northern and southern factions. And if they had done what Braver Angels has done, maybe the Civil War could have been avoided. And I think that's kind of something that we should think about. Now that's that, so as a Quaker. Now, the bigger question is, you know, Long Island. So Long Island is Congressman Swazi said, is incredibly diverse. It's diverse class-wise, race-wise, ethnic, religion, and everyone, we've got 4 districts, everyone is a purple district. And therefore, when this whole notion of leadership and dealing with immigration came, we're going, oh my God, we are situated here to really have an impact in doing that. So we did several Common Ground workshops, met with Swazi, I guess the first one in the country, and we just got, you know, we got excited about it. We've been doing immigration workshops, everything else, and it's been great.
Are you finding common ground?
We are. You know,
tell us about that.
Okay, and it's tricky, right? So I think you and I talked about this. The first one we did was because it was not related to a constituent conversation. It was a German film company that came over and really wanted to kind of see this in action. So we could come to our agreement. You know, I'm with the Reds, and we kind of go, let's have a, you know, we wanted to agree to a path to citizenship after a certain number of years, and you've been, you know, doing the right thing. You know, we put that on the list, and we also had border security, big, and, you know, Remain in Mexico is big. And then we got to the, you know, the agreement, and it's actually a blue friend of mine, you know, said, forget this border security and Remain in Mexico.
No to border security.
Well, you know, I think maybe part of it was we put Remain in Mexico, and that was like a red flag, even though that has been the policy that has provided border security.
But you found common ground on that?
Well, we didn't. So that one, and I was ticked, right? We had to, you know, we had to get rid of that one. And then we did the one for Swazi, and he's in Swazi's district, and we had to do this quick. And so, you know, and he's a member of my Quaker meeting, who's, you know, blue. So we had an opportunity to, engage in, conversation. And when we did the Common Ground workshop for Swazi, he had, changed a little bit and realized that security was critical in terms, again, if we're going to get anything done, you cannot, ignore border security.
Swati, I want to go to you. Why are you doing this?
Thank you. I'm an immigrant. I came to this country 25 years ago on an H-1B visa. It took me 18 years of getting my citizenship the day I stood and pledged my allegiance to support and defend the Constitution. Thank you. So I have a visceral understanding of what being an immigrant means. And for better or worse, I think America has become this country in this modern world whose promise is believed and sustained by immigrants. At the same time, I come from India, from a developing country, and having lived that experience, I also have a visceral understanding that immigrants don't always only bring hopes and aspirations, they also bring habits that are shaped by the culture they're from, and those habits may not always be in line with American civic values. And to acknowledge that reality, to me, is not anti-immigrant, it is a hallmark of citizenship that we all should be doing.
And Swati, I know that you had a poignant instance of finding common ground in, I think, one of the first workshops. Tell us about that.
Sure, yes. So this was the first. I have participated in a few workshops now. First one on Long Island last year. We were the first in the country to do the constituent conversation. The night before, this was my first experience, I was thinking about it. The night before, in the morning, basically in the night, I had a nightmare. And I saw, this was of course early into Trump administration, this is 2025 June, and I saw that ICE agents were at my door, and they broke the door down, and while my immigrant husband watched, they dragged me away. And I woke up completely shaken up about this. I mean, this was just, so hard. And so in the morning, when I went to the workshop, and when they asked me, the first question, what is your connection, whichever, I could have told so many stories, I'm an immigrant and all those, but I shared this story, knowing fully well that this was also the experience that a lot of my immigrant friends were, having documented, undocumented, all of us. So now we go into the common ground, we're doing this fishbowl exercise. And I am logged in conversation with there's a deep conservative person in our group. We know him very well, he knows me, respect each other. And he's, at the time he was like, complete, all undocumented people should be, they have to be deported, nobody can be here, ICE is doing a great job, etc. So in this conversation, he suddenly looks at me and goes, look at you. You were legal, you paid your dues, you earned your citizenship, you did everything the right way, that's how we want things to be. And I said, yeah, but look at me. I just had a nightmare last night. So many of us are feeling so scared, so not welcome. What is this policy, this haphazard thing that's going on? What is it doing to people like me? And suddenly there was silence. And we were like locked eyes, and he looks at me, and I kind of feel something shifted inside him. I mean, I knew that. And so I said, for a moment, the silence, and I said, Charlie, would you agree to a cutoff? Would you agree that there was, people who've been here for some time, can they stay here? And he's very riled up, and he goes, everybody who walked under Biden, he considered this open border thing, they have to leave. And beyond that, we can talk. It was my turn to be silent. And I suddenly hear the pain point, his pain point. I suddenly see, wow, this is really a pain point for him. And from that true listening, we came across to that common ground. We found common ground in subsequent workshops of the 10 years cut off for people who are here and they can stay here. So it came from that.
I do want to look at some of the... Let's put up there some of the points of agreement that you all have been reaching in Long Island, up on the slide there. One of them is, I thought this was striking, it's a pair of values. Embracing of a diverse and multi-ethnic society. And then the second one, preservation of American identity. Wow. Those embracing of a diverse and multi-ethnic society and then preservation of American identity. Those are values. Some policies that you all have been finding, and if you could go to the next slide. Crack down on employers who illegally hire undocumented immigrants and have an e-verify system for the employers. E-verify is a system that allows employers to verify that the employee is legally authorized to work in the United States, and it's something that conservatives tend to emphasize. Pathway to citizenship for people here illegally for 10 plus years and make DACA permanent. DACA is that system that gives protections to children who arrived here without legal status, and it protects them from deportation. So that's something that they all found an agreement on. Secure the border, Herb, you talked about that. ICE required to display identification badges, ID numbers, not names. So really striking it. There's some stuff on there that conservatives tend to emphasize, some stuff that liberals tend to emphasize, and some stuff that you're all kind of meeting in the middle on. I am interested, I wanted to kind of understand better, okay, but how are you finding these points of agreement? And for this, I want to bring in you, David. So David Izquierdo, a former Border Patrol agent, more than 20 years. You and Swati met at an online workshop about a month ago, and you had very interesting series of conversations that led to some interesting common ground. But David, just in 1 minute, tell us what led you to be so concerned about border security, your experience there.
Well, for me, border security has been my career for a quarter of a century. I did not know much about borders. I grew up in Miami. The most I knew about borders and immigration was the Mario boat lift. I come from a predominantly Cuban community. That was about the most extent I had when it came to immigration. When I go ahead and join the Border Patrol in 1998 and I get stationed in Texas, it's when I finally realized the enormous crisis that we have at the border. And that's when I finally start realizing one thing for sure, that not everybody is fully aware of what border security actually even means. And if it's even a crisis to begin with. Is it something that we should take seriously? Is it something that's just a niche item for certain people, but nobody should really pay attention to? But that realization to me came by actually working on the border itself. And I was at the Southwest border for 10 years. And then I moved over to Miami sector, the coastal sector, and that was a completely different world. And that's where I was dealing with even a different type of immigration, not just illegal immigration that just recently came in, but I dealt with a lot of overstays, a lot of violations of visas. So I have a very well-versed background in immigration, but that's pretty much.
And David, I know you told me it was 2021, 2022, you were working at the border, Texas border, so overwhelmed at the border, and for you it was too much, and you decided to take early retirement because of that. And I remember talking to you, and you said you were sympathetic to the perspective that all people who are here, unauthorized immigrants, should be deported. Swati, you have a different view. 1 minute, your view.
Well, yes, let me make it very short. Very quickly, when I first came to the US and I was working here on an H-1B visa, the dot-com bubble burst and I lost my job. Now, being on an H-1B visa meant I had to find a job in 30 days or leave the country. I found a job, thankfully, I'm here. But I've looked back at the time and I've thought, what would have happened if I was forced to leave the country at the time? Well, it would have hurt, but I would have survived. I had family connections, I had friends, I knew the culture. But if somebody tells me right now, go back to your country, I wouldn't even know what they mean except for go back to Long Island, because that's where I live, that's where my country is. So at some point, a crossover happens. At some point, you are no longer from over there. America is home. And for any policy to not acknowledge that is just going to be cruel. And I just wanted to add this very important point. I also say this, that something else happens when people become citizens. This convention, we have heard so much about pledges, pledging our lives, fortune, and sacred honor. You know where a pledge happens? A pledge happens at a citizenship ceremony. That's where you stand up and take the oath. So for people, hordes of people to be living here, have roots here, have families here, and we are asking them not to stand up and take the pledge, we're not just harming them, we're harming ourselves because we don't allow them to be full citizens.
Okay, so here's the scenario. David and Swati go into an online Common Ground workshop together. You heard David's experience and his perspective. You just heard Swati's perspective. You did find some common ground. Tell us about that, what it was, and how did you find it?
Okay, so I'll just tell you what we found common ground on, and then we can talk about it. So based on all these discussions I've been having, I proposed this particular policy. My policy was anyone, documented, undocumented, whichever, anyone who had been living in this country, in America, for more than 10 years, had a taxpayer ID, a tax ID, and had no criminal background, should be given an EAD, which is an employment authorization document.
So they can legally work in the United States.
They can legally work. They could be DACA, they could be anything, they could be here on H-1B visa, but EAD also gives you other rights. Anyone, 10 plus years, no criminal background, taxpayer ID, should be given a path.
David, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so that I could agree with. I'm pretty much against a pathway to citizenship. That's a very big benefit. To me, it's a privilege for someone to be able to obtain that citizenship. And when you broke the laws and then expect a country to go ahead and start kind of changing its laws to ultimately give you that privilege, to me doesn't sit well. But when I heard that proposal, I said, you know what, I can live with that. Because I'm going to admit something that, and I'm going to say that, I hope that the majority of the people this would resonate. One of the things that I hate the most, especially in a career in immigration, was having to deal with extremists, okay? Whether it's on the right or the left, okay? And I realized that. As a Border Patrol agent, I have very hard time doing my job because of those two extremes. The level where I felt comfortable was when I was working in the middle. So when she brought that up, in reality, based on talking to her, I realized I'm not talking to an extremist, and I'm dealing with a purple. I can talk. We can talk. We can definitely talk. Well, there you go. I didn't even notice that. Okay.
Wrapping this up, 30 seconds. There seems to be some magic when you have strong convictions plus strong desire to find common ground.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we all are here because we have strong convictions about the things we have, but we also understand compromise is our legacy. The founding fathers made compromise to find a common ground for the greater good, and I definitely bring that to it, and I think so did David.
No, for sure. I think the whole goal was, how do we not kick this can down the road? How do we finally just get real with each other, realize the difficulties in dealing with this, be honest that the priority is to get to a solution, not to continue fighting. And as long as we realize that we can go ahead and blend together, I think that we can go ahead and move forward and not get stuck in the rut of just repeating this constantly and never getting anywhere. We got to get honest with each other and take that challenge.
And so and I want to note, this is the common ground that they were able to find, but you might be out there and you say, I disagree with that. And that is why, you are a perfect Braver Angels member. You might find different common ground. The point is more the process. We have strong convictions, a strong desire to find common ground. That's where the magic happens. And we're not all going to find the same common ground, and that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Part, I want to invite to the stage members of the Immigration Policy Roundtable. So we've seen members of Congress, we're seeing local leaders finding common ground on immigration, but there's the third leg of the stool as well, which is national immigration leaders who really disagree with each other, meeting with each other and seeing what common ground they can find. So welcome to the stage, David Blankenhorn, founding president of Braver Angels. Jim Robb, Numbers USA, Diego Sanchez, President's Alliance in Higher Education, Teresa Brown, and Peter Scarry, the chair of the Immigration Policy Roundtable.
All right, my friends, what a pleasure to be able to talk with you for a few minutes. It's an innovation for us to do this round table, because Braver Angels is basically a grassroots organization, you know, we the people. But you've seen in this project that was endorsed by this convention 2 years ago, we've also brought in the level of dealing with members of Congress, and you saw how that is working with Mari talking to the two members. And then you saw the wonderful, I was so moved by what we just heard with the grassroots people. The third level of this, we've never done this before, is, you know, the so-called grass tops, the experts, the people who are leaders of the organizations that, you know, have meetings all the time and lobby and write papers. Well, we decided this was an important thing to do if we really wanted to touch the country on this issue. So we did it. And these wonderful people, wonderful friends of mine, are among the leaders of this immigration policy roundtable. And so I want to just ask them, and I think I'm going to start with you, Peter, if you don't mind, because Peter really organized it. Peter really went out and got the people to say, yes, I'll come to the meeting. And I can promise you these are people that didn't agree with each other on even what to have for lunch. Yeah, Peter, we're 5 meetings into it. We've gone through a process. You've been the organizer, the principal organizer of it. Give me a minute or two on your key takeaway of where we are with it right now. How's it going? Where are we?
Well, David, where we are right now is we've really begun to get some traction, I would say. That we've had 5 quarterly meetings every 3 months or so. A lot of groundwork before that, kind of preliminary meetings. And I think it's in the last meeting or so that we've really begun to feel comfortable with one another, gotten used to one another, so that we can begin to really engage and talk about difficult topics that we don't agree on, because we didn't necessarily start out there. But we're now at the point where we've had some really good discussions across the divide, or across the divides, and begun to really engage on where we agree and where we disagree, and looking forward to engaging more in successive conversations.
Now, you teach at Boston College. You're a professor of political science. You've written for many publications about the issue of immigration. You've written an award-winning book on the subject. So immigration is an important field for you. Was it hard for you to bring this group together? How was, just briefly, how was the experience for you to try to pull this group together? Hard, easy? You've done it before. How did it feel to you?
It's been hard. I haven't done it alone. This guy here has been a big help, Jim Robb, in particular. But it's been difficult. I've had some very difficult conversations with various interlocutors who haven't joined the group. I've had a particularly difficult time with labor unions, trying to engage them in the process. I've been successful in one instance with one particularly enlightened leader, but been rebuffed by by many union leaders, been rebuffed by many advocates on the left liberal side of the divide. Yeah. It's kind of interesting, I might add, that the people who have been most enthusiastic and most supportive from the beginning have been not all the immigration restrictionists, but the two key immigration restrictionist groups, Numbers USA and the Center for Immigration Studies. They've been with this from the beginning, and it's been the advocates that have been really difficult. Business interests, too, have been pretty much with us in varying degrees.
Yeah. Peter tirelessly traveled the country as a volunteer to reach out to these leaders, and so I think he's done a pretty spectacular job bringing the group together. I think you and May, I think I was there hanging out a couple of years ago at the Braver Angel Convention, and a guy named Jim Robb says, this is Jim Robb, he says, oh, I work for Numbers USA. You know, we're hardline, we're hardline red on immigration. He said, but I've been doing this a long time, and I'm ready for something different, and maybe y'all, you Brave Angels, would be interested in what I have in mind, and that was for me a turning point. So Jim, could you just say a little bit about you and Numbers, and what? I guess I want to ask you for your motivation for getting involved for helping start this thing, your motivation for helping start it.
Well, first I want to say that the differences about lunch were quickly overcome, and it led to all the other the things that have happened. Motivation. So
we all agreed on Potbelly, and that was the end of that.
So I've been involved in immigration policy work for 31 years, 31 long years, and we've, on my side and my organization, we're pretty much stupendous fighters, and we've been able to oppose and successfully sink things that we thought were not in the interest of the American people. Unfortunately for us, the people who had a different perspective were also very well organized and were able to sink things that we thought were in the interest of the American people. So I decided we were at mutually assured political destruction. So I thought to myself, after about 25 years of this, I thought, wouldn't it be nice to get in the room with the people that we've been fighting with abstractly and just say who we are, what we're doing, why we're doing it, and see if we can find anything in common. Because I thought if we could talk to each other, maybe we could find one thing in common. And, you know, I was pointed by my good friend Courtney to Braver Angels. They said, you know what, these people do what you're talking about. Go seek them out. So I went to the Gettysburg Convention, and wow, I found a ton of people with open minds, and they had a structure to deal with differences. I said, hey, this sounds like my kind of group, and here we are these years later, and we're talking.
I'm not sure we could have done it without you, Jim, because you, you know, while your group is an important voice in the debate, and I think you could have blocked this, and instead you helped give birth to it, and you have my real admiration for that. And now my friend Diego, who's also co-chairing the convention with you, do you mind if I say something a little personal? I want you to say a little bit about your family situation and your beautiful wife who's here. I want you to say a little bit about that, because what I want to point out is, let's just say you and Jim don't agree on a lot of the immigration policy. So you agree on some, but you have some basic disagreements. And every time we would meet, after we got to know each other a little bit, I noticed Jim asking you about your situation. How's it going for you, and what's going on, and how are you doing personally? And it was kind of a breakthrough for me to see. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. What I want to do is get you to, I guess, say a little bit about you personally, how this feels for you, this experience of being involved in this process. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, David. Hi, everyone. And I think I shared a little bit yesterday in the opening plenary. I was formerly undocumented, spent 14 years being undocumented. Came to the country when I was 9 years old from Argentina. I had DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, for about 2 years, and then eventually adjusted my status. I started my advocacy as a community organizer, as a student activist. Did that for a while. I practiced immigration law for some time, and now I'm back into the policy space. And recently, during the pandemic, I lived in Argentina for a little bit, and that's where I got to meet my beautiful wife. And we started this long and arduous process where I was able to petition for her as a U.S. citizen. And that process took about 2 years. Should have never taken that long. Last year, I was in Argentina 10 times, going back and forth. And throughout this process, I got to share with all of you. And I think we have been able to build trust and just see each other as human beings.
That's what I'm going to say. It was kind of what I felt like with not just with you and Jim, but in general, what's so nice about our method, I think, is that we take the time to build personal relationships and have some trust. There's some trust and also some affection. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, and I think I do want to give props to Braver Angels because I just think it needs to be said. You all have been able to do something nobody's ever been able to do, just get folks who are on the very opposite side of the political debate together at the same table. And I think it just starts with that. And in the beginning, I do want to share, it was very hard. Peter mentioned very hard, very, very, very hard getting people to the table, right? I got called so many names by now. Sela, whatever, you're enabling, I won't repeat them. I don't think they need to be repeated. And I said, look, we've been doing the same thing for how many years, how many decades? We've been trying this way. We've been screaming past each other, right? And we haven't been able to accomplish anything. And so when I learned about Braver Angels, I said, let's give this a try. Yeah. I'm not naive, right? But if you're telling me that we're going to meet each other, build trust, I'm not saying we're going to solve immigration in one day, right? We're going to just have better disagreements, more informed disagreements. Disagreements where, we'll be honest with each other, building trust at the same time, and I said, sign me up.
Yeah. Well, when Peter was recruiting the people, he mentioned to me, he said, well, there's this amazing woman named Teresa Cardinal Brown, and she has worked for years trying to put the different pieces together, trying to reach out to people on both sides. So Peter said, she's essential. Well, we have to have her. And incidentally, about that time, I saw a transcript of Teresa being interviewed on a TV, it could have been PBS, I don't forget what it was, National Public Radio. And you said, I've been doing this a long time, but I do not want to retire until I can say we've brought the two sides together on this. And I thought, go get her, Peter. So Teresa, from your perspective as a leader of the roundtable, how's it going? What, if anything, has surprised you and disappointed you? And if I can add a third one, what do you think the chances are that something good will happen?
Well, as you said, I worked for 12 years for a think tank called the Bipartisan Policy Center. So my entire career, I worked at the American Immigration Lawyers Association, which is seen very left. I worked at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, seen very right. I worked for the Department of Homeland Security under the George W. Bush administration and the Barack Obama administration. So, you know, that tells you where I'm at. But yeah, I've been doing this 30 plus years, and like Jim, you know, succeeded in defeating things that I thought were very bad, but not very good at actually getting things passed.
Right.
And I, you know, as I said, I did make that promise. My husband, who is now retired, is like, "Are you sure? Are you really sure? Do you have to wait that long?
It's a high bar, Teresa.
Can you maybe speed it up a little bit?" But like Jim, I mean, I was surprised because I was at the Bipartisan Policy Center, and out of the blue, it was Jim who called me actually first and said, "I'd like to talk to you." And I thought, really? Like,
it'll be fun.
Why? Because we're a bipartisan group, but we are pro-immigration, and I've been very pro-immigration for most of my career. But I do see both sides. But I didn't see Jim's side, right? And he said, "Let's just have coffee," and so we did, and we started talking, and he pitched me the same thing he said, like, we're not getting anywhere. This isn't working. And I had literally, I think maybe a year or two before, written an op-ed for The Hill, which is a DC-based newspaper. I said, when it comes to immigration, the all or nothings won.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
If your position is, we get everything, or we will take nothing, we will kill it, then you've won because you got nothing. Congratulations.
Just as a point of history for me and everybody here, when was the last time that, in your opinion, something meaningful was achieved by Congress at the level of broad immigration reform and progress?
Well, the last bipartisan bill on legal immigration changes was passed in 1990 by what was then pretty much a Democratic Congress, but signed by George H.W. Bush, that expanded legal immigration. In 1996, a Republican Congress passed changes to immigration enforcement that was signed by Bill Clinton. Since that time, nope.
The reason I ask is because, you know, that was more than 30 years ago. Yeah. And so let's just say when your husband said, "Are you sure?"
He had some basis.
He had some basis. Yeah. Because this has been one of those issues that has divided the country deeply, probably did more than anything else to put our current president in office, probably did more than any other issue to really rip the country apart in profoundly important ways. And the institution that has responsibility for overseeing our immigration system, which is the United States Congress, has not been able to, notwithstanding our lovely brothers who were here earlier, the Congress has not been able to do anything of real meaning on this in more than 30 years. So with that happy note, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to start with Diego, and we'll just go down. And let's be honest here. Let's not fiddle around here. Do you think what we're doing can actually do something? I'm not trying to get you to say, "Oh yeah, we're good." What's your assessment of the chances we have of success?
I'm excited for it. I'm an optimist. We're trying something different. We're not going to solve it tomorrow, next month, maybe perhaps this Congress. I think it'll take time. But we're definitely trying something different. And I'm very excited and optimistic about what we'll be able to get with that. I think, as it was mentioned in the keynote, right, it's about the processes, right? And I know you're a big process person. I am trusting the process. And then the spaces that we're creating, not just us, but all of you and the alliances in all the different states. And so I'm excited. I trust that. I believe in that. And I think we're going to get there.
Same question to you.
Well, I'm not an optimist.
We love that about you, Peter. Keeping it real.
But I can tell you that there are several other conversations going on in Washington, and I've been in touch with those, but none of them has the breadth of ours. And as far as I'm concerned, we're the only game in town, and we're really digging in. And I think if anybody's going to pull something off and pull something together, it's going to be us. And we'll see then where it goes when we roll it out. But I think we have a pretty good shot.
Teresa.
So one of the things that drew me to the Bravery Angels process was the fact that it was not just a bunch of us national leaders sitting around a table and trying to see what we could agree to. It was hundreds and thousands of people around the country doing the same thing. And one of the things that struck me is that a lot of national organizations, mine included, think we know what should happen. But to quote Congressman Swazi, maybe we're not listening to America. And so this was an opportunity to kind of bridge that gap. What if us at the national level and the people at the grassroots are using the same process, the same exact same common ground process to see where we can find agreement, what could come of that? And maybe we can learn something from what the grassroots is doing, and maybe, we try to inform. Jim and I put together the Immigration 101 thing. That was fun, to figure out where we could agree to do that.
They put together, this was at the beginning of the process.
This is very beginning. We didn't know each other very well.
They put together, and it would be like, I don't even know what the comparison would be, but they together.
Magna Carta.
They put together an overview of the current immigration crisis in America that was beautifully done and came from both of them. It was an amazing thing to see. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, but
are we going to do? How are we going to do?
How are we going to do? I think I'm an optimist, like Diego, because after 30 years,
unlike Peter.
Well, yeah. I mean, after 30 years, I'm either an optimist or a masochist, and I choose the former. It is a choice, people. I agree with Peter in that I'm part of a lot of those other conversations. Yeah. I am. I have been. I am. And this feels different. And I think there are a lot of people in Congress and around DC are kind of waiting to see what happens here. Could this really work? Both because they're hopeful it will, or they're fearful it will. And I think the folks that are fearful about it are the folks who have invested a lot of their time and energy in all or nothing.
Yeah. Brother Jim, how are we going to do? What are our chances? What are the chances of success in this, something that you've given your all to here?
Well, never before has there been a gathering like the Braver Angels Immigration Roundtable in which people who formerly just fought together, I mean, there was also friends on it, but basically,
mostly pugilistic.
Right, pugilists, right, we're great fighters, have gotten together and smoked the peace pipe. And it's like, well, we're listening harder, we're thinking deeper, are there commonalities beneath the apparent differences? And we found, so far, quite a lot of commonalities. Yeah. And it's like, we all love our country, we're trying to help it. And so I think that feeling of openness and trust in individuals across the divide, people who have sharply different views, we can find agreements that we're going to need to. And then I love the process that we're going to present it to Congress. Congress is already involved because the United States Constitution gives the U.S. Congress monopoly power on immigration. Right. So we got to get them to move, and that's our aim.
Get them to do their jobs.
And, you know, if you really want to think about something that'll blow your minds, think about the quality of the conversation and the integrity that you see here with these folks, and then think about the integrity and the quality and sincerity that you saw with the people who sat in these chairs a few minutes ago, the grassroots people, and then think about them uniting and coming up with a common message. I think that, and think about the fact that there are already some members of Congress, more every week, that are taking an interest in this. So I don't know whether I'm an optimist or a pessimist on this, but I do believe that it's the most hopeful thing I see, and my gratitude to these wonderful leaders for all they've put into it as volunteers, as real civic leaders. You just have my deep respect and gratitude, and so let's give these folks a round of applause.
I would also mention that tomorrow at 1:45 on this stage, you will have a chance to hear from two other prominent immigration leaders who have been involved in the roundtable. One, a very strong conservative restrictionist, Mark Krikorian from the Center for Immigration Studies. Frank Sherry, a longtime immigration advocate, founder of America's Voice and past president of National Immigration Forum. They'll be talking with David Blankenhorn about how they're duking it out and building trust and maybe even finding some agreement. So that'll be here tomorrow at 1:45. Okay, we have just seen what happens when citizens act together across their differences, from local conversations to national impact. Now, I want you to get out your booklets, and this is the pledge, and just write down, and let's put this up on the slide there. What is one concrete step that you will take in the next 60 days to move from witness to participant? What is one concrete step you will take in the next 60 days to move from witness to participant? Just give you about 30 seconds or so to reflect on that and to write that down. And now, I want to call our attention to our Alliance Volunteer Spotlight number 3. Let's cue the video. Elizabeth Christensen, everyone.
Okay. That was beautiful. Congratulations. As we close today, I want to return to the pledge that you just made. Don't leave it in the program. Before the day is over, I encourage you to find someone who can help you take that next step. Someone who can encourage you, challenge you, or even join you. Before this plenary was not only about, this plenary was not only about the Citizens Commission on Immigration. It was about what citizen action can become when people move from watching the work to joining the work. So carry that pledge with you into the next conversation, into the rest of the convention, and then back home. Jim?
Thank you, Diego, and thank you to David Lapp, to Mari Giles, to David Blankenhorn, our congressional guests, our roundtable participants, our volunteers, and every delegate in the room. Now we have a very important announcement. For those of you staying on campus housing, we want to get a...
You brought that up by yourself.
Stay in your rooms. We want to get a head start and tell you about the checkout process. When you're ready to check out in the housing, it's very important that you put your 2-room keys back in this envelope, or really your own envelopes, and that they came in. Hold up envelope. Okay. If you don't put the cards back in the envelope, Temple University will not know which room they are for. Bring this envelope to the front desk and give it to a Temple staff member. Do not just leave it on the desk, right? So this is not like your normal hotel. Got to do it by the book here. Give it to a Temple person, okay? Getting there. You've anticipated me. If you lost or no longer have this envelope, you must report to the annihilation chamber. Does that answer your question? Okay. Wait. No, that wasn't what I was supposed to say. If you don't have it, and we mean you really must give them directly to a Temple housing staff member so they can check you out. You got to give your cards if you don't have the envelope. And everything has to be in person, okay? You got that, okay. If you're not sure which breakout is happening where, please make sure to check your WOVA app on your phone. Locations are listed, is that how I say it? Locations are listed on our website, and printed agendas are available in the Student Center, room 200D. This plenary is now adjourned.
What? Oh, if you're just trickling in, we're going to start around 7:45. So by all means, scrunch forward. We're going to, this can be a little bit participatory as we move along. So if you want to move closer, it's going to be easier for you if you want to raise hands, answer questions, or ask questions. David, where are you going to be? Where are you going to be sitting? Okay. Well, I'm prepared for personalities as well. So, oh, I see, I see. Okay. So we were already planning on saying something like this. Now I'm going to say something, I'll probably say it again. If you want to be and if you don't want to be on screen, right? Like that kind of thing. So that I can still have the surprise. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Our cameras won't be able to pick you up on this. Yeah. Cool. You can do it. I'll do it. I might do it too. You know, if it doesn't. Well, like I'm gonna head back. You know, in like between 7:40 and 7:45 if you want to say it. I think that would be. I might just say it again at the start. David, thank you for the email. 7:45. Okay. Where? When you do the Brave Rangers Way? Yeah. It's nice. Thanks.
Hey, will you take our picture? We're trying to get a picture before the chaos.
Actually, if anybody, you have the problem of being in the picture with me, you know what I mean? Relatively cool.
Oh, thank you. That was what I was waiting for. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. Here's what you need to know about where you are sitting. First things first, we have a few mic runners in this room, but it's pretty big. There's going to be an opportunity to ask questions during this session, and it would really help us if you were all closer together. So we would ask that you move forward to the extent possible to help us out with this. Second, however, you will be on our cameras if you are in the middle. If you do not want to be on camera, you can sit on the sides and you will not be captured that way. Let me know if you have questions about that. You're welcome. Woo, woo! Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. We're going to get started in just a moment. I have a couple of announcements for you about where you are sitting. First of all, our cameras will capture your image, your existence. If you are in the center, if you do not want to be captured, you should sit on the sides. If you don't mind, feel free to sit in the center. We have a couple of mic runners in the room this evening, but there's only a couple of us. And it would really help us if you were sitting closer together so that we can help you ask questions without running around this room. So I would ask that you move forward and kind of make friends. Sit close to someone. Nobody bites, I hope. And if you do not want to be on camera, go ahead and sit on the sides. This is nothing about making America more purple. I promise. Come sit in the center, in the front, or sit on the sides if you don't want to be on camera. Thank you very much, and we will get started in just a few minutes.
So we're actually going to start in just a few seconds. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to the 2026 Braver Angels Convention Coliseum Debate. My name is Sam Rechek, and I'm a proud member of the National Debate Leadership Team. I am very, very honored to chair this evening's debate. It's a very special honor because this program is one of two programs at this national convention being broadcast live on C-SPAN to the entire nation, which is actually the real reason why we had you move. So we're very grateful to those of you watching. Hopefully there are some. And we're ready to get started. So I want to begin by telling you a little bit about our panelists. And I'd like to invite them to come out onto the stage now. So I prepared short bios, as any good chair should do in a Coliseum debate, for each of them. But of course I had to have a little fun with it, especially for those of you who know me. Here's what I did. One of my favorite podcasts has a segment called Half-Hearted Internet Research, so they don't call it half-hearted. And I figured for each panelist, I would read each panelist's bio and then tell you something intriguing, perhaps untrue, they can tell me, that I found about them on the internet. So first, and speaking in the affirmative today, allow me to introduce Jenny Murray. Jenny is president and CEO of the National Immigration Forum, which builds across political differences to advance immigration solutions that strengthen American communities while valuing the humanity of immigrants. And in case you were wondering, her guilty pleasure on a road trip is a bag of Flamin' Hot Cheetos. So a round of applause for Jenny. Thank you for being here. She came all the way from California. Second, and speaking in the negative, we have Orrin Cass, who is the founder and chief economics officer of American Compass, which aims to restore an economic consensus that emphasizes the importance of family, community, and industry to the nation's liberty and prosperity. I learned from my half-hearted internet research that about a year ago, around now this time, Orrin got into a back and forth on stage with Vice President J.D. Vance about whether being published in the National Review was an insult or a compliment. So welcome, Orrin. Third, and now turning back to the affirmative, I'd like to welcome Gabby Pacheco to the stage. Gabby is president and CEO of thedream.us, which is the nation's largest college and career success program for undocumented immigrant youth. My internet deep dive taught me a little bit about her backstory in this case, that in 2010, Gabby and 3 other undocumented students walked what is now known as the Trail of Dreams, all the way from Miami to Washington to support the passage of the DREAM Act. Welcome, Gabby. Fourth, last but not least, is Mark Krikorian, Executive Director of the Center for Immigration Studies, and he will be speaking in the negative. He oversees the center's work to provide quality research and policy analysis of the economic, social, demographic, fiscal, and other impacts of immigration on the United States with the goal of educating government officials, the media, and the public. And I guess all of us today. According to the internet, he didn't know English when he entered kindergarten, only Armenian. Welcome, Mark. This group of esteemed panelists has been convened through Braver Angels Immigration Policy Roundtable, a small group of prominent experts and advocates representing all sides of the immigration issue. Each of these leaders is committed to seeking common ground. And I'd like to extend a special thank you to the great David Lapp for his help collecting this amazing group of panelists. So thank you, David, for your help today. Tonight, they'll help us understand how disagreeing accurately can be an important element in the pursuit of shared solutions. In this Coliseum debate, they'll take turns sharing arguments on both sides of the following resolution. Resolved, we need immigrants to fill jobs in the United States. The Coliseum debate is a version of our pressure-tested Braver Angels debate format. Here's how it works. When the debate starts, I'll start being Mr. Chair, and everyone should refer their comments to me. I've already told them the rules. No yous and no name calling. Instead, we'll all refer to each other in the third person with names of decorum. Our previous speaker, or the lady with the question, or my esteemed fellow panelist, without sarcasm, of course. Each panelist will have the chance to deliver a speech of up to 6 minutes, and then, after each speech, I'm going to open the floor to all of you to answer for the speaker to answer some questions. Now, please listen carefully because what I'm about to share is the most important part. It's going to be the trickiest part of the format for us. When I call on you to ask a question, I'm going to ask you to do 3 things. First, ask your question to me. Instead of saying, Gabby, why did you support the DREAM Act? Say instead, Mr. Chair, why did the speaker support the DREAM Act? The second thing is, be concise. I want to hear from as many people as possible, so please understand if I jump in to encourage you to finish your question or come to a question. Third, be curious. Instead of asking, how could the previous speaker possibly believe that we should cut legal immigration in half? Ask instead, Mr. Chair, could the speaker please explain his view that legal immigration should be halved? You start to see the difference? I'll be able to tell when a question is curious and when it's not. We're going to start with the 6-minute speech in the affirmative, then we'll take questions for that speaker, and panelists, you're also welcome to ask questions of each other. Then I'll turn to a 6-minute speech in the negative, followed again by questions, then back and forth once again. After everyone has shared their remarks and answered questions, each panelist will have the chance to deliver a brief closing speech, and then I'll conclude the debate and we'll all debrief together. Now, many of you will know this already, but if you hear something that you think adds value to the discussion, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, I encourage you, make some noise. Smack something around you, or snap your fingers if you must. Lean in and help us all make this an experience that we can remember. Speaking of leaning in, we have a ritual at the start of every Braver Angels debate to get us into the right mindset, to help us embrace the principles that will help us practice this productive disagreement today. We read something called the Braver Angels Way. Perhaps you've already done this while you've been here. Now I'd like to ask my dear friend Natalie, who is somewhere, to come up and read the Braver Angels Way for us to kick things off.
The Braver Angels Way. We state our views freely and fully without fear. We treat people who disagree with us with honesty, dignity, and respect. We welcome opportunities to engage those with whom we disagree. We believe all of us have blind spots, and none of us are not worth talking to. We seek to disagree accurately, avoiding exaggeration and stereotypes. We look for common ground where it exists, and, if possible, find ways to work together. We believe that in disagreements, both sides share and learn. In Braver Angels, neither side is teaching the other or giving feedback on how to think or say things differently. And that would be the Braver Angels Way, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes. With that, we're ready to get underway, and I am excited. I'm going to call this debate to order on Resolved, we need immigrants to fill jobs in the U.S. We'll begin with a speech in the affirmative, and for that, I'll turn to Gabby. Gabby, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. So it's really beautiful that we are here in Philadelphia as we are getting ready to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our nation. And for me, what it's really beautiful is that we know that a good group of the individuals, from the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, many of them were immigrants. They weren't born in the United States. And they envision as a nation a world that we can come together, that people who worked hard, who came and contribute, can all become Americans. Now, I think it's really important that we acknowledge something, and that is that today, many Americans are struggling to find good paying jobs, that some workers have been displaced by employers who exploit our broken immigration system, and that many, many Americans are frustrated by our lack of immigration system. And I think those are real concerns, and they deserve real solutions. But I also believe that America doesn't need immigration because Americans are unwilling to do certain jobs or work. America needs immigration because every growing competitive economy needs people. So a well-managed immigration system is one that looks at the economy, right? That it's not about charity, and it behooves us to have a functioning, fair, and fiscally responsible immigration system. Without enough people, economies slow down. We all have seen what happens in those most towns, in the storefronts when they have to close, where there's hospitals that there's not enough nurses and doctors. And we see manufacturers who can't find skilled workers, family farms who wonder who will carry on to the next generation. And the question isn't whether these jobs exist, they do. The question is, where will people come from to fill those jobs? And I know a thing or two about immigration. I'm from Florida, where I see it every day. And no, I am not talking about the immigration that's coming from the southern border. It's not the immigration from Central and South America. It is the immigration that is happening from New Yorkers. They keep moving to Florida, and they are buying houses, raising the home prices, and driving us Floridians crazy. But here's the point. We don't accuse them of stealing Florida. We recognize that people move where opportunity exists. Human beings have always done that. The real question is whether America has a system that channels that movement in a way that strengthens our country. The United States is aging. We all know that. We hear it all the time. Baby boomers are retiring faster than any younger generation and entering the workforce, while Americans are having fewer children than previous generation. That's not a political opinion. That's demographic reality. I am one of those millennials without any children. The debate on immigration isn't about replacing American workers. It's about ensuring America has the workforce to grow, to innovate, to build, to manufacture, and remain the strongest economy in the world. Because economic growth doesn't happen without people, immigration done legally, orderly, and strategically is one of the best ways America continues to grow. So I would like to ask for a point of personal privilege. It is hard for me to be up here and not tell you about the cost that I have brought to this nation when I immigrated to the United States with my family when I was 8 years old. When I came here, I attended public schools. I was part of the free and reduced lunch programs, and taxpayers invested in me. But here's the question almost no one asks. What has Gabby done with that investment? What has been that return of our taxpayer investment in that 8-year-old Gabby? Well, today I'm proud to say I'm an American citizen. I pay taxes. I lead the nation's largest college and career success program for immigrant students, many who are today nurses, teachers, engineers, entrepreneurs. There's a doctor I know that is right now in New York working on replacing somebody's knee. America didn't lose money on me. America invested in me. And that investment continues to pay dividends. And this is why immigrants are needed in our great nation.
Thank you. All right, let's see how you all did when you were paying attention to my opening monologue. I'm looking for questions of curiosity for our first speaker. Do we have one of those questions? Looking for a hand. Right down here in front. Don't be shy. Got a runner here. We can just constantly applaud our runners if they're taking a time to get to the yes. Please ask your question to me. The mic isn't on. Do you want to try flipping it on real quick? It is? Bump it a second. Try it now.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if you could please ask the speaker on when it does come to immigrants coming to America, is it the most important thing that they do it the legal way and not through crossing the border illegally? Because I don't think a majority of Americans have issues with legal immigration. I think it comes down to when we have illegal immigrants and, quite frankly, companies abusing these illegal immigrants and paying them.
So the question is just
yes,
on the importance of the legality of the entrance to our speaker.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that that's one of the things we're all going to be in agreement here, that we need a legal immigration system that works for our country, that allows for people to do it the right way, that allows for, I have gotten asked so many different times, why don't you just make the line? Well, there isn't a line. And so because of our lack of both legal immigration and a handle of it, you see this happening. And so I do agree that we need a functioning immigration system. Unfortunately, we don't have one.
Thank you. Another question? Yes, to one of our other panelists.
If I could ask my esteemed and very charming co-panelist.
Oh, I thought you were going to say chair.
No. To kind of go off the previous question, until the changes in legal immigration that you would like that would result
the speaker would like.
That the speaker would like, that would, result in some kind of legal immigration system that she would prefer, are we allowed to enforce the law in the interim?
To our speaker.
Every country has its rights to protect itself and have laws. And we need to enforce our laws, but we need to ensure that we're enforcing our laws where there is due process, where there is humanity, and where we are thinking about what is the best interest for not just our country, but also those individuals.
Any other questions? I've got time. Yes, all right, let's go there in the yellow lanyard. I believe David. Please ask your question to me.
Mr. Speaker, for personal reasons, I am very pro-legal immigration. However, I've often not seen people that are pro-legal immigration state a line we could use to decide how many people do we let in and how do we say no. So I'd like to know if the speaker can recommend where we draw the line on who we let in.
To our speaker.
This is actually one of my favorite things to talk about, because reality is that this is why we need an immigration system that works for us. We need to be looking at year by year, what are the needs? So if 1 year or 2-3 years there is a critical need of nurses, then let's work on that. Let's make sure that we're not displacing American workforce, but if we do need people who can do those jobs, why not ensure that we have a system that allows individuals to be able to come here to the country and be able to fill those roles? So we do have other countries we can look at. Canada does have a pretty, good, it's not the best. I don't think we're ever gonna have a perfect system, but they have a point system. This is where this is not a zero-sum game. This is where if we come to the table and somebody tells me, I'm going to create this immigration bill or this law, and I'm never going to come back and revisit it, this is it, we're going to solve it forever, I'm going to walk away because it's unrealistic. We need to ensure that we are constantly looking at what are the needs of our country and where can we have those opportunities to actually bring the best and the most talented individuals from the world into our country.
I do believe I could have time for one more, but it has to be concise. So concise, please, as concise as possible.
The United States intervention has produced a lot of refugees. Out of curiosity, what is the speaker's viewpoint on an obligation of the United States to protect the refugees and illegal immigrants or asylum seekers that it creates?
So I wish I could have memorized this, but George Washington talked about when they were putting together the Declaration of Independence that they built this country and the ideals of our nation was to ensure that those who needed refuge, those who needed to leave places where there was kings, that there was no democracy, that they can come and make this nation that they sought freedom. And so I do believe that there is not just as a responsibility, but it is embedded in our DNA and who we are as a nation to ensure that there is opportunities for us to help other people who are suffering, other people who want to come to our nation, and there has to be an orderly way. So I do believe that our asylum system needs to be reformed, but I do believe that we need to be able to have ways for refugees and asylees to come into our nation.
With that, let's all thank our first speaker. Gabby, thank you for your speech. And delightful response to questions. All right. We're going to turn to the negative now. I don't know about all of you, but I'm itching to turn to the negative. So for that, I'd like to go to Oren. You've got 6 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by offering a thought experiment for a question, which is simply, does the world need aliens from Mars to fill jobs on this planet? I think we can agree the answer is no. We're obviously doing okay without Martians. And the reason I start there is to note that, of course, any economy could always say it could see benefits from additional workers, but no economy needs workers from elsewhere. The United States, likewise, does not need immigrants to fill jobs in this country. We might talk about, and we will talk about whether we want them, but it's very important as a starting point to recognize that, particularly in a market economy like we have in this country, the labor market will allocate labor based on those workers that are available. If we did not have immigrants to pick crops, we would not starve. We might have to change significantly the way that we produce food. We might have to make those much better jobs. We might have to pay a lot more. We might have to automate and bring in a lot of new technology. We might change somewhat what we eat. We might eat fewer strawberries and more tomatoes because the tomato picking technology is better. But that's how markets work. And when we choose instead to say, we don't have enough workers, what we are actually saying is we don't have enough workers in a particular job at the wage that employers are offering. And we've said that for a very long time. And as a result, we have huge swaths of our economy where, in fact, the jobs are very poor, the conditions are terrible, the workers are exploited. And we say and accept we need somebody to fill these jobs because employers say, what else are we going to do? And the answer is, you are not very good at your business if you can't run it that way, right? I have 1 million unfilled jobs doing biochemical research at my pharma company for $8 an hour, and I can't fill a single one. But that doesn't mean we need immigrants to fill those jobs. I think it's a very different question, do we want more immigrants? And I believe there are all sorts of reasons we might want more immigrants. And my esteemed co-panelists addressed some of them that I think are very important and worth considering. But I think it's very important that we not use the economic rationale that we need these as a matter of doing particular jobs. Because as soon as we do that, as soon as we even say as a matter of wanting, well, we want that, we think that will be good for us, we end up in the situation that, that the questioner raised, which I think is exactly right, which is, well, then where is the line? If 1 million green cards a year leaves us with more jobs we need to fill, why not 2 million? Why not 5 million? We might notice that we have a nurse shortage at some time, but training nurses takes a long time. We'll hear every year that we have a shortage in agriculture. How do we know whether that's true or not? We'll hear every year that we have a shortage in construction. And sure enough, we will have shortages in those places where employers have learned that by saying, I have a need, our response will be, let us bring in more immigrants to meet that need. And so, as a matter of principle, I think it's very important to say that is not a cognizable concern. We are not going to accept your claim, employer, that you need immigrants to fill these jobs. Because when you say that, all you're telling us is that you're not actually running your business, you're not actually investing in workers, you're not actually offering jobs and wages that provide good livelihoods for Americans. And it would be nice if we could somehow, right, like manage that line and we could say, Congress, we believe you will be able to assess each of these situations and you will not listen to the lobbyists and you will not listen to the employers and you will very carefully determine where is there truly a unique shortage, and those are the places where we will bring immigrants to fill jobs. But I think even describing that to some extent, it makes clear that that is not a plausible system. And so when I say we don't need immigrants to fill jobs, and in fact we don't want immigrants to fill jobs, I think that's a very different thing from the question of do we want more immigrants? Because there are all sorts of reasons that as a community, as a nation, we might want to bring additional people in. Many come down to concerns of humanitarian nature. Many of them come down to the dynamism of our communities. But the idea that we need the workers or that we want the workers for purposes of economic growth, I think fundamentally misunderstands where economic growth comes from. Of course, economic growth in the United States was strongest during almost precisely the period when we had the most restrictionist immigration policy, from the mid-1920s to the mid-1960s. There was certainly no problem innovating and growing and so forth under those conditions. So I think we should discuss what we want our legal immigration system to be, but I don't think we should allow employers to tell us the problem is that we have jobs to fill. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. I'm now looking at questions of curiosity. I see the gentleman in orange here in the front first. Orange shirt, yellow lanyard. Let's all do a round of applause for our runners. Please ask your question to me.
Yes, Mr. Chair. 2 questions for the panelists.
Let's do just one.
One
so
question.
One question, thank you. And one, no, don't encourage him. one single part question.
Okay.
Thank you.
I forgot it because I can't disentangle it from the first. Maybe I'll pass for now.
I can absolutely come back to you after.
Yeah.
We'll do that. Another question. I know there were other hands. A gentleman in the white hat back there. Oh, did I see it? Yeah, white hat back there. Oh, okay. I'll go next. Thank you. Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thanks for the help.
Mr. Chair, I heard a question earlier, and I heard an answer from this lady in the red.
And speaks exactly to the sorts of reasons we should think about how our immigration system works. I think there are absolutely situations where, you know, actions that the United States has taken might prompt a program oriented toward immigration. We've also seen that in contexts where people in other countries at great risks to themselves have worked closely with the United States. That's another good example. At the end of the day, I would just argue that who our community of citizens welcomes into that community should be a democratic decision that we as citizens make, and not something that is sort of artificially created or snuck in or somehow under what some people may believe is an incredibly valid reason, but is not itself sufficient if it's not something that the citizens here are prepared to embrace.
Thank you. Go back to our original.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, could the speaker please elaborate on a confusing point where is it that we are trying to figure out the free market is flawed in bringing in creating a situation where immigrants are needed, or is it that the government should be doing something to come in and like clamp down? Like basically, does the speaker think that there should be a government program telling employers which type of employees they can hire and which they can't?
To our speaker.
So I think as a starting point, we should think of our economy as something that we operate for the benefit of our nation. That is, we are a nation with an economy, not an economy with a nation. And so what we want our economy to do ultimately is many different things, right? We want it to innovate and grow and provide lots of wonderful stuff at low prices, but we also want it to provide good jobs for American workers. And at the end of the day, in the labor market where that happens, the quality of the job is ultimately determined by what the employer has to offer, right? If an employer can fill the jobs at $16 an hour, the employer is not offering $17 an hour. And so where we have situations where we seem to have mismatches, where employers are saying, I have more needs than there are workers to fill my needs, we have two choices. One is to fill the job with somebody from outside the country. The other is to tell the employer, no, the goal here isn't to make your life easy. Your task is to figure out how to create jobs that Americans do want to do and that will be good ones for them. And so I think it's just very important that as we think about expanding our national community, we do that for reasons we think are good for the nation and not at the behest of employers who are looking essentially for a way around what the market is telling them.
Jenny, can you help me? Who is it that you saw a hand for? All right, yeah, let's go to you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I was wondering if you could ask the speaker to maybe lay out some tangible ways in which the speaker sees the market adjusting well to these shortages in labor resources.
Let's to our speaker.
Yeah, we see this happening constantly. You know, one thing that we saw is in the aftermath of COVID, you heard a lot of concern from employers. It was taking a long time for people coming back into the labor market, and the result was actually the fastest rate of growth in wages for lower income workers that we've seen in a very long time. There are a lot of fascinating examples from situations where one state has done really robust immigration enforcement. So when Arizona imposed, I think it was SB 1040, back during the Obama administration, you very quickly saw farmers adopt more technology. It turned out there was an mechanical jalapeno picking, laser-guided jalapeno picking machine, and that was a $25 an hour job for someone operating that as opposed to a minimum wage job for people picking jalapenos by hand. Just to mention one more thing, there's probably one of the most important studies in immigration economics comes from the end of the Bracero program. The border states relied on hundreds of thousands of temporary Mexican workers to pick crops until the mid-1960s, when the Bracero program was very abruptly ended. And what you find is there were actually a lot of automated tomato picking tools that were available. Tomato production did not collapse, tomato prices did not skyrocket, but we moved to a very different way of producing that crop.
Quickly to Jenny.
Oh, is this on, Mr. Chair? I would love to ask a question of my esteemed panelist, to you for him. I heard the statement that it's an employer's job to figure out how to create jobs for American workers to the tenets of their liking. Rather than that, that's a challenge of a free market economy belief that's a bedrock for our country. So I'd love to hear more about that, for sure.
Hold forth.
Yeah, I guess, in my mind, this goes all the way back to just how do we expect capitalism to work, right? We think about,
Let me
Adam's...
say a minute if that's okay.
What's that?
Just try to be about a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have the entire history of capitalism for you. Adam Smith uses this term, the invisible hand, that people tend to think is some sort of magical force. What he's actually saying is, if you have a situation where the things that people trying to make a lot of money do are also things that are in the public interest, then letting people try to make a lot of money will also serve the public well. And so if one of the most important things that we want to see from our economy is good jobs that allow people to support families, we need to make it the case that the way to make a lot of money in this country is by doing things that create jobs that allow people to support their families. And so constraints, whether it's when it comes to rules and regulations, whether it comes to our immigration policy, that say, no, your business model of making a lot of money without creating good jobs ain't gonna work. If you wanna make a lot of money, do it by creating good jobs, is, I think, the core of what it looks like when capitalism is working well, and what we have had in this country when it has been working well.
With that, let's thank our first speaker in the negative. I know there are a lot of hands. I appreciate it a lot. And I also do appreciate this norm that we've built where panelists are asking each other's questions. So keep those hands coming, because another speech is coming. Jenny, you have 6 minutes.
Well, first thing
Back
I
to the
learned
affirmative.
is I need to make my social media more cool because I was the only one who got a Cheeto comment. So I would like to just share a couple of reasons that I come to this stage, and I really appreciate this question. I really appreciate my co-panelists and kicking it around. Our country has been in a great experiment. I call it the Great American Experiment. We're the only country with this type of experiment, and we're testing it still. In fact, we are at year 250 next week, and we're figuring out what this means. That experiment has been bolstered largely, if not mostly entirely, by newcomers fleeing a lack of opportunity or even worse, and also those aspiring for a dream and to build something meaningful. It's helped us to become the global leaders and the mammoth GDP that we have become. This is the only country in the world that believes wholeheartedly that their children can and will have greater opportunities than they could have ever imagined. And that's the real story for my family and millions throughout the history of this great experiment. Not only do immigrants come to meet vital shortages, staffing shortages, and you will hear me argue that we have vital staffing shortages in US businesses today, they also make lots of new job opportunities. According to the premier business school of this great state, Wharton, at the University of Pennsylvania, 80% of immigrants are entrepreneurs, and they create millions of jobs every year. Some of the businesses you may not have heard of, but they include Zoom, Pfizer, and Google, to name just some of the largest ones. But they do fill key jobs, and I really want you to take that away from today's conversation. I work with employers all day, every day, who are suffering because they know we are facing some startling statistics. We have a dramatic dip in immigration starting in 2025 that's going to cause a stagnation to our economy and cause it to constrict if we don't turn it around rapidly. Prior to this dip in 2025, we needed 1 million new individuals a year to fill US jobs that are chronically unfilled. So even with that 1 million workers every year, which we did enjoy in our economy all the way through 2024, we still needed 37 more workers to enter the workforce so that we could meet our all-time low birth rate and our very unemployment rate, not to mention the month-over-month 8 to 10 million jobs that go chronically unfilled. We do need to make sure that we are training and educating American workers. And we can walk and chew gum. We can do that while welcoming new workers. But it is just simply true that we cannot, no matter under what circumstance, create the number of workers we need in the US currently to continue to bolster the robust economy that we all have enjoyed for our lifespan. So I have a 10-year-old little boy. I'm raising him, he's mine. And I want him to have all the opportunities. I want him to outperform me and live an incredible life, as my parents wanted for me and as their parents wanted for them. But if we continue to cut off workers that we need for this economy, and we stop bolstering this economy, we stop allowing entrepreneurs into our country who create more jobs that hire many Americans as well, the American dream as we know it will cease. This great experiment will be done. I don't know about you, but I really love our last 250, and I would love to enjoy a strong 250 ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, I see right here. Let's go. Please ask your question to me.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask, what is the speaker's belief on the abrasive removal and relocation of immigrants from the current administration?
Could you say that again a little more slowly?
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I'm old. It's not you.
Okay. I wanted to ask, what is the speaker's belief on the abrasive removal and relocation of immigrants from the current administration?
Oh, thank you. So the immigration enforcement effort chair, is that correct?
The abrasive removal.
Sorry,
yeah.
I didn't mean to talk right back. I absolutely, as we've already said on this stage tonight, I absolutely agree that every country has the right to say who should be here and who should not, has the right to protect its citizens, has the right to remove people. However, if you're asking me in particular about this administration, I do believe that the enforcement priorities that we were promised would come out of this administration have not been upheld. So we were promised that the most dangerous individuals would be removed, starting with violent crimes first. 74% of the people who have been detained and deported have no violent criminal history in any way. So I get to work with some incredible groups like the Council on National Security and Immigration, the Law Enforcement Immigration Task Force. I absolutely agree that we need to protect Americans and we need to have deportation priorities for violations, and we need to make sure that we deport violent individuals. But I don't think that that is the priority of the current administration.
Thank you. Look for another question. Yes, Leslie, make your choice. Please ask your question to me.
Dear Mr. Speaker.
Chair.
Chair, sorry. This is a question for the speaker. And would you say, this is the question.
Would the speaker say?
I'm sorry?
Would the speaker say?
Would the speaker say that the U.S. economy does not work well without external inputs of labor? In other words, it sounds like I heard that our economy is not sustainable without external inputs of labor.
Thank you for that. My father would be very proud that I'm answering these questions. My father is a student of the economy. I would say that we have, as I said, we have the great American experiment going on. This is the first time I think we can say that at this volume, we have seen so many people come and make the current economy that we enjoy. And without the wave after wave after wave of newcomers, we would not be this country. We would not have the economy that we have. We certainly wouldn't have the GDP we have. Therefore, we've attracted incredible entrepreneurs, incredible businesses, and we have maintained them. Now, I was with a huge business recently who was meeting with the administration, sharing that after 100 years in the country, they are going to have to leave because they are not able to get the workers they need, and they're not able to continue to thrive in this country, and they pay very, very great rates, top engineers, top advanced manufacturing positions, and they just can't find the talent. So the market economy is the market economy. It is a entity in this conversation. It's not a person. It's going to attract to itself. And we are not able to, I think, say to employers, I'm sorry, we're going to have a blended free market and socialist economy. We're going to tell you how you run your business because the economy is going to run itself. Really, like the supply and demand pieces of our economy are going to continue to need workers if we want to enjoy this level. We also can say we're done with this experiment, and we'd like to actually turn the direction that other European countries have turned and turn to a constricted economy, a blended free market socialist economy with less employers that have headquarters there and less of a robust middle class and higher taxes. We could do that, but this great experiment would constrict.
Okay, I'm going to go into this area, but I also had a question from one of our panelists. So we'll go to the question from this area next. You go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask about two things I heard the speaker say that I'm having trouble reconciling. One is that we had up until essentially 2024, an extraordinarily robust economy that was producing, unprecedented wealth and growth and so forth, but also that at that point we had serious labor shortages and 8 to 10 million chronically unfilled jobs. And so my question would be, to what extent is it in fact compatible to have what employers will say is labor shortages and very high levels of growth? And how do we tell the difference between the kind that is just fine and the kind that would be a problem?
Yeah, thank you for that. I apologize if I misspoke what I meant to say, so thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. What I meant to say was, up until 2024, we always admitted 1 million authorized workers to the U.S. through one of the 4 visa pathways, and they participated in our labor market. Even with that amount of individuals, we still needed 37% more workers to fill the jobs that our economists were predicting we would need to fill to continue the growth of our GDP, and also that employers were saying that they need so that they can maintain in the US and not have to take their operations abroad, which many of them have done and are considering doing, and other options. So that all halted in 2025 when we now have a restricted immigration program. The legal immigration program is 80% constricted. So we are not bringing in 1 million new workers every year. And so what I meant to say is that that trend is now getting exacerbated. So we need many more than 37% growth.
Always appreciate questions, clarification. I want to go to one more here. And please be brief so that we can get to our last
Mr. Chairman, I believe the speaker said that in order to maintain the level of growth that we want, we need to have more workers from outside. Since our existing immigration system is not admitting large numbers of workers legally. Is she advocating that those jobs be filled by workers who are undocumented?
Thank you. Love this question. I am not advocating for that. We are not admitting legal or unauthorized immigrants. We are not admitting either. So just so you know, we do not have folks that are coming into the country. The president has secured the border. That's not a lie. We do not have anyone coming across the southern border, and those that are trying to come through other ports of entry are being immediately turned away. So we are not admitting undocumented